Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the program. I am your host, Chris George Zuger, and you have entered the Den of Lore. We've got an amazing show for you tonight. And next to the right of me is my co-host, Alex, Big Sexy Alex.
Good evening, everyone. How's it going?
How's it going, Big Sexy? We've got a fantastic show in honor of a great man, Mr. John Anthony West. This is the John Anthony West Project Telethon. It's our episode 22. And on the show tonight, we have Mr. Graham Hancock, we have Randall Carlson, we have Dr. Robert Schoch of Boston University, we have Laird Scranton, we have Ed Nightingale, we also have Cameron from Sacred Geometry International. In addition to that, we also have Soraya, the host of Where Did the Road Go, who is on the line with us as well. And it's just an absolutely packed show, and later on in the evening we're going to be having Jimmy Church join us for our final segment after the Conscious Life Expo for today, and he's going to be giving a fantastic message to all the listeners and all the people who are supporting and rooting for Mr. West in his fight with cancer. Just to introduce a few things, I did want to say very, very special thanks to first of all, Darren and Graham from Gramerica for all their help, especially Cameron for their help as well, and Joe Rogan for a lot of the promotion that he's provided and support he's provided to us. Greg Carlwood from the Higher Side Chats for plugging our show and the cause and the Fundly campaign on his show. It's a fantastic program. Please do check it out. Michael Parker from the Electric Pyramid and Antidote, very good friend of the show and a wonderful man, has been helping us with promotion as well. In addition to a good friend of our show and a local boy from Ottawa, John Moore, the Ghost Hunter from OPRI. He was, as you remember, Alex, he was on with us for episode 3, I think. Without the individuals, and especially for our guests, Laird, who's helped out a great deal, Graham, who's helped out a great deal, for anybody who's been involved, from Dr. Robert Schoch, and Mr. Carlson for narrating the video, and for anybody else that I'm forgetting to mention at this moment because of the magnitude of this night. This is what happens when individuals who care about a cause and care about a purpose and can come together and in support of that cause and that purpose. And the cause and that purpose is Mr. John Anthony West, who is a man whose work I've been following personally since I was 10 years old, and I'm 33, so that's most of my life. But before we do get to that, I did want to say one thing, and my most heartfelt thoughts and prayers are to Scotty Roberts and his wife and children. As our listeners may know, Scotty was supposed to be included in the guest panel tonight, but he suffered a heart attack a week ago, and after a successful bypass surgery, he is resting comfortably in hospital with his mustache looking as well-groomed as ever. And we miss him, we miss you, friend, and I raise a glass of Glen to you in your magnificence and strength. Please do get well soon. Now, as I'd mentioned before, that this night is about John Anthony West. And before we move on with our first guest, Mr. Graham Hancock, there was a piece of news from Dr. Robert Schoch that we wanted to mention on air, and we will be mentioning it on air for all of our listeners and viewers, that Mr. Robert Schoch is, and actually I do have a very, very wonderful readout here. John Anthony West was scheduled to lead our tour to Egypt in a week. Obviously, he cannot do so. Therefore, at the request of the family, Robert Schoch has rearranged his schedule to lead the tour in his place. This way, the family will not lose what they had put into the tour, the guests who are registered will not lose out on the trip, and the family can use the proceeds to help pay for the medical expenses. Again, just a testament to people pulling together to offer assistance and offer support. It's very heartwarming and inspiring. And speaking of inspiring, I have a Mr. Graham Hancock is on air with us as well. And he's a man who actually needs no introduction because his name will perk up the ears of any individual who seeks knowledge and truth. Mr. Hancock, how are you doing this evening? I know it's late there, so I do greatly appreciate you participating on the program.
It's 20 to 2 in the morning here,
Mm.
and it's my absolute pleasure to be here to stand with John and to speak my truth about John. We're all here to help John. John Anthony West is held in love and respect by the whole alternative history community, and this is the moment when we all need to stand with him.
Well, and that's again very, very inspiring. That's kind of the rallying cry that I know Alex and I have been pitching back and forth and going, well, we need to be able to help him out and make sure he can get the care he needs, because we understand that he's given so much to the realm of truth and where our origins are as a species for decades. And
that's absolutely right. I mean, frankly speaking, I've been working in this field, in the field of the possibility of a lost civilization since the very early 1990s. However, I don't think I would ever have got into this field or seen the point of investigating the possibility of a lost civilization way back in the human story. I don't think I would even have seen the point of that if it hadn't been for the fantastic insights and work of John Anthony West, walking the walk for decades out there, revealing the truth about ancient Egypt. What we get from the Egyptologists is a kind of fairy tale about ancient Egypt. The truth is much more interesting, much deeper and much older, but it takes a special kind of mind to see it. And that's what John Anthony West has. He has that special kind of mind that can see, for example, that there's something wrong with the Sphinx, that has that intuition to know that the story we're being told about the Sphinx by Egyptologists is just a story. It's not based on any facts. And John Anthony West comes along and sees that there's something strange about the erosion of the Sphinx, and he follows that intuition, and he calls in Professor Robert Schoch from Boston University, who's of course with us tonight. And lo and behold, Robert Schoch's geological analysis confirms John's intuition that the Sphinx is much older than we've been taught, that it was exposed to a very long period of extremely heavy rainfall. And that really is an incredible breakthrough, because it raises the possibility not only the Sphinx, but other well-known monuments may have been misunderstood and misrepresented by the archaeological profession. And that's a profession that has, with historians, a kind of stranglehold on our past. And it's people like John diligently working away, intuitively, courageously working away for decades, who've broken that stranglehold and allowed us to reinvestigate our past in an open way.
And you've known Mr. West for at least since the early 90s. And I know that I
met him in 1993. That's the first thing. And my goodness, what's that, 23 years ago now. I was researching and writing my book, Fingerprints of the Gods. And I needed to go, of course, to Egypt, and I wanted to see a bit of Egypt with John, and I wanted to get his perspective and his point of view. So that very first meeting, he was actually leading one of his tours. And he was there with a group in Luxor in Upper Egypt, and my wife Santa and I went and met him on the cruise ship on the Nile, and just had the most amazing conversation, and then spent that day with him, going around the tombs in the Valley of the Kings, and seeing the incredible insights and beauty that he brought to the understanding of what we were looking at. It truly was a revelation for me, and it was the beginning of a very long friendship and a very long cooperation, which continues to this day. In fact, John and I were together in New York just in December 2016, just a couple of months ago. We did a live recorded conversation on stage, and at that point, John didn't know he was ill. He was strong, and he was full of vim and vigor, and full of humor and delight, actually. And we had an amazing conversation and talked over the old times and talked about the whole challenge of finding the truth about the human past. And John, the feeling I got from John then is, this man is so strong, he's going to go on forever. So it was a great shock to hear a month later that John had cancer. I do remember he was coughing that evening in New York, and that was the only sign that there was anything wrong with him then. So our friendship, our working relationship has continued really continuously for 23 years. And I hope and intend that it will continue for many years to come.
Now, one of the things that stuck out for me, and as I mentioned before, I've been following his work since I was about 10 years old, and your work as well. Fingerprints of the Gods was one of the first books I remember reading as a young teenager that dealt with ancient mysteries. One of the stories that you had told with John on stage at the interview you were giving with him was, you talked about how you two had met. There was one lecture that he had given, which was about a 5-hour lecture. I know it's all over YouTube, and he had mentioned that around the 1999-2000 era there was a big brouhaha that was going on, that your group and a bunch of archaeologists were going to debate it out, and get to the root of it. And I found that very interesting from his perspective. Also considering that while I was promoting this show, I actually got banned from the archaeology subreddit of reddit.com for promoting rogue, like a pseudoscience and rogue archaeology, as it were.
Yeah.
So, what was your perspective during
that? You
that?
have to realize, with archaeologists, we're actually dealing with an ideology, not a science. Archaeology is highly ideological profession. They have a particular reference frame about the past, which serves the interests of the kind of societies we have today. And anything which falls outside that reference frame, they just don't want to investigate it. They don't want to think about it. They just want to dismiss it. And, there was a long time when they could get away with that, but they can't get away with it anymore. Not in the era of the internet, not in the era when people can speak for themselves and be heard, when we don't rely anymore on the big mainstream media as the gatekeepers for what may or may not be heard. This is the big change. I mean, that debate actually would be a great idea. We would love to have a full-blooded debate with mainstream archaeologists. And my goodness, if John were at that debate, he would tear the opposition to pieces with his sharp wit and his insight. But that debate has never happened. Archaeology has never got it together to sit down and debate with a number of the thinkers in the alternative history field. I tried to have a debate with Zahi Hawass in Egypt back in 2015, but he stormed out of it in a fit of bad temper. And I'm doing a debate with a skeptic, Michael Shermer, on the Joe Rogan show in May. But what we really need is for me and Schoch and Robert Bauval and John Anthony West and others who've done serious work in this field to sit down with a group of archaeologists, Egyptologists, and hammer it out, have that open discussion live on air. I think this would be a very good way to move forward.
Well, Alex, if you know any actual archaeologists who would be up for debating, I'd love to be able to host that.
In the red corner.
What is the work that you have been involved with? I know that Magical Egypt 2 is coming out soon, and that is once I heard the news from that pretty well exploded with my mind, because I've watched Magical Egypt more times than I can remember.
Yeah, we'll see.
So how was the collaboration between you and John, and how has it been from John's perspective on working on the new series?
Oh, I haven't worked with John on the new series at all. We do our own thing in various ways, like that event in New York. But no, I've not worked on the series. That's John's project, not mine.
And how do you feel about the update to the series, considering that Magical Egypt was such a kind of a cornerstone of research into the past histories of our species?
I'm really looking forward to that update, and I suspect a lot of other people are as well. These days books aren't necessarily the best way to get information before the public. The public doesn't want to sit down and read 500 or 600 page books. So the visual medium and the audio medium are a very effective way now to spread ideas, and I look forward to Magical Egypt 2 doing its part in that.
I feel like there's a bit of almost two narratives going on. One is just the reframing of the history, and then that's a big piece of John's work, obviously, and then with the Magical Egypt, it's diving deep into the consciousness of the Egyptian culture.
Absolutely.
And they're both marvelous,
Absolutely. And again, this is where John is different. This is where we can compare, the dry materialist approach of mainstream archaeology, which never gets to grips with the soul of Egypt, and John's approach, which goes straight to the soul of Egypt. Because if you talk about Egypt just in terms of buildings, in terms of architecture, in terms of material achievements as a civilization, you're really going to miss what matters about the story. And that was that the ancient Egyptians put their best minds to work for 3,000 years on considering the mystery of what it is to be alive and what death is as well. This was an ancient and wise civilization that investigated the fundamental dilemmas of the human condition and came to incredibly rich and nourishing conclusions. And again, John has been the one who has seen that more clearly than anybody else, and who's taken it upon himself through his work on Symbolist Egypt to bring that voice of ancient Egypt out into the present so that it can enliven and enrich the modern world. And my God, are we in need of it.
I'm sorry, Alex, you wanted to?
Oh, I was just going to say I'd picked up on John's recommendation, had picked up to start reading Schwaller's De Lubeck's work from the interviews before, so I've been digging into that.
So that's a big read.
Yeah.
That's a big read.
Where the torch came from, in part, yeah.
Yeah, Schwaller was a great inspiration for John, no doubt about it. But Schwaller is a difficult read, that's for sure. So all tribute to John that he managed to really get to grips with Schwaller and understand it.
It's something to try to get into the mind of the pharaohs.
Yeah.
And
Graham, how do you think your research would have been different if you didn't have John Anthony West?
Well, you see, in this field where we're talking about alternative possibilities in the human past, I mean, the first thing to understand is that we have a narrative, which is the narrative that is taught to us in our schools and universities, and that is reflected in the mainstream media. And this narrative is apparently, it appears very solid. It's based on material artifacts. It's thoroughly put together, and archaeologists and Egyptologists are satisfied that that is the only story to tell. A lot of people are not satisfied with that story, but the problem is that in the alternative field, I hate to say this, but a lot of nonsense is talked. There's a lot of people who are putting forward alternative ideas about the past that are not really grounded in any serious research or any detailed investigation or any walking the walk for decades, simply spouting ideas which are easily discredited and easily cast aside. And what struck me about John's work and his bringing in Robert Schoch to get a professional geologist's opinion on the antiquity of the Sphinx is here is something really solid. Here is something we can deal with. If we are going to rewrite history, if we are going to overthrow the existing model of history, which is very strongly founded, which infiltrates all our schools and universities, which is backed up massively by the media, if we're going to do that, if we're going to change that narrative, our narrative has to be really good as well. It has to be really strong. It has to be founded on facts, not just on opinions. And so fundamentally, what John did with his insight into the Sphinx was open up an area of factual inquiry that could completely rewrite history. Now, of course, at the time, back in 91, 92, when West and Schoch were first putting this material before the public, Egyptologists were saying, oh, this is nonsense. Of course, the Sphinx can't be 12,000 years old. If the Sphinx was 12,000 years old, that would mean that some unknown civilization built it. And if there was an unknown civilization that made the Sphinx, then surely it would have made lots of other monuments as well. And we don't find any other 12,000-year-old monuments. That's what the Egyptologists were saying at the time.
Where's the evidence? Where's the potsherd? Yeah.
In fact, they've turned out to be victims of their own scenario, because a few years later we have the discovery of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which is close to 12,000 years old, giant megalithic site of stone circles, explored and investigated by the German Archaeological Institute under the late Klaus Schmidt, and firmly dated to 11,600 years ago. And if you can make Göbekli Tepe, you can make the Sphinx. So suddenly that insight of John's, that hard scientific, detailed insight into a way to undermine the foundations of the existing narrative, becomes ever stronger. As each year goes by, it becomes stronger with new information coming in. We are finding sites all over the world now that don't fit the picture. But if there hadn't been John West to see that possibility right at the beginning, then I don't think any of this would have happened.
I keep going on in our show saying that following the age of information naturally follows the age of reconciliation for our society.
Mm-hmm.
That there's a lot of dots to connect, and we give homage to John for some of that pioneering foundational work.
There's a lot of dots to connect, but again, I would come back to the point. I mean, I'm sure we would all love to reconcile with mainstream archaeology and history. But we have to come back to the point that there is an ideological basis to all this. I realize this more and more in dealing with Egyptologists. They don't even see it themselves, but a fundamental ideology underwrites their perspective. And because it's an ideology, not a science, it very rapidly gets into propaganda. I mean, it's really astonishing the way that John West and others, Robert Schoch, myself too, have really been horribly attacked by academics in this field, have had to take an awful lot of insults and abuse simply because we're questioning the narrative. And that's when you realize that actually what you're involved in is an ideological struggle for the soul of humanity. Either we continue going down this road of materialist reductionism, this world without spirit, a world that has severed its connection to spirit, or we change our path, become more nurturing, recognize that the spirit is the essence of the human being. And if we're going to change that path, then ancient Egypt has so much to teach us, but we must allow it to speak for itself rather than being channeled through the narrow reference frame of a group of professional archaeologists. And John's role has been to allow ancient Egypt to speak for itself.
And one of the things I've always found, or at least learned from my time in advertising and learning how individuals can think and act, is that the more you try and change someone's mind when they hold a strong conviction, even in the face of absolute truth, they will actually double down on their own beliefs, even if it's wrong. Yep. And it's sad. It's like these individuals who are supposed to... It's a
defense mechanism against cognitive dissonance. Yes, it happens. It happens all the time, and we see it happening massively in the field of ancient history.
Now, I know that we are going to be coming up to several different individuals who you have worked with and have known. What is one of the more interesting projects that you've worked on that may not necessarily be well known as, let's say, Magical Egypt, or having collaborated on A Mystery of the Sphinx with, or provided any information that those types of well knowns that individuals should seek out with regards to John Anthony West that you have known?
Well, if we go back to that incredible film that John put out with Bill Cote, the Mystery of the Sphinx, right back in The Mysterious Origins of Man, back in what was it, 92, 93. This was an amazing and impactful film, and I'm very glad that I had a part in it. Beyond that, I would say that all of us who are your guests tonight, and many others who are not, we're all in our own way working together on a project to re-envisage the human past. Because only if we re-envisage the human past do we have a effective way to re-envisage the human future. We have to know where we came from, and I think everybody who's with you tonight is on that page and is working towards that objective. We do all cooperate, but we also have our differences of opinion. This is not a church, you know. We do disagree with one another profoundly and openly on certain issues. But I think what we all agree on is that the story of the past that we've been taught is seriously, badly wrong. It's broken. It doesn't work anymore. It doesn't account for the new facts that are coming out of the ground. And it doesn't serve the human spirit. So something needs to change. And I think that each of us in our own way individually are trying to contribute something to the grand project of rewriting the history of humanity. Something small. We all do small bits, you know. This is not something that's going to happen overnight. But it's been interesting over the last 20, 25 years to see this process, to see the notion of a much greater and more mysterious antiquity for civilization move from really the lunatic fringe in the 1980s into something that is actually verging into the mainstream now. There are mainstream archaeologists who are realizing that the old narrative doesn't work anymore. Göbekli Tepe, more than any other site, has done that to change people's minds. But even now, in the case of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, archaeologists are trying to finesse the evidence into their existing story. You see, it used to be the case. The view was held in archaeology that you needed a Neolithic society to create large megalithic monuments. You needed a society that had developed agriculture, which generated surpluses so that specialists could emerge, architects, engineers, astronomers, people like that who'd be involved in setting out a large site, and that this would therefore something that only happened in the last 5,000 or 6,000 years, if you push it back to the furthest allowed by mainstream archaeology. And then suddenly we have Göbekli Tepe, which is firmly, convincingly dated to 11,600 years ago, which is, 7,000 years older than, for example, Stonehenge, a classic megalithic site. But in the case of Göbekli Tepe, there's no background. We know that the people living in the area of Göbekli Tepe at the time that huge complex of stone circles was made were hunter-gatherers. And then suddenly, as the stone circles go up, they become agriculturalists. Agriculture is introduced to that area. And what archaeologists are trying to convince us of now is that a group of hunter-gatherers woke up one morning equipped with all the knowledge and skills necessary to create what may well be the largest megalithic site on Earth, and at the same moment, overnight, decided to invent agriculture. And this, to me, is a sign of a discipline in desperation. The evidence from Göbekli Tepe looks much more like a transfer of technology from a people who already knew agriculture and who already knew how to make megalithic structures to the people that they settled amongst. And this is a huge change, which is now underway, and it can't be reversed. Archaeology can't brush Göbekli Tepe under the carpet the way they tried to brush the Sphinx under the carpet in 1992.
Now, I could say from somebody who's considers himself a fairly good handyman that, I've woken up in the morning at some point and tried to build a shed and tried to do my own gardening, and you know what? It absolutely sucked. So
yeah. when I'm not spearing saber-toothed tigers, I build megalithic structures. Yeah.
So the idea that, and John did a very good job at being able to explain this, not only in terms that were easy to understand, but he also used a lot of metaphor and used a lot of his own John Anthony West-isms, as they're well known, to be able to convey these messages across.
Yeah, see, John is a lot of things. He's a very complex, very subtle man. I mean, John, first of all, is very funny. It's very funny to listen to, very entertaining to listen to. You can't be bored in front of John Anthony West.
The emperor has no clothes.
And then you understand that there's a razor-sharp mind at work behind that humor. And courage, individual courage, the willingness to stick his neck out, to put himself in a place where he is going to be ridiculed and attacked by the mainstream, but nevertheless to put himself out there and to keep on doing that. We are dealing with a very special human being in the case of John Anthony West. And it's right and proper that those of us around the world who love and support his work should now love and support him as he fights cancer. And that's why this crowdfunding campaign is so important.
And it's the reason that that we had decided to join up. I know with Cameron, he had mentioned about 2 weeks ago, we actually thought about this about 2 weeks ago. And Cameron from Sacred Geometry International, who's the chief creative officer and works with Randall Carlson, he just...
Randall, of course, are good friends of mine.
Yes, and very, very good people. Randall Carlson, like I, is a Freemason, and we understand that, you know, charity and helping our community is very important. And if it weren't for the example set by my forebears, you know, the idea to join an entire community together, entire people together, to make something absolutely special and wonderful happen for a very wonderful and special man, you know, it's very inspiring. And, you know, I'm honored to, like, even though this is quote-unquote...
Can I just say, it's one of the... There's a lot of problems with living in the 21st century, but one of the great things about the 21st century is that things like this can happen. That people can form a community of ideas around the world and get together on the internet. It doesn't matter which country they come from or what religion they were born into or even what their political views are. If they share common ideas, they can come together and develop and explore those ideas, and they can come together and create a powerful force to offer help and support to a loved member of the community like John Anthony West in his time of need. That couldn't have happened, you know, 20 years ago. It wouldn't have worked, but it works today. And that's a breath of fresh air, that we're entering a new era when people speak to one another directly, when we don't need the gatekeepers to tell us what to think or who we may talk to or what we're going to do.
And that's the idea. Some people will look at John Anthony West and discount him based on the fact that he doesn't have you know, several letters after his name. Yet he has more experience than a lot of these, you know, even the archaeologists that are coming out into the field now, who will discount him, who maybe have 5 years of experience in the field, and like he's got 25, 30, 40. He's lived worldwide, has multiple, you know, has lived multiple lives already. And not only does he understand the subject matter, he understands life in general. It's like you should listen to what he has to say.
Of course. The letters after an individual's name are absolutely unimportant. What does matter is what that individual has to say and the life that he or she leads, and what that life adds up to. And John West is, in my opinion, the master of understanding ancient Egypt. No archaeologist can come close to him in that in-depth understanding of the soul and the spirit of ancient Egypt.
And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people will gravitate to yourself and to John Anthony West and to Robert Schoch and to Laird Scranton and to Edward Nightingale, all these individuals who, even though you have different ideas and different philosophies, the commonality between the two is the passion for the truth. And you can sit and you can discuss about, okay, well, maybe, for instance, I know from some interviews John Anthony West has said, okay, Robert Schoch will have, you know, he may date the Sphinx at 5,000 to 7,000 years, based on the most conservative estimates.
I think Robert he'll speak for himself, of course, but I think Robert has moved that date back a little bit. I think Robert's looking at an older Sphinx than 7,000 years now.
Well, I was also...
let me jump in.
Yes.
This is Robert.
Trying to coax him out of the
whole thing. And I guess I'm a co-host, so I'm allowed to jump in for just a second.
Of
But
course
yes,
you
to
are.
clarify, I would date the Sphinx back to about 10,000 BC at this point. The core body, I do believe, the all the evidence is compatible with the concept that the origins of the Sphinx, the core body, physically goes back to the end of the last ice age, to Göbekli Tepe time, to let's just say crudely 10,000 BC.
For the record, I
The
will.
head, of course, has been carved, and I want everyone to be very clear or understand very clearly that, as far as I'm concerned, it is a dynastic head. It's a recarved head, but the core body does go back much earlier, even than I first estimated 25 years ago, more than 25 years ago now.
And for the record, I was watching Mystery of the Sphinx a few times this afternoon, so that kind of got stuck in my head. I should have been more clear in that. I do apologize. An amazing production, by the way. So thank you very much for that clarification.
Well, thank you.
And that
But
correction.
Mystery of the Sphinx, everyone should remember, Mystery of the Sphinx first aired in 1993, I believe it was. So that's a long time ago. And we do refine and change our views, maybe, or I think all of us look at more evidence. And as the evidence comes in, we change our views accordingly. We accommodate the evidence. And that's what I believe we have to do, which unfortunately, as has already been discussed, some of my academic colleagues, they don't always want to look at evidence.
And that's a perfect example of an ideal that we all should be living to in the face of uncertainty, even in the 21st century, even in 2017. And we don't talk much politics in the show, so at least I can refer to it in that way. With regards to fake news or what have you, whatever you want to call it, the idea for individuals to look at the evidence that is there and be able to come to their own conclusions, and always keep in mind that there is always more information out there, and you should never stop looking and searching for that information to come to your own conclusion.
And if I may add, never defer to authority. It's good to have authorities who've specialized and focused on a field for a very long time, but we shouldn't regard their word as the word of God. You know, there's too much reverence for authority in the field of archaeology. If some archaeologist makes a statement, you know, it tends to become enshrined in gold as though it can never be challenged or changed. And I think that's definitely an area where we on the alternative side are much more flexible and much more willing to react to the evidence and change our positions if we need to, because we have a serious job to do here. We are, in fact, trying to rewrite history, and that's a major, major mission.
And the idea that we have individuals who are held in such high esteem, and again, the idea to never be able to defer to experts, but there are individuals who are allowed to be able to inspire.
Of course, that's a totally different matter.
Yes.
It's the inspiration is great, but simply accepting something on authority is a mistake that's made too often.
100%. I do agree with you completely on that. And that's not, Alex, that's not deferring to a not deferring to an authority. So, and Mr. Hancock, I know that it is quite late there, and we're coming up to about the end of your segment. So, is there any final words that you'd wanted to deliver to the public and the hundreds and thousands of people that are listening at home and abroad?
I just want to send all my love and the love from Santa to John Anthony West and to his family. And I want to ask everybody who's out there who cares just to reach into your pocket and give a little bit to this crowdfunding campaign. It's an easy thing to do, and it'll make all the difference. We need to see this great man through his cancer, get him cured, and get him back to work.
And Mr. Hancock, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Have yourself a wonderful sleep. And my other co-host, Coco, my cat, has come to say hello, and she's looking at the screen right now at you. So our listeners will know who she is. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful night. And again, thank you very much for your support and participation.
That's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Graham Hancock. We're going to be getting to the next segment in a moment. I just wanted to give you and everyone else out there a quick heads up. Our next guest is Mr. Laird Scranton. I know he has been waiting patiently for me to be able to bring him online. I will do that, and then I will start our one of our many telethon updates. And Coco, you need to get off the workstation. Thank you very much. She's a beautiful cat. Go check out Den of Lore and the About section to see a picture of her. My goodness. So, Laird, I'm going to add you to the conversation now. Let me just bring you in here. Add people. And just one moment here. I was just going to make sure he's online before we begin. And Clay and Zoe, are you there as well for the next segment?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Wonderful. Let me just to make sure Laird's online, and we'll get going. Alex, that was, you know what? That was speaking to Mr. Graham Hancock, and
fabulous, absolutely,
an absolute gentleman and a scholar and just a wonderful soul, and we very much appreciate him on here. The books Fingerprints of the Gods and Magicians of the Gods have been very big influences on myself as well as Alex and our families throughout generations. And obviously, when you talk about Graham Hancock, John Anthony West goes hand in hand, along with Robert Schoch and Laird Scranton and Edward Nightingale, who is a relatively new name to the Search for Truth, who we'll be having on the show next. So, Laird, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. I've been following along, listening very interestedly. How are you guys?
I'm good, and I'm fantastic. Laird, just before we get to your segment, I am going to move into our telethon update. So I'm going to play the telethon music. And ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Graham Hancock. Once again, thank you very much for joining in on the program. Clay and Zoe, welcome to the show. I know you've been listening in all night so far. How are you doing? I can see you on the camera there.
Okay, yeah. So just obviously thanks for everyone for participating. At this point, we've had an amazing amount of support, and right before the show started, we have actually nearly gotten to the halfway point, and we're just around $7,000.
Yay!
And here, just in the last 30 minutes since the show has begun, 1,900 have come in through the Fundly, and Zoe's now checking the PayPal. She's a little slow on that one, but it was a really productive last half hour. So at this clip, this is great. And again, we can't thank everyone for participating on the host end and the guests, as well as everyone donating to John.
Now, I'm going to be bringing up the show information here just so that everyone can stay on board. If you can just give me a moment here. One of the running themes of this show is I never have the windows open that needs to be open in my browser, so please do bear with me. Let's see here. I'm going to bring up the show notes. Now, first of all, I did want to say that you have two ways to be able to donate to this cause. You have the official Clay Fundly campaign for the John Anthony West Project. Clay has been running this since day one, and we've been collaborating back and forth. Essentially, he put up the flag, and anybody who knows John, loves John, appreciates his work, appreciates what he's given, has flocked to the program to offer support and love and as much help as necessary, because at the end of the day, he's a wonderful man. So the Clay Fundly campaign, you can see the link in the top of the show notes. You can also go to Fundly, that's FUNDLY.com, not GoFundMe, but the Fundly campaign, and just search John Anthony West Project Fundly in Google, or go fundly.com/John-Anthony-West-Project to get to the Fundly campaign, or you could click the link below the Make Donations to John's Cancer Treatment through the Clay Roupe's official Fundly campaign here, sign in the show notes. You can do that by credit card. If you do not like donating by credit card, or if you use PayPal, you can actually do it by PayPal. We made sure that we could get this going to make sure we can get as much help to John's fight as humanly possible. You can go to denoflore.com and /WPP. That's West PayPal. At least an acronym for West PayPal. In the show notes, the description of this YouTube event, click on the show description and it will bring up everything, and donate via PayPal to the West family. There is a shortened Google link that will lead to the Den of Lore website, PayPal link, or if there is a massive amount of traffic that has somehow crashed my site again, because thousands and thousands and thousands of people are rushing there at the moment, then you can also just go to paypal.com, send donation, and you can send that to zocwest@gmail.com. Now, you're going to be wondering, I know that with some crowdfunding, there are some perks. Yes, the hosts and co-hosts of this program have chipped in for some perks, and we have some absolutely wild ones for all the individuals. And for some of the perks, again, like I know that Edward Nightingale has chipped in, the Grimerica show has chipped in, Jimmy Church has chipped in, we've chipped in, as well as there are the absolutely wonderful and phenomenal perks that are offered directly through the Clay Roupe's Fundly campaign. And I'm going to be listing those out to you in just one moment. First of all, if you donate $50, you will get a personal shout out from Jimmy Church on Fade to Black tomorrow during his live broadcast. And pretty much, I think, it could be at least until the end of the week or beyond that. From the Den of Lore show, we have some pretty big ones. If there are any small business owners out there or people who run any type of organizations, not-for-profits, if you donate $333, I, the award-winning creative director and graphic designer who's designed the branding and the theme for the Den of Lore show, for the Unaffiliated Media Group, which is launching soon, and so many other local and national Canadian brands, I will design a logo for you, which will include one revision. In addition to that, if you donate $777, you will be a guest host on next week's Magical Egypt Fight Companion, which is a Magical Egypt commentary, which we'll be doing live for 3 or 4 episodes. And we have special guest Duncan Trussell, a good friend of Joe Rogan, on the show. And we also have Grimerica, who will be joining us, Cameron from Sacred Geometry International, as well as Michael Parker from Antidote and the Electric Pyramid. And there are more guests who will be joining us soon. We're still confirming them. It's going to be an amazing show, and we're just going to watch Magical Egypt all night and talk about it. How could you not want to be part of this? Now, for $1,444, you will get to be able to guest host, in addition to 2 additional invitations to be guest hosts on the Den of Lore show for a guest of your choice, pending on guest approval. Now, we also have a $1,999 package, or the Illuminati confirmed package that I like to call it. You'll be able to guest host next week, in addition to 3 additional invitations to be guest hosts on the Den of Lore show. In addition to, and again, that is pending on guest approval. Alex, if we do that, you may be replaced. But I doubt that, because your voice is fantastic and you're big and sexy. Now, from the Grimerica show, $432. If you donate $432, the option to join them for an interview with the guest of your choice, pending their approval, is up for grabs. Now, from Sacred Geometry International, and again, Randall, if you're listening, we love you to death. You're a fantastic man, and Cameron, who works so hard for you. For anyone who is donating, anyone, doesn't matter the program, doesn't matter what other package or perk you're trying to get, if you donate between $25 and $74 until next Friday, February 17th, receive a complimentary HD download of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe. I have this download myself. I got it as part of a package, and I can tell you, it's phenomenal. You are going to want to get this perk, definitely. Now, anyone donating $75 to $99 for any other and is claiming any other perk, first come, first serve. For the first 25 people who try and claim it, you can receive a signed physical copy of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe by Mr. Randall Carlson himself. It is in gold writing, goes very, very well with the blue of the DVD, and you have a wonderful piece for yourself to commemorate this moment. Now, for any donor that is donating $100 or more, so for instance, if you get the let's say you want 2 shout-outs on Jimmy Churches, so you get 2 donations for $100. You say, I want 2 shout-outs on the show. You will get all of the classes, not just level 1, classes 1 to 4, but all the classes for level 1 for the Sacred Geometry lessons on Sacred Geometry International. This is an absolutely wonderful gift. Now, in addition to that, Mr. Edward Nightingale is donating signed copies of the Giza template, Temple Graal and Temple Graal Earth Measure. Edward Nightingale and I were talking with Alex for about an hour and a half this afternoon about the show and about his theories, and it just blew my mind. It's a fantastic book. I've read it. I've listened to him on various other podcasts. It will absolutely change your perspective on how the Giza Plateau has been laid out and our place in the cosmos. So for $144, you get a signed copy of Edward Nightingale's book, The Giza Template. Now, from the West Family's Fundly campaign, run by Clay Roupe. For $250, get an autographed copy of The Traveler's Key by John Anthony West. 200 copies of what is widely acknowledged as the best guide to symbolist Egypt ever published. It has been autographed and will be personalized for you, John Anthony West fans. For $500 donation, you will get a limited edition autographed silver gelatin portrait of John Anthony West to place on your coffee table, to place on your mantle, to place on your side table, to put in your bedroom, to your office or your study. It is a wonderful art piece to be able to put anywhere in your household. Only 50 prints have been made available. They're in 8x10 format, in black and white and silver gelatin. Portrait that were taken in November of 2016 in John's studio by professional portrait photographer Mitch Weiss. Mitch has donated a series of 50 prints to John Anthony West for him to autograph and to personalize. Now for $5,000, this is the big one. You get a Catskills weekend with John Anthony West in an Airstream. Yes, that's right. You get to spend a weekend with John Anthony West, the man himself, for $5,000. A new 2017 Airstream will be tucked alongside his legendary studio library at the base of the Catskill Mountains in Saugerties, New York. You know what? I've driven through that area. Not only is it beautiful, it is so serene. And you'll be with one of the most intelligent, one of the most learned, and one of the most capable individuals who will be able to share all of his knowledge with you in that time period. And it sleeps 4, so again, grab your friends, get $1,250 together each of you, toss it in, and have a wonderful weekend that you will be able to remember for a lifetime. Now, our final gift is for listed at $10,000. And we are looking into, it's going to be an auction format, they're looking into it right now, but it is a exclusive dinner with John Anthony West and notable guests. It could be Graham Hancock, it could be Joe Rogan, it could be both, it could be Joe Rogan and Randall Carlson, could be with Robert Schoch, who knows? That is the point, is that it is going to be people that are close to him, and those discussions are being had right now, and that's why the $10,000 is a placeholder. So if you want to be able to have that exclusive dinner, and we're talking about intimate environment, being able to ask the hard questions about Egypt and the Giza Plateau, and if there is somebody out there who wants that experience, by all means, please do make that donation. Please do make that offer, and we can get him the help he needs and the treatment that he deserves. Now, finally, As I mentioned before, John Anthony West was scheduled to lead a tour to Egypt this week. Obviously, he cannot do so. Therefore, at the request of his family, Robert Schoch has rearranged his schedule to lead the tour in his place. This way, the family will not lose what they've put into the tour. The guests who are registered will not lose out on the trip, and family can use the proceeds to help pay for the medical expenses. That news is going to be read out for anybody who is. Now, again, I'm also hearing from Clay that they will have news and info on that dinner within the next 10 days. So if you want to email at info@denoflore and put a bid down, we can get you in contact with that, and we can have that connected up. The idea is if you want it, we'll make it happen for John Anthony West. Now, speaking of John Anthony West, and this, Alex, you remember this one when we interviewed Laird Scranton back a couple weeks ago.
Absolutely,
it was one of our best episodes. An absolute phenomenal man, tons of knowledge. We actually have him on the show next. He's our next guest. Laird, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Soraya, how are you doing?
I'm all right.
You holding up okay? I was thinking about listening to Graham Hancock speaking earlier. Sure, have the most erudite, well-spoken presenter on first. All of your other guests tonight are saying, "Well, just let him talk. I'm good." What he said, sort of thing. It put me in mind of Arlo Guthrie complaining about fishing downstream from Bob Dylan.
Don't be shy. We love having you on.
Laird, you're an amazing man. Just wanted to say that much. Our interview was funny, especially every single time we dug so deep, and it's like, I can't talk about that. It's in my next book. Gah! We want to know.
Well, I have to say one of the best experiences I had doing Where Did the Road Go is thanks to Laird and John Anthony West, because Laird set up an interview with John at his home, and I had both Laird and John sit down and spend an hour and a half or something just talking about random stuff, and you two going back and forth.
Yes, and, that was a pleasure to do. It really was. For me, one of the ironies was that my first indirect contact with you was when you phoned to find out where the turn was to John's house, and I thought the show is called "Where Did the Road Go?"
Yeah, but that's definitely one of my top memories or one of the top moments from doing this show is getting to meet John Anthony West and just kind of pick his brain both on camera and off. It was just such an amazing experience to get to meet him and you in the same place. I mean, it was just awesome.
Well, John is really the man. We have a story about that. I could tell you. I have a friend who is a filmmaker who always wanted to meet John, and I've known this guy since college, and he emailed me last year and wanted to know if I could possibly set up a meeting for him to meet John. And John offered to have us at his house and to hold a barbecue for us, which John sometimes does. And my wife Reese and I, as we were going there, we were thinking about there's an old joke about the Pope riding in a limousine and asks the limousine driver if he could please take a moment to drive. He always wanted to drive one of those limousines. Would he mind pulling over and letting him drive for a while? Two farmers see them drive by, see the Pope in front and the guy in back, and they wonder who the guy in back is. He must be important because the Pope is his chauffeur. Well, that's the way we felt, was that John was the Pope, and we felt like he was our chauffeur.
Now, gentlemen, I hate to interject, and I just wanted to be able to say one thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are going to be making a donation and you want to receive a perk, send that receipt you get from Fundly or PayPal to sacredgeometryinternational@gmail.com. And if you can't remember that, which I do have in the show notes, send it to info@denoflore.com and I'll forward it off. Sorry about that, gentlemen. Continue.
That's okay. No, John is really an amazing guy. I didn't really ever expect to meet him. I had self-published my first book, Hidden Meanings, and was sending out targeted emails to people I thought might be interested. And one of those emails reached John when he was in Egypt on tour. And unbeknownst to me, he liked the email. He was interested in the book. He wanted to read the book, but he told me years later that the email had only told him where he could buy it. And he's the sort of guy who has authors lined up down the road and around the corner, to hand him free books. And so when he got back to the U.S., he realized he lived not very far from where I live, and gave me a phone call. And we spoke for about 45 minutes one night till I finally offered to send him a book.
Well, I remember his bookshelves are just, his whole main room is just lined with books. And the thing that amused me is he had them all, categorized more or less. And then there's the one section just labeled unicorns.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that is amazing. It's like, you just want it's like the restricted section at Hogwarts. It's like, what could be there?
It's all the stuff he's not sure if it's really, really good info.
Yeah, but you see those books in the unicorn section aren't speculation.
It's so like, are there like incantations? Is there some type of chaos magic manual? Maybe a grimoire or two?
We'll have to do a guided tour of the library.
Well, pitching that $5,000, we could do it, bro.
No, John is the go-to guy for a lot of things. A lot of times when I'm researching a topic for a book, and I need an authoritative opinion on something, I'll email John and I'll say, "Could you please poll your sources and get an answer for me about such and such a question?" I was doing that with my Velikosky book. I needed information about calendars in Egypt, and John was very, very gracious to send out inquiries to his friends. He knows everybody.
Now, one thing is, I know with regards to Graham Hancock that the story of how they've met was either told either from John's side or from Graham's side. But like, how did you like to really start get into collaborating together? Like, was there one particular moment, or was it just kind of a gradual, get to know you?
After I had sent John the book and we had a chance to down to his house.
So sorry about that, Laird. I think we lost you there for the first part of that.
Okay, well, after I had sent John a copy of my book, Hidden Meanings, he read it and liked it, and invited my wife Risa and I down to his house, which at that time was in Athens, New York. And so we drove down. I think it was, as I recall, it was in January, and we arrive at his place. And unbeknownst to us, he'd arranged for Chance Gardner, one of the principal people who's involved with Magical Egypt, to film the get-together. And so here I was walking into John's house to meet him for the first time, and suddenly, surprise, you're on camera. Everything you say is going to be used against you here. So that interview turned into segment 8 or episode 8 of the first Magical Egypt series. Sitting there in John's house the first day I ever met him.
And that was also kind of funny. I know that within our interview that we had a couple weeks back, I'd asked you if you'd rewatched it, and you're like, yeah, well, I was in it. I'm like, I know. So, how was filming? How was filming it and the reception from your contribution to that, and how has that kind of changed your perspective on your own work going on?
Well, John has done me a number of very great favors. I wouldn't really be an influence in this field of study right now without John. After that meeting, he took my self-published book to a publisher's fair in New York City and personally shopped publishers for it. He got me invitations to various conferences around the country and would usher me in the back room with the authors. Some unknown sitting there listening to the big names talk. He did a lot of things for me. He also was pretty much has always been an open conduit for me to consult about things by email or whatever. We get together whenever possible. We live close enough together that it's not hard to get together. John is really the man. Although I remember at one of the gatherings at his house, there were a bunch of friends around, and I spoke to one of them who was a very long-time close friend of John's, explaining how very generous John had been and what a generous person I consider him to be. And the friend said, "Oh, John's not like that." I said, yes, he is. He's been that way every connection I've ever had with him. He's just the most generous and intelligent and friendly, helpful person. I've never really known him to turn somebody down if they had a reasonable request.
Now, I'm trying to get information out of people, and I know I'm helping out Magical Egypt Studios a little bit, and we've been chatting online while the show's been going on. Now, Magical Egypt 2 is going to be released apparently within the next 30 or so days, according to the website. And you are listed as one of the researchers as well, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
That's right. Actually, one of the principals of the Magical Egypt project was here in Albany with us for a few days last summer and did film segments with me, interviews about my book that's just out and about some upcoming books.
Now, I know that the big thing that you are known for is your comparative cosmology and your comparative symbolism between, and language comparison between the Dogon and the the Dogon and Egypt languages, rather. How has John helped you in terms of understanding the symbolism behind it? Or if he has, or is this something that's just kind of self-taught yourself? Because I know you're an amazing man, but this is a John Anthony West show, so I'm trying to make sure that we can.
Where did the synthesis of the two happen for you?
Well, first of all, it's John's influence that pointed me in the direction of Schwaller de Lubitz, who's considered to be the first Egyptian symbolist, really, or the go-to symbolist, and that was a huge influence to be able to have that kind of background knowledge about Egyptian symbolism. John's always been available for me to discuss questions with. John and I are in general agreement about a lot of topics. There have been times in the past where we've taken different approaches to the same issue. There have been times when we sort of butted heads over issues, but never in an angry way. And what I've learned through the process is anytime that happens, it implies that I need to dig deeper than I have been digging, that inevitably there's another perspective from which what John's saying is right. If I'm lucky, I end up finding an umbrella sort of over both perspectives that reconciles the two. But he's not a guy who's wrong about things. He is very careful. If he tells you that something's true, you can take it to the bank. He's really right on the money as far as I'm concerned.
Alex? The man writes more notes than I do, and it's like all right, chip in, no problem.
You caught me mid going through my notes here.
Were you doodling again? Excuse me. So, when you are dealing with people such as John Anthony West and Robert Schoch, have you and Robert Schoch collaborated or compared notes at any point? I know there is a lot of go-between in terms of shared knowledge between individuals within that realm sphere, as it were.
Well, I found the community of researchers that we're all involved with to be a very cooperative group for the most part. There's not the kind of academic infighting you normally find with some of the traditional researchers. Robert and I have never actually collaborated on a project, but we've been involved in conferences together. Some of the work that we do overlaps each other. We have our points of disagreement, but I'd say they're minor compared to the points where we agree. I completely agree with them about the age of the Sphinx. Another perspective on the Sphinx being 10,000 years old is that if you entertain Robert Bauval's idea that the three pyramids reflect the belt stars of Orion at 10,000 BC, which in the same era, the Sphinx would point to the constellation of Leo. Those alignments, there are really only two possibilities for them. One is that they were set in the 10,000 BC era. If you don't buy that, then you have to accept that somebody in a later era had the ability to retrospectively calculate what the proper alignment should have been. And I don't think there's any credible researcher out there who can show that they were able to do that. So my perspective, there are other reasons why I think the Sphinx was built, at least the basis of it was set in 10,000 BC, at least the alignment. It was a characteristic of one of the cults that bring the Dogon knowledge forward from the 10,000 BC era, that they used to carve, that they make animal carvings out of natural outcroppings of rock, which is what the Sphinx is.
Just before you had caught me there, I was actually chewing on I've got the Schwaller's book open here on the laptop. That's what I was chewing on when you called me out.
It's very deep work.
What I wanted to ask you about, Laird, was do you know the current status on some of the deciphering of any of the cuneiform tablets with your work in language? I know there's so many cuneiform tablets and they don't seem accessible to the public. Is there anybody that's working on that that you're aware of?
I know there are people working on it. Cuneiform hasn't really been a focus for me because cuneiform isn't the original written language. Prior to cuneiform, there was a symbolic language that's closer to what I work with. But so far, the focus of my books hasn't been on that. So I've sort of skirted the edges of that. One of the ways you can tell that a symbolic language was part of the same tradition that I'm pursuing is that if it omits vowel sounds, there are symbolic reasons and interpretive reasons why those vowel sounds aren't included in the words. So if you go to China and you find symbolic language, or even with Hebrew where the vowel sounds are omitted, you can tell by that. That's a signature that says it's connected to the tradition I'm pursuing. Cuneiform is a step beyond that, and I'm trying to look at oldest forms, not more recent ones.
Okay, I keep waiting for the WikiLeaks on all the cuneiform tablets, and hopefully Google translates at the same time. It's just a parallel to your work, not yours. But
now,
thank you.
One interesting thing, now that I have Dr. Robert Schoch and of Boston University, and again, I've always wanted to say that with him actually on the show, so this is fantastic, and Laird Scranton as well. I know that we had John Michael Greer on here several weeks ago, and he had actually discussed knowing that you two are working on some books with regards to, or there is some work that is being done, and I don't want to put words into anyone's mouth, but there is some work or collaboration or ideas being posted out there of the Pacific languages being looked at, the Pacific history. And I know Robert Schoch has been to Easter Island as well. And John Michael Greer had mentioned that he's a comparative researcher and a Freemason as well, deals a lot more with the actual symbolism within more of the European languages, not necessarily the Asian. But he's mentioned that his research shows that the script that is shown in Easter Island and that of the Indus Valley civilization is apparently supposed to be very similar, so that in comparison to, let's say, the symbolism of the Aztecs and Mayans and are very similar to Egyptian hieroglyphics. Is this something that you've looked into?
I have a book in process right now with Inner Traditions whose focus is on the Maori in New Zealand. And the dictionary I work with there is a comparative Maori Polynesian dictionary. And I can find connections, positive connections, to every era of cosmology I've studied from 10,000 BC forward in the Maori dictionary. Wow. So yes, I can completely believe it. And also, there's lots of evidence to tie the Maori to the Tamil. Some of the traditional New Zealand researchers had noted that there were Tamil connections. I think they excavated a Tamil bell, a bell that had Tamil characters written on it, and they were confused as to why they had these indications of connections to the Tamil, but they didn't have any indications of Hindu, traditional Hindu gods. But that makes sense to me because a lot of what I'm pursuing comes out of traditions that preceded the Vedic and Buddhist and Hindu traditions in that same region. And so they would tie to the Tamil, but not necessarily to the later cultures.
Now, there is a question from one of our listeners that I did want to pitch in here, and I know that I'm going to try and get to everyone in chat. It's absolutely crazy in there. From Alani Galbraith, who is asking why there are no vowel sounds in symbolic languages.
From my perspective, my insights into Egyptian hieroglyphic language came out of working with Dogon cosmological words. And a large part of what happens in the books I've written is direct comparison of words between cultures. The way these words work is each word carries a sort of a cluster of meanings that go together. And you can compare the entire cluster to similar clusters of meanings in the Egyptian hieroglyphic language and demonstrate that there's a positive connection. So looking at it that way, it turns out that those Egyptian glyphs, from my perspective, represent concepts. And the way you read them is you substitute concepts for glyphs and produce a symbolic sentence that tells you the meaning of the word. The simplest example I can give you is an Egyptian word for week, written with the sun glyph, which is a circle with a dot, and an upside down U, which is the number 10. I looked at that word and I said, the word symbolically says 10 days, which, as it turns out, was the definition of an Egyptian week. A huge number of other Egyptian words work exactly that same way, that if you know which concept to associate with the glyph, you can create this sentence, and the word itself explains its meaning to you. Now, when you're doing that, the primary purpose isn't the phonetic one, so you don't really need vowel sounds to be associated with the word, because it's not really there to be primarily for pronunciation. It's there primarily for the symbolic interpretation.
And well, first of all, how is the next book coming along? I know that it's going to be released soon. We talked about it earlier, and I hope we can get a nice interview when it comes out. How is that going?
That's coming along fine. I don't have a date yet, but if Inner Traditions is true to their form, they'll probably aim to release it in the fall or the winter of 2017. My bigger problem is that there's what I consider to be a significant manuscript that is nearing completion right now that really shouldn't wait to be published. And the rule in publishing for publishing firms is that they try not to publish two books from the same author at the same time. It's just the books end up fighting against each other, and it's not a productive thing for their staff or for their marketing people to have two books at the same time. So my problem is I have this book that's waiting in line that if I delay publishing it through the normal process, it'll be 2 years before it's out, and the information is more significant than that for me.
Now, for most of your writing style, is this something that you is it solely by yourself? Like, have you been collaborating with John on recent books, or is there something that you're planning to send his way? You know, getting that type of scoop would be great on this show, but at the same time, it's just a matter of understanding the writing process and yourself, and even with John and how many people he's influenced.
Well, my particular style, a lot of times as I'm researching things and coming up with ideas, possibilities, or actual discover something that I think is significant, there are a set of people that I will run that by, sort of bounce it off of, besides family members who I'm around all the time. There are other friends and family members that I will send an email off to saying, look, here's here's how I'm thinking about this thing right now. And I'm sure it gets to be a nuisance to some of them. John is one of the people who has allowed me to do that up to a certain point, and who will bounce back an idea and say, well, I can see your point to this far, but I look at it this alternate way, or I have another take on what this symbol is, or another idea of what this word means, or whatever. John has been very helpful over the years in allowing me to do that. I just, with anybody, have to be careful not to have it become more of a nuisance than a benefit to them.
And for somebody like John Anthony West, what are I know that we've talked about some things that people may disagree with between each other and still be able to keep that friendship. What are some of the disagreements that you have, either still held between each other, and what are some things that maybe you've helped ameliorate his view on things, and maybe vice versa?
Probably the big piece, the big divide in direction between, it's really a difference in emphasis between John and me. It's not so much a disagreement. He has always been, like Graham, very invested in the perspective of prior civilizations. Now, cultures I study imply that those prior civilizations existed. I have lots of reason to think that there were connections to cultures that are maybe referred to by different names, by in more recent times, the Moos and the Atlantises and the whatever. And I buy all of that. I believe it's completely true. I have problems demonstrating it because the Ice Age creates sort of a block to the kind of evidence I use to demonstrate things or to anchor interpretations. But the bigger problem comes because I have correlated cultures who are both saying that there was non-human help involved in ancient times. And a lot of researchers don't really want to entertain that for good reasons. I mean, that's a point of view that's been so ridiculed because of NASA era research that you can't really suggest it without having your suggestion tainted. But my problem is that if I'm true to the material I'm following, I have to allow at least a possibility that could be true. At that point, sort of that's a point of disconnect for John. He pretty much plugs his ears and closes his eyes and starts humming to himself when you bring that kind of a subject up. That's not in the mind frame that he's trying to pursue. I don't blame him for that. I completely understand it. From my perspective, it's quite possible that both things are true, that there might have been help, non-human help, and there might also have been ancient cultures. I don't have a tradition that's flatly saying that they received their cosmological symbols from an ancient culture like Atlantis. When you get down to the bottom of the traditions I'm studying, they're all saying they got it from deities, or they got it from mythic teachers, or they got it from other places like that.
Now, I'm very, very would be remiss if I did not ask about some John Anthony West stories. I know that the picture that we are going to be using for all of our telethon updates you actually provided to me, and your wife took that at a conference a couple of years ago. A fantastic picture, and he matches the wall behind him, which is fantastic. Yeah. So I'd love to be able to hear some stories about John and just the type of person that he is from somebody who's known him for so long.
Okay, well, that picture was taken in 2009 at a CPAC conference. So this is a conference that Walter Crittenden runs out in California, the Conference on Precession and Ancient Knowledge. And this would happen to be at Irvine, California. Actually, the Magical Egypt people were there, too. The picture was taken at a point where Reese and I were actually helping Chance Gardner and Venice McNeil film segments for Magical Egypt outside of where the conference was being held. John is a really interesting guy. If he's not the sort of person who will mince words, he won't candy coat things for somebody. If he thinks something, he thinks it in hard words, and that can be off-putting to some people, but it's also refreshing to a lot of people. He he thinks about things very deeply. He is extremely well-read. He's extremely well-connected. He's absolutely the guy you want to see Egypt with. I can't tell you how many people approach me to talk about him, to ask about him, to inquire about how his health is now. He's sort of the grand man of the alternate research community right now. John has been a big help to me in a lot of different ways. I have a lot of little anecdotes that have happened. Remember one time he sent me an email saying, there's a term for the kind of research you're doing. And he said, Schwaller writes about it in one of his books. He has a chapter called The Bridge of Sirah. Now, Sirah, the Bridge of Sirah, this is a concept out of Islam. And basically it says that when the truth is finally discovered, it will be found to lie on a razor's edge between two chasms. And one of the chasms is symbolic of science, and the other chasm is symbolic of superstition. And I wrote him back, and I thanked him. I thanked him for clearing up a mystery for me, because when my daughter Hannah was about 3 years old, before she could read or write fully, she drew a picture of me. And at the top of the picture, she wrote what she insisted was my name. And she wrote it in the letters she knew. And what she wrote down on the picture was Sirah, or Sarah. And I saved the picture. My wife and I saved the picture, framed it, and put it up. When John sent this email, it was waiting right there for us to be a response to that kind of an insight, that the reconciling of that bridge of the conflicting views on either side of that bridge of Sirah is exactly a description of the kind of work that I've been involved in.
Now, Spatchman, and I'm sorry if you were continuing the thought, and this is actually just it's a listener question from Spatchman, who writes, damned good question, and it was to one of the ones that you were answering, which you gave a fantastic answer to. Apparently, we've been around in this form, we as humans, for 100,000 years or more. And that alone leaves a lot of scope. But one of the other individuals before that had asked, within the realm that we have an understanding of how long humanity has been around, how many civilizations or peaks of civilization in your research have you found that you could give an estimate to?
Logically speaking, if you realize that where we're at today is the product of no more than around 12,000 years of development, and John would be the first one to critique the idea that there's been any sort of a progression of development. He ridicules the Church of Progress, as he calls it, the idea, the mythical idea that we have a continually ascending line from 10,000 years ago until today of constant improvement and betterment and knowing more and more and being more insightful. That goes completely against the ancient view. The ancient view is that there are cycles to human perception, but we don't happen to be in one of the more insightful portions of that cycle right now in terms of connection to spiritual knowledge and things like that. So for me, the blockade for being able to anchor interpretations is about 12,000 years ago. It's at the end of the Ice Age. And so logically, I can say if it takes 12,000 years for a civilization to rise, we have ample time for it to have happened again and again and again and again and again going back. And we really have, to the extent that there are calamities that end ages between civilizations, calamities of the scale of the Ice Age, we don't really have evidence to be able to interpret any of that from. If 5,000 years from now, I guess 5,000 years from now, the understanding is that there would be nothing recognizable left on Manhattan Island to say there was ever a city there. If it wasn't carved in stone, it doesn't survive. And so we really have no knowledge. All we have are rumors and myths and little hints and little clues. John himself, I think, is a believer in cycles that go back. If you think in terms of Yuga cycle periods, let's say 24,000 year cycle periods, John is a big believer in, I think he would think that the Sphinx goes back another cycle earlier than what I'm saying. I know he believes that it's old. And there are a number of researchers out there who make that argument that this is like a calendar or a clock. And if you can demonstrate that something relates symbolically to an era between 10,000 years ago and now, it might also relate to the same era, another cycle back or two cycles back.
In the context of chronology here, for people that might be unfamiliar with the Dogon, where would you plot the Dogon in time?
From my perspective, I see direct influences on the Dogon and Egypt at around 10,000 BC. I think there were direct influences, instructional influences from Göbekli Tepe to the people who were in the region of Egypt at around 10,000 BC. And I think that by around 4,000 BC, or around 3,200 BC, that the Dogon and the Egyptians were among those who had done the best job of preserving the original instruction. And so I see a second line of influence that transmits down from Göbekli Tepe era through India, down into Egypt at Elephantine around 4000 BC. And I see a third line of influence that travels across Europe to Scandinavia and to northern Scotland and back into Egypt at around 3000 BC, 3100 BC. And for me, it's the net of those three influences that create a lot of the problem with interpreting symbols and understanding what Egyptian culture was about.
Now, I do have a question from I'm going to say, a very good friend of Grimerica and somebody who has not returned my calls or accepted my flowers. Red Pill Junkie, you son of a bitch. Red Pill Junkie asks, what's Laird's opinion that Stephen Bannon also believes in cycles of development and destruction, but he uses that in order to further his right-wing agenda?
Well, I'm not sure that we want to make this show political.
We don't do politics here, but again, we try and get everyone's question in. But at the same time, if you'd like to provide the most eloquent response, and I know from you that would be very eloquent.
Well, I think at the moment that we're in a period where the main limits on what happened in our culture are natural limits. That things are the way they are right now, or the way they have been for reasons. And just as Obama sort of chuckled and said that the first thing he warned our President Trump about was the natural limitations, the natural limits on what he could do, he would learn he would be able to do as president. We've been seeing some of those just in the first week, that actions that Trump tries to take seem very often to be producing the opposite result of the thing that he seemed to have set out to do. That's hard to say. I do believe that there are cycles to politics. I think there are cycles to societies. I certainly see someone said that anybody who doesn't learn from history is doomed to repeat it. I certainly see that that's true. I see lessons being learned in the current day that my generation thought had already been learned, and are actually blindsided by the fact that they haven't been. And I'm sure that our grandparents' generation felt the same way. That I know that my son has done a lot of research into the early founding fathers' ideas and philosophies, and he is flabbergasted that the first Congress of the United States was wrestling with all of the same issues politically that we are now, with pretty much all the same kind of political divides. The Constitution itself is wrestling with a lot of the same things that are divisive to us now. The difference is that the Constitution found ways to, to reconcile or to cooperate and find a compromise on some of those issues. We seem these days to be unable to compromise, and so what we're left with is polarized opinion. And I think we're going to have to learn to be able to compromise again in order to get back to a productive place.
Now, Laird, just one last question before we go on to our next telethon break, and then invite Dr. Robert Schoch on to the show. Dr. Robert Schoch, are you still there? I'm assuming he is still around.
I am. I'm here.
It takes him a second to unmute. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know. We do have a delay in electronic land. So, Laird, this is actually from Alani Galbraith once again. And I'm actually going to combine this with Frank in our chat, who has asked. Now, Alani asks, what insights have you gained that have changed your life? And Frank asks, what is the most impressive data you've found that supports a non-human intelligence that has kicked off civilization? And I know, Alex, that we do support the ancient alien or ancient astronaut hypothesis as a possibility. Not necessarily along the Anunnaki Sitchin lines, but, anything can actually happen. So, I'm always open to hearing about it. But Laird, is this something you can speak to?
The first part of that question again?
What insights have you changed that what insights have you gained that have changed your own perspective on life?
Coming into this process, when I would say as an 18-year-old, as I described myself coming out of, as I was coming out of the box, in the packing material, coming out of the box, I would have described myself as the least spiritually connected person I knew. My wife, on the other hand, and her family especially the women in her family, have always been connected in ways that I didn't really, I wasn't really familiar with. I didn't have personal experience with. And more often when I first knew her, things would happen for her or for her family members or even for our own children that I would be the one saying, oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe that's really true. As time has gone on, I, like many other people who research topics in these fields of study, the first lesson we learn is that there are things going on we can't explain. And if you can't accept that there are things going on that we can't yet explain, you really don't survive in the field of study. These days, it's more often that something happens to me that my wife is the one saying, whoa, I don't believe that. Even though in her heart of hearts she does. She gets the fact that there's a real thing happening. It's like the roles have switched. So I would say that's the most significant thing. Some of the things that happen are very, very tangible, and other things are very subtle. And to a large extent, it's evolving the capacity to pay attention to those and to distinguish between what's real and what's imagined that helps foster knowledge for certain people in this field.
That is amazing. And as far as the ancient aliens question with regards to kicking off human civilizations, do you think this is a possibility, or have you seen any evidence of it, anything out of the ordinary?
Anything on
Absolutely.
that sparked your curiosity, or?
Somebody absolutely knew what they were talking about scientifically in ancient times. Now, we could imagine that was us, but the things that I'm talking about them knowing have to do with perspectives on very, very large structures that are way beyond what even our telescopes see today, and perspectives on very, very small structures that are way beyond what our microscopes see today. So whoever that was, it's almost a moot question as to whether it was non-human or not. Because if it was us, it reflects such a level of capability that we were certainly the ones going off planet to other planets. We were the non-humans going someplace. And so to me, it really makes no difference which direction that flows. Either someone non-human coming here and helping us out, or us having the ability to go someplace else. But there are two things that lead me to that conclusion. One is the extreme depth of correct knowledge that seems to be reflected in the ancient symbolic system. And the second thing is the fact that the two cultures I trust most and am most able to correlate are both flatly claiming that it's true. And as a researcher, if I'm true to my sources, I have to go where they lead me, whether I ultimately think it's going to be true or not.
And finally, J Sauce McBoss. That is an awesome name. J Sauce just wanted to ask one last question, and so we're going to have to let Laird finish off his night and go to bed if he needs to after this. If you could speak on the Scarabray Stone. That is what he's asking.
The Scarabray Stone.
Shabaka Stone.
The Shabaka Stone. Okay, I'm not wearing my glasses at the moment. I do apologize.
I don't have any direct insights about or knowledge about the Shabaka Stone right now. I do have some insights about Scarabray that if you're willing to have me divert the question a little bit here, I had wanted to communicate to Robert if I could. At Scarabray, you have deliberate covering over of a site in very much the same way that it looks like Göbekli Tepe was covered over. But the difference is that the people at Scarabray left us symbolic references for why they did it. Now, at the time they covered it over, there was a place of a final feast around 2600 BC on Orkney Island, where it looks like the domesticated animals that they had there, they wanted to slaughter them and not leave them behind to starve. And after the feast was over, they placed bones all around the site, but not just any bone, but the leg bones, the thigh bones of the shin bones of the animals, basically. Those words, the words for shin bone in the ancient languages, are homonyms for words that explain that they had to leave under duress. Now, there's also a word that describes covering over one of the sites, that an Egyptian word that's written with a series of glyphs. And what those glyphs represent are the stages that are gone through daily in the Jewish religion when a scroll has been taken out of its cabinet, read from, and then closed up and covered over carefully in a ritual way and set back into its cabinet. And these words center on the word ark, which also happens to be the abbreviated name for the cabinet the scroll goes back into. There are a series of symbolic clues at Skara Brae that imply that what was going on there with the covering over the site, at least from one perspective, was a ritual act. And the ritual says, we've completed the instructed course we had planned to make here. We're now closing this site up to show that it was not interrupted, that the lesson was actually finished, and we're putting it back where it should be. That's about what I had to say on that. Robert has some interesting ideas about the Göbekli Tepe site and how natural calamities were the motivation for covering it over, which also is a possibility. But I thought these other insights were a counterpoint, at least, to that.
Yeah, I find that very interesting. This is Robert Schoch speaking. I find that very interesting. I have to digest that. But when I come on in the next half hour, I can talk a little bit more about Göbekli Tepe and the evidence I have for calamity there.
That is,
right, and I know that
I have to wonder whether some of the rituals actually harken back to earlier calamities. So there may be an interest between the two.
I'm very excited and pumping my fist right now over that. This is awesome. And just one thing I wanted to be able to mention, I know, Dr. Schoch, that I may have mentioned it beforehand, and I spoke to Clay regarding this. John Anthony West has always wanted to mediate either a debate or a conversation between you and Randall Carlson, which I hope we will have the ability to be able to do so. And the reason being that your research into the Younger Dryas extinction event and the Younger Dryas impact event itself is about 95% in correlation with one another, except for the cause. And the joke was that, okay, well, we can, Graham can get his, or I can get my geologist against Graham Hancock's geologist, and we'll see what happens. And the prospect of that possibility, and I don't think the space-time continuum can actually
I don't
contain
think
that.
this is something we want to try to do on this show or this episode. And frankly, I don't know that there's 95% correlation. There's probably a lot less than that. I mean, I'm being very honest. Because we're talking about two different events. We're talking the beginning of the Younger Dryas, and we're talking the end of the Younger Dryas, and those are two quite different events with different consequences. But yeah, we can get into this if you want to. But
well, I
certainly not.
Thank
Certainly
you.
not going to get started in half an hour.
Thank you for the clarification.
Well, again, to be able to at least approach the subject is something that I'm sure.
Yeah, because the question is, and we can talk about this later perhaps, but you did bring it up now, was there an impact event at the lower Younger Dryas, at the lower boundary of the Younger Dryas, the beginning of the Younger Dryas? And I would contend, and I've been looking at this very carefully, that there's no good evidence for impact at that time. And a lot of the evidence that's been used for it is really a mixed bag and is not contemporaneous. It's not synchronous. But yeah, if we want to get into that, we can. My primary interest and focus has honestly been the end of the last ice age, the end of the Younger Dryas, which is 1,200 years later.
Well, and Dr. Schoch, again, deferring to your vast knowledge and your vast experience, it's the exchange of ideas has always been one of the cornerstones of our show, and the amount of enjoyment that people get from learning new perspectives and having the ability to learn from both of you, I'm sure, is something and an opportunity that most people would yearn for. So if we'll either way,
maybe we should devote a show to that sometime. That would not be a bad thing to do.
I think my brain just blew out the back of my head, Alex.
I'm sure we can find the time for that.
I said my brain just blew out the back of my head at how awesome that was. That is something that would be amazing. Yes. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, can I insert something here?
Yep, sure, absolutely.
I just wanted to mention, restate again, that the lesson I learned through disagreements with John about various points is that when you're dealing with careful researchers of the caliber of John and Robert and Graham and people like that, that the assumption has got to be that the perspective they're putting forward has truth to it somewhere. And so the challenge is to find the way that reconciles with what you think the truth of something is. And so I would encourage you to try to avoid a debating type atmosphere, that the value is really in figuring out how do these puzzle pieces fit, not how do they butt heads.
And debate would have been the wrong term. And even as our logo states, it's 4 arrows pointing towards a center, which is a matter of everyone coming together to try and find the truth. So the exchange of ideas is first and foremost. My main concern is to ensure that all ideas are shared equally and considered as scholarly individuals and those who seek knowledge.
But I would make the point, and I don't want to sound negative here, but frankly, not all ideas are of equal value. You have to look at the evidence. You have to look at the evidence that supports them or refutes them. And, science is neither democratic nor necessarily, compromise.
No, that's not. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that a careful researcher has a reason why they think the thing they think, and understanding is where the value is. Understanding why they think the thing they think is where the value is.
Yeah, but sometimes the reason they think the thing they think is not necessarily for
Right. They might not be right about what they think, but exploring why they think it is how we find out what's right.
Yeah, it sounds like we've got a notion on the weight of human testimony, and then we've got another notion on the weight of how science weighs in on subjects.
Right. So, now, I completely agree that it's not that truth is not democratic, and that all ideas are not equal. That in the end, some will prove themselves to be right, and others won't be as right, or will be only a piece of the answer.
Or will be bluntly wrong.
Will be
bluntly wrong, yeah.
But it's also the idea to be able to look at the knowledge and consider it, and at least look at it and say whether it's right or wrong based on one's knowledge and one's measuring stick. And that's what I'm referring to.
I think we can, everything needs to be looked at carefully.
At the end of the day, gentlemen, the fact is that I have so many very learned men on this show with me supporting John Anthony West, and the fact that I respect all of your works, and the opportunity for the listeners at home to be able to gain new perspectives from the exchange of ideas is something that I'm sure that myself, I know that I'm privileged to be here, and everyone at home is privileged to be here as well. So, again, Laird, thank you very much for your time yet again. And again, thank you to your wife as well for manning the chat room. And it's
well, thanks for having me on, and I hope John has a good recovery, and I hope that the funding comes through to help him do that.
And again, thank you very much, and have yourself a good night and a good sleep.
Thanks.
All right. Now, I
just wanted to throw in here, if anyone is interested in checking out the conversation with Laird and John, it's available freely on our YouTube channel for Where Did the Road Go? You can find it at wheredidtheroadgo.com. It also does give a brief tour of his library at the end and some of the paintings and stuff he has up around his house, which are pretty amazing.
And Soraya is one of the inspirations for this podcast, along with Grimerica and Fade to Black. And Soraya's, again, go check out Where Did the Road Go? Their YouTube channel's fantastic. I listen to it all the time. And, let's, Clay and Zoe, are you there? We'll segue into the next update. Clay? There's somewhat of a delay, so I'll give them a moment or two.
We've made 3,500 since when? Since the last update.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to play the music. Just one moment. Just. And cut. All right. Well, thank you very much, listeners at home. This is the next update. So, was it 3,200 or 3,500? For that.
Hi. Sorry.
It's not a problem.
Let's see. We've done close to 4,000 in total.
Wow! That is the power of the internet and the world and knowledge seekers. Wow, that's amazing. And we've got so much show left to go. Wow. Now, I know that there was an update from Cameron that he wanted to state. Now, if the listeners at home donate 100 or more, please say in the subject line if you want classes or the signed Blu-ray, and make sure that when you're sending that back, either the signed Blu-ray or the classes. Let Cameron know he's sorting through all the emails and manning the box while Alex and I here we keep the conversation going, and I'm looking at like 4 or 5 computer monitors at this point trying to make sure that we've got everything in line. But that is absolutely astounding, and I'm so absolutely, I've got chills, I've got goosebumps. My heart's kind of skipping a beat. I have not seen this much love and care since my cats have cuddled up to me next to me in bed, and oh my goodness, it's that type of if you ever had a kitten, and if you've ever been in had a cat, Coco is one. Indy is one of my cats who is on our webpage, and you can see he's the most codependent cat I've ever met. He actually likes to be held like a teddy bear and will sleep there all night. And it's that unconditional love that you would see from that you just look down and you're like, okay, this is adorable, and you can't deal with it because it's so cute. This is how awesome.
Thank you for all the value coming back and appreciation for these gentlemen that have done so much and they've added value for just so many people through all their collective works. And
to Graham and to Laird and to Dr. Schoch and to Cameron and to Clay and to Zoe for all your support, and to Soraya and to everyone. This is absolutely amazing. Now, just to be able to move things forward, again, as I mentioned before, John Anthony West was scheduled to lead the tour to Egypt in a week. Obviously, he cannot do so as he's seeking treatment. Therefore, at the request of the family, Robert Schoch has rearranged his schedule to lead the tour in his place. Now, this way, the family will not lose what they've put into the tour. The guests who are registered will not lose out on the trip, and the family can use those proceeds to pay for the medical expenses. So if any of the listeners who are now joining in with us, this news is going to be put out every single time, and it is also on the Den of Lore Facebook page and has been distributed widely. Now, again, I'd like to be able to also thank all the listeners at home who have made donations. Now, those donations themselves, they do come with some perks, and I'm going to move through them a little bit more quickly this time. And there are quite a few. Now, first of all, for $50, you donate $50. It's a very small donation. That's like 3-4 cups of coffee a week. Or for me, it's a week. For some people, it's a month. You will get a personal shout-out from Jimmy Church on Fade to Black live starting tomorrow. And he's going to read out every single one. Now, from the Den of Lore show, for $333, you'll get a company or organization logo if there's any small business owners out there. I'm an award-winning creative director and branding magnate. I run my own agency, and I know what it's like to be able to look your best out there. And I've designed the logo and the branding for this show. If you want a fantastic logo, normally normally I charge up to $300 an hour, but for a good cause such as John Anthony West, this is a fantastic cause. $333. I will design you a logo, one revision included. For $777, you will be a guest host on our Magical Egypt Fight Companion that we're working with the Magical Egypt team out there to bring this to you. We've got Duncan Trussell coming on the program. We're trying to get Joe Rogan on there. I know he's busy. Grimerica is going to be joining us. Cameron from SGI, Sacred Geometry International, and Michael Parker, very good friend of the show, and a wonderful man from Antidote as well as the Electric Pyramid. For $1,444, you get to guest host the Duncan Trussell Magical Egypt Fight Companion, and you get to come on for 2 additional shows with guests of your choice, pending guest approval. Now, the $1,999, which we call the Illuminati Confirmed Package because of the 999 in front of the 1, so it's just under $2,000. You get to guest host next week's show on Thursday, as well as come on for 3 additional invitations to be guest hosts on the Den of Lore show with guests of your choice, pending guest approval. From Grimerica, $432 donation. You get to come on for a Grimerica show as a guest host for a show for a guest of your choosing. Now, from any show or from any perk that you are seeking, if you are donating between $25 and $74 for a limited time, that's until February 17th, you will receive a complimentary download, an HD download, high definition. Throw it up on your 1080p 70-inch LCD flat screen you've got mounted above your fireplace of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe, the groundbreaking film produced by Randall Carlson and Cameron Wilshire of Sacred Geometry International. I've got it. I've watched it more times than I can count. It's amazing. You want to learn how to square a circle? This video will show you how to do it in the end. For anyone donating $75 to $99, and there are only 25 available. First come, first served. The HD version of Cycles, Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe, but it's the hard copy, signed by Mr. Randall Carlson himself. Anyone donating $100 plus, you will get all the classes, not just 1 to 4, but all the classes in level 1, taught by independent scholar Randall Carlson himself. Now, make sure when you send in your email to sacredgeometryinternational@gmail.com that you state whether you want the DVD or the download or the classes. Now, from Edward Nightingale, and Edward, we talked for about an hour and a half today, and mind-blowing icebreaker conversation we had. Amazing man, and another amazing book yet again. I have listened to a bunch of podcasts with him on. $144 will get you a signed copy of Edward Nightingale's The Giza Template, Temple Graal Earth Measure. You want to know how the sacred geometry and the golden mean was used in the Giza complex? Well, this book touches on that and a whole lot more, and we'll be discussing and diving into that a little bit later on with him. Now, from the John Anthony West Project Fundly campaign that has been started by Clay Roupe, and again, Zoe has been helping out with that, and it's a fantastic program. The Fundly campaign, again, Fundly, not GoFundMe, Fundly. Search it in Google, you'll find it, and these are the perks that you get from that. $250 will get you an autographed copy of The Traveler's Key. 200 copies of it are available. And it is widely acknowledged as the best guide to symbolist Egypt ever published. Ever published. It will be autographed and personalized for you or your John Anthony West fan you're purchasing it for. Now, if you're also an individual who has signed up for this tour, you're going to want this as a companion. It is a necessary book to have to go down there with and to make sure you get the absolute most experience. So for $250, you will get that signed copy. Now, for $500, 50 prints available in 8x10 format, black and white and silver gelatin portrait taken in November 2016 in John's studio by professional portrait photographer Mitch Weiss. Mitch has donated a series of 50 prints for John Anthony West for him to autograph and personalize. 50 prints for $500. First come, first serve. Now, the big ones. $5,000 donation. What will a $5,000 donation get you? How about, starting in March 2017, you can have a weekend. Spend a weekend with John Anthony West himself in a new 2017 Airstream, which will be tucked alongside John's legendary studio library at the base of the Catskill Mountains in Saugerties, New York. You know what? With springtime, the upstate New York is one of the most beautiful parts of North America. And to be able to have one of the most beautiful minds alongside you for a relaxing weekend where you can exchange ideas, discuss his work, discuss your love of his work, discuss your own theories, and try and be able to gain more perspective on where we as a species came from is an opportunity you cannot pass up. Even better, it seats 4 people, or sleeps 4 people. So if you want to grab 3 of your friends and each chip in $1,250 to be able to get this, by all means, you can do it and live your dream and have a weekend with John Anthony West in upper state New York and Saugerties. It's a beautiful part of the country. Now, for $10,000, this is a placeholder number, and they're looking at an auction format. This is the big one. This is the fantastic, the white whale of prizes that somebody's going to get and is going to change their lives because of the amount of people that will be there and the sheer knowledge that will be at that table. You can get an exclusive dinner with John Anthony West and notable guests. You know who John Anthony West knows, and you know who supports him, and knows who cares about him. Now think about having those individuals whom are as knowledgeable and learned as he is in their own regards, and have worked with him and seen their own knowledge base grow based on what he's learned, and have that into one room while you are eating the most wonderful dinner imaginable. The food will taste fantastic, and your mind will thank you as well. Now, for anything that you are donating, now these details will to follow for that dinner in the next 10 days. If you want to bid on that, if you want to be able to have that, email me at info@denoflore.com. I will get that information into Clay's hands so that you will have a first crack at that bid. Now, I'm going to say this is a wonderful array of perks. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, email your receipts to sacredgeometryinternational@gmail.com. It is in the show's description. Make sure if you want either, state whether you want either the DVD or the download or the classes, and claim your perk and give to that. So, and you know what? I'm absolutely flabbergasted. I'm hearing the updates right now from the people who are donating, and it's just phenomenal, the amount of giving and love that people feel for John Anthony West, and willing to see him through and stand behind him in this fight for cancer. And again, one person that I'm going to say right now is Delyn, and I'm going to say Delyn Solomon, who just donated $500 to this campaign. That is a large amount of money for anybody in this economy, and I just want to say thank you very much. She is a wonderful person for giving to this campaign, and let's move on to our next person. While I'm feeling all the love and the positivity in this room, Mr. Schoch, Dr. Schoch, do apologize. Are you still there?
I am here.
Now, Dr. Schoch, I'd like to thank you very much for joining us on the program.
My pleasure.
Now, again, also thank you very much for your work with taking over the touring duties for John Anthony West's tour of Egypt next week. I know how much that can be to organize, and Jimmy Church and I have been discussing back and forth, and he'll be on the program later on, that the idea of friendship and people coming together to pool resources and pool our energy to help somebody out is extremely important. I know you've had a 25-year relationship with Mr. John Anthony West, and it's so warming to have you on here.
No, thank you. Actually, when I think back on it, it's over 25 years now, because I've known I think we first met, I know it was in the late 80s. I want to say probably 89. I believe we first met in 89. So that's been a long time. It's been almost 30 years when it comes right down to it. The better part of 3 decades. And we've gotten to know each other very well, I think, over the years, both as friends and colleagues. And it's been fantastic. He's just a great person. So I don't know, where do you want to go from there?
Well, Dr. Schoch, and again, I just wanted to be able to say...
One thing I'll say that I really like about John, and I always call him West, so if I slip into West, forgive me, but that's what I call him, and he normally calls me Schoch. West is someone who's not real tolerant, and this has come out before. He's not real tolerant of nonsense or... he's not one to mince words. He's very honest. He's very straightforward. And that goes with everyone, whether you're, quote, alternative thinker, unquote, or a unicorn is a term he likes to use for people who aren't on the fringes, but we'll say questionable fringes. The quackademics he goes after, which of course is my academic colleagues who aren't always straightforward and upfront with the evidence and data and analysis. He spares no one, and I've always respected that about him.
Well, but believe it or not, Mr. John Anthony West actually reminds me a lot like my wife's late uncle, who our show's theme is actually based off of. A very scholarly man. He was a professor at Algonquin College here in Ottawa. And we used to sit around the fire and drink scotch and literally talk about anything in terms of ancient history or knowledge or, Freemasonry, secret civilizations, esotericism. Just somebody who wanted to be able to find the truth, and at the same time, did not mince words, did not, had his own opinions and would express them at leisure, and we all loved him for them. And, there are very few individuals that people can know who have that ability and who have that sheer depth of experience in life to be able to do so with confidence and with authority. In authority meaning in terms of life experience. And John is one of those people.
It can be hard to get anywhere being politically correct.
I'm sorry?
I said it can be very hard to get anywhere being overly politically correct.
I don't think many people can't imagine anyone would ever accuse West of being politically correct. I know you're not, but he's epitome, if you would, of unpolitically correct in the sense of expressing what he thinks and expressing his opinions, but his opinions are always backed up by evidence, always backed up by astute thinking and logic and clarity. And I think something that has not been mentioned so far, I've not heard it mentioned, is his writing. John Anthony West, if you read his writings, he has a vicious pen, and I say that in the most complimentary manner. I have seen him really, go after some of my colleagues. And for instance, when we've been debating the Sphinx and that type of thing, I might have the scientific data and evidence, but he can put it into words that really cut through all the nonsense. And he's an incredible writer. And I believe that one of the things he will be remembered for, and, this is not a eulogy because he's still with us and he's going to be with us for a very long time, but he is remembered and always will be remembered and will continue to be known for his incredible writing, in my assessment.
And you mentioned John being around for a very long time. For somebody with that strong of a spirit and that strong of a mind, people like that can be very stubborn. And I could be, Alex would know very well, I could be very stubborn as well, and we don't give up. We keep going, no matter what.
I'm going to hold him to his word, and he's always been very straightforward and honest with me. So I'm going to assume that he is good for his word, and his word has always been to me and other people. I know have heard this from him too, that he will live to at least 120, because he has a lot of things to do. He and I have projects to do. He's got other things that he wants to accomplish. He's not just a researcher. He's not just someone that's involved in alternative history and ancient cultures. I don't know if people realize, this community necessarily realizes, that he's a novelist. He's a short story writer. He's written scripts and plays which have been produced. I mean, he is a man of many, many talents, what some people would sometimes refer to as a Renaissance man. He's got a lot to do. He's done a lot. He's got a lot more to do. And he really does need to live to be 120, as he's always told me.
Now, the beautiful part about this...
We just have to pull him through this. This is a little bump in the road. We have to pull him through it, and then get everything has to get back on track.
A small bump in the road, and after that, and this is coming from Red Pill Junkie yet again, apparently he would love to be able to see an 80s throwback sitcom between you and Mr. West called Schoch and West. It would be like a fantastic 80s sitcom in some alternate universe, even this one. And, whether it's...
yeah. But no, he's going to get over this, and then he'll write about it. That's what he does. He writes.
Well, heck, I would buy that book. That's amazing. I know with some of the readers that we have on here, and this is, I know we've talked on Zahi Hawass before, and I know Graham had mentioned the very famous debate between, or if you could call it a debate, between Zahi Hawass and Mr. Graham.
Zahi Hawass is a complicated, interesting guy. One could say he's complicated, one could say he's simple. And I think I can speak for West on this, because he's certainly said this to me many times, and we've discussed it. West, John Anthony West, again, I refer to him as West typically, he and I do not have the same personal animosity with Zahi Hawass that perhaps some people have. We've tried to keep it more above board, professional, if I could put it that way. Yes, we disagree. We disagree on fundamental issues, including the age of the Sphinx and the interpretation of the evidence for an older Sphinx. And there's no doubt in my mind that I'm right and that John Anthony West is right on this interpretation, and Zahi Hawass is bluntly wrong, and completely wrong. There's no question about that. And he goes after us and, badmouths us to the press and blah, 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 blah. But on the other hand, we can sit down and talk and discuss things, at least when it's not public, when it's private. So we've always tried to keep, and I think I can speak for John on this, tried to keep a good personal relationship despite having disagreements.
Now, one question from Cosmo Dub in the chat room. What was the cost to you personally and again professionally for publishing the work that supported West and gave the idea that the vital academic credibility that the society needed with regards to the Sphinx?
Personal. It's caused me a lot of personal anguish and professional setbacks. Or I was tenured. Mm-hmm. Everyone who knows the story knows that I met John West before I was tenured. I was tenured shortly thereafter, and that's when I first got involved with it, and that was very calculated. I needed to have tenure to have at least some stability in my professional career to avoid being fired, because once I came out supporting the concept of an older Sphinx, I was attacked viciously by the Egyptologists. I was attacked viciously by certain historians and prehistorians. People at Boston University were going after me from the Egyptology department, archaeology department. They were trying to have me fired. I mean, I'll say this bluntly. They were spitting in my faces at holiday parties. And I actually write about this, and so I put some of this in print in my book, Forgotten Civilization. So I'm very at this point, I'm very straightforward about this. And I still teach at Boston University, but there were ugly, dark times. And hopefully we're leaving that now. But yeah, have I suffered in terms of lack of promotion, et cetera, et cetera? Sure. Would I do it again? I think so. I think ultimately, for my own conscience, my own self-respect, I have to follow the evidence where I see it leading. And I've always gone by that credo that I follow the evidence, and
Now,
where it goes, where it goes. And I want to say that is how I see John Anthony West too. That is something that he does, and he and I believe, are in absolute agreement with that we follow the evidence and we take it wherever it leads. Now, that doesn't mean he and I always agree on every little subtlety and every little thing, because you can look at evidence and you can draw different interpretations from it. You can draw different conclusions from it. We started to mention that actually in the last segment at the end, just to clarify some of the things. But ultimately, I think you have to be grounded in evidence, whether that's physical evidence, whether that's linguistic evidence, whether that's evidence of a more, I hate to use the term, but subtle nature. I am very interested in consciousness aspects and parapsychology and that type of thing, which at one point in my career I thought was total nonsense, but I've come to conclude that the evidence is there, and that's something I got from John Anthony West and his encouragement too. He was one of the influences on me, and continues to be one of the influences on me, to keep an open mind and to really look at evidence from all avenues, from all venues.
Now, you had mentioned Göbekli Tepe, and for anybody, any of the Fadernauts that are coming in here at the request of Jimmy Church, please do take a shot for me saying that in memory of Jimmy being here. Göbekli Tepe. I know that with and I was watching the Mystery of the Sphinx earlier this afternoon, as I'd watched it, trying to psych myself up for this show. And the idea that people had said numerous times, and it's been brought up numerous times, that if there was some evidence, where are the potsherds? Where are the other ruins that are dated to that time? And Göbekli Tepe dates to that time. So how was that change your perspective from then until now? Like, what was the process going from thinking conservatively to believing that it was at the end of the Younger Dryas period? And did Göbekli Tepe feed into that?
Okay, so you're talking about the age of the Sphinx.
And Göbekli Tepe at the same time, and how it could relate.
You've combined several different topics and questions in my mind, because there's a lot going on here. First, I don't know how much background everyone has in this. John Anthony West and I first presented publicly the concept of an older Sphinx, that the Sphinx goes back to an earlier period. We were at that point talking at least 5,000 BC. Vague estimate on my part was maybe 5,000 to 7,000 BC. He would put it back a lot earlier, or he suggested that it could go back a lot earlier, but that's more questionable. And so we first presented that at the Geological Society of America in 1991. We had an incredibly positive reception from fellow geologists. I'm a geologist. My PhD is geology and geophysics. They thought it was great. It made headlines, et cetera, et cetera. Immediately, though, back in those days, there was the journalists were there, so they started asking Egyptologists. And back in those days, we didn't have the internet like we have now, so they were phoning Egyptologists saying, what do you think of Schoch and West, and what they're talking about, with the Sphinx going back to pre-dynastic times or prior to dynastic times. Immediately they start saying, oh, it wasn't built by aliens and blah, 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 and this is nonsense, and thousands of Egyptologists have studied it for hundreds of years. It can't be true. It was just a fiasco. It was really ridiculous. So we went from having all this support from the geologists, which never wavered. I want to say that. It never wavered to the Egyptologists then taking the other side, and there were all kinds of headlines about scientists clashing, which is total nonsense because it was scientists on the side of geologists. Geologists are scientists. Egyptologists are not scientists, to put it bluntly. They're more in league with art historians. And it just turned into a big fiasco. And it got to a head a few months later in early 1992 that the American Association for the Advancement of Science, in hindsight, I say this, wanted to put a damper on the entire thing. So they invited me and Thomas DeBecke, who had helped with the seismic work that we did around the Sphinx. And the seismic work is very important, but it takes some time to explain. They invited the two of us, because we're both academics, we both have PhDs, to debate the age of the Sphinx. West was not included because he's not an academic. He doesn't have, as they say, the letters behind his name. So the two of us were the academics. We were invited to debate it. And on the opposing side was Mark Lehner, who is Zai Hawas's colleague to this day, and a fellow named K. Lau Gowrie, who's we'll call him a geoarchaeologist or archaeogeologist, a geologist that basically works in archaeology, who had been hired and working with Mark Lehner and the archaeologists at Giza. So we were supposed to debate the age of the Sphinx. It turned out to be a non-debate. I was presenting lots of data. Thomas DeBecke was presenting lots of data supporting that the Sphinx goes back to an earlier period, that the head had been recarved, and basically the other two didn't know what was going on as far as I could tell. They really didn't understand the data. Other Egyptologists admitted that they had no clue what we were talking about. They didn't know any geology, but they knew we had to be wrong. Well, I mean, how stupid and pig-headed is that? They just knew. They just knew because they're Egyptologists and it's their field. And part of the problem was that they didn't like non-Egyptologists intruding on their territory, much less telling them how wrong they were about something that they considered very fundamental, namely the age of the Sphinx. So getting to Göbekli Tepe, Mark Lehner in 1992 says, where's other evidence of a sophisticated civilization, of sophisticated culture going so far back? And I was only talking at that point 5,000 to 7,000 BC.
Okay.
A couple of years later, so this is several years later, actually in 1995. So from 1992 to 1995, there's a total stalemate. In 1995, the late Klaus Schmidt of the German Archaeological Institute begins excavating Göbekli Tepe. It doesn't really make the news, not even the archaeological news, for a number of years, but eventually explodes on the scene in about the late, let's say around 2010 or so. John Anthony West and I and my wife Katie, we went to visit Göbekli Tepe in 2010, and Göbekli Tepe really changes everything, because here is the evidence that they were asking for, other independent evidence of sophisticated civilization, high culture, whatever you want to call it, at a very remote period. And Göbekli Tepe dates back to the end of the last ice age. I would disagree with your earlier guess. The evidence, very strong evidence, is that it goes back to prior to 9700 BC. It goes back to the actual terminal ice age.
Could you maybe touch on
part of this gets back to the Sphinx. You were asking about the Sphinx. And I understand from my wife, because I don't see it in front of me right now, that someone in the chat room wants to know what's caused me to push back the age of the Sphinx. This is actually something that I've been working on for years, of course, and it's continuing research. One thing is the seismic data. The seismic data, which at the time, when I say at the time, in the early 1990s, I interpreted incredibly conservatively. I realize this in hindsight, as far as the depth of the weathering rates and how long that would take. Without going to, I'm trying not to avoid a lot of detail, but the seismic data is actually much more compatible with the 10,000 BC date. And even my fellow geologists 20 plus years ago pointed this out to me, but I was really, really hesitant to push anything back that far. I thought, I'm getting myself into trouble. And this shows how psychology works. And I reflect on myself now and criticize myself for this. I was already getting myself into trouble, so to speak, academically, for pushing the Sphinx back a few thousand years, much less to 10,000 BC, to the end of the last ice age, even though I realized in hindsight the data was much more compatible with that. Now that we have Göbekli Tepe and we have independent evidence of this advanced civilization, I agree that it makes a lot more sense that the Sphinx is going back to that remote period also. It also ties in with something you heard briefly mentioned before. My colleague in particular, Robert Bouval, in his work on the Orion correlation on the Giza Plateau, ties right in with the Sphinx, and the Sphinx tying in with the age of Leo. All of that harkens back to the very end of the last ice age. And what the ancient dynastic Egyptians of the Old Kingdom referred to as Zep Tepi, which was essentially a golden age, which I believe we can now place, and we're going to have a book on this coming out in a couple of months, we can now place at the very end of the last ice age at about roughly 10,000 BC. And we're seeing evidence around the world that there was a cycle, what I call a cycle of civilization at the end of the last ice age. Göbekli Tepe was part of that cycle of civilization. The core body of the Sphinx, the original Sphinx, was part of that cycle of civilization. And that civilization, that early blossoming, if you would, was devastated with the catastrophes at the end of the last ice age. So to me, we have now strong evidence of this earlier cycle of civilization that was reaching a real peak, but was devastated at 9700 BC when the ice age ended. We went into dark age, effectively, what I'm calling, and my wife came up with this name, my wife Katie, SIDA, solar-induced dark age, that lasted from the end of the last ice age to the re-emergence of civilization in the 4th millennium BC. That is between 4 and 3000 BC, where we see the emergence in Mesopotamia, in Egypt, and China, in the Indus Valley, of civilization re-emerging. This was the traditional beginning of civilization, according to classic academics, but no, it's not the beginning of civilization. It's a re-emergence of civilization after thousands of years of effectively a dark age.
Now you mentioned that your wife gave you that idea, and I just wanted to be able to give a shout out to my wife Meg, who always gives me my great ideas so I can understand where you're coming from.
Oh yeah,
could you
you can understand. It's wonderful when you have a wife that is so interested in the work and research. I can say this, and I mean, I sometimes say it's like too much. She comes up with all these great ideas, but then who has to do all the work of researching them and looking into them? But no, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Could you?
And Katie and I are both very close to John. Like I said, we've traveled with him. We were in, I'll mention a few things because this is really about John Anthony West. Oh, and I wanted to say, though, what ended the last ice age was a major solar outburst. And I talk about this in Forgotten Civilization, my book, Forgotten Civilization, the role of solar outbursts in our past and future. And I'm not trying to push the book now. This is about John, but I'm always saying that for people who are interested in this topic. But I wanted to get back to John Anthony West. My wife and I have had wonderful experiences traveling with him. We traveled to Göbekli Tepe in Turkey with him. He was astounded, and this was, I hate the term, but I'll use the term because he likes the term, smoking gun. Göbekli Tepe is really the smoking gun, as he would say, of that earlier cycle of civilization, of that civilization, sophisticated civilization, 12,000 years ago, about 10,000 BC, just to use round numbers. And there's no doubt about Göbekli Tepe. People could argue with me about the Sphinx. They could argue with us about the Sphinx because it was subject to interpretation. They could say, and the problem with the Sphinx is there's a heavy overlay of dynastic Egypt because it was reused, it was restored, it was repaired by the dynastic Egyptians. They recarved the head. You don't have the same situation with Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe was covered over, purposefully buried by 10,000 years ago. So the Göbekli Tepe people carved it, they erected the huge stones. It's essentially stone circles with beautiful carvings on them. It suffered catastrophe. You can see how the pillars were knocked over catastrophically. They tried to re-erect them quickly before they ended up intentionally burying and covering over the entire site. So it's a very, very interesting site, and it spans the end of the last ice age. Literally, you have parts that are pre-end of the last ice age and parts that are post-end of the last ice age. Spans those couple of centuries.
Someone wants to know about the dates for it.
So it's incredibly interesting, and we have very good data on the dating of Göbekli Tepe because it was excavated or is being excavated by the German Archaeological Institute, the late Klaus Schmidt, who I had the chance to speak to on site, speak with him on site when we visited in 2010, has published, he's deceased now, unfortunately, but his co-workers continue to excavate and publish, including his wife, who is an archaeologist. His wife is a Turkish archaeologist, but they did very refined geology, stratigraphy on the site. They collected radiocarbon samples or carbon samples for radiocarbon dating that give very precise datings on it. The entire site was covered over at least by 10,000 years ago, probably a little longer than that. And something that then formed was essentially microstalactites and stalagmites, because the whole surface was covered over with soil. The rains percolated down and formed if people have been in a cave and seen the stalagmites and stalactites, they know what I'm talking about. That on microscopic level formed within the compacted dirt and soil that covered it over. Those can be dated by radiocarbon and other means. So we have that. Then we have plaster on some of the secondary walls that has been radiocarbon dated. We have paleoastronomical alignments, which I pursued, which lead to the same dating. We have stratigraphy and stratigraphic correlations that lead to the same dating. So this is a site that you can't argue with. The archaeologists can't argue with, and the German Archaeological Institute is very Germanic about. I can say that my father's a German. They're very meticulous. They're very precise. This is not something where someone's done shoddy work. It's just, this site is unquestionable. And when John Anthony West and myself and Katie went to visit it in 2010, we were very skeptical, because I'm skeptical about everything, but we were amazed at this site and how advanced it is, how sophisticated it is, and how incredible it is, because it really answers the question that had been posed to us all those years ago. Well, where's their evidence? Where's their other good evidence for civilization before civilization is supposed to have existed? And here we have it, Göbekli Tepe. It's undeniable. What they're now doing is trying to sort of brush it under. When I say them, the classical archaeologists, they don't know what to do with it. Some of them are sort of trying to ignore it. They're using it just as a footnote in books. If you go to the museum in Urfa, they have dumbed it down as much as possible, trying to make, they have dioramas and whatnot where they try to make it look like cavemen building it, but this is not primitive cavemen. This is incredibly sophisticated, and there's a statue that was found in Urfa, which is the big city near Göbekli Tepe. It was found in the same stratum, the same dates to the Göbekli Tepe time. It was found when they were building probably underground parking garage, that type of thing. So it was found under the city, and unfortunately, they weren't going to destroy a bunch of buildings to do a huge excavation, but they found this incredible statue from Göbekli Tepe time that shows a very, very sophisticated person wearing it. Looks sort of like a tight-fitting cloak or something like that. It's known as Urfa man. They were not primitive cavemen. We know what they thought of themselves. And it's incredibly sophisticated just looking at that statue. If you look at that statue or other statues from Göbekli Tepe and you put them in a modern art museum, they would fit right in. So it's an incredible sight.
Now, one thing about Göbekli Tepe, and this is I'm not a geologist or an archaeologist in any way, shape, or form, but one of my specialty is in graphic design and branding. And that leads into, specifically with Göbekli Tepe and some of the design themes that have carried over in some other megalithic themes. And I sent Graham Hancock way back when a message over Facebook, and I'm sure he gets millions, so I understand why I didn't get a response. But the idea of the hands in front of the pillars of Göbekli Tepe, and how those correlate to the ones that are found in the Moai statues in Easter Island, and how they are not only similar, but the same. And
this is something I've been talking about actually at various conferences. I sometimes show comparisons and whatnot. It does seem to be a branding, if you would. There seem to be a lot of similarities between, I believe, Göbekli Tepe and Easter Island. Why we could discuss, there are different theories. Katie and I actually just came back from Easter Island. We were on Easter Island last month. Again, we were married on Easter Island.
That is amazing. It's so romantic.
Yeah, we've been there several times, and Easter Island's very near and dear to us. But this ties in with another thing. And I heard mention of the Rongo script and the Indus Valley script earlier, and the comparison between them. And I did want to comment on that. Some of these early scripts are probably not early scripts. They're not scripts at all necessarily. Maybe they were used as scripts later, but actually something that I've been studying in detail, and John Anthony West has got them very interested in, and I think very supportive of, is that, well, number one, there was a major solar outburst at the end of the last ice age. That's what brought the ice age to a close. That's what caused all the catastrophes on Earth that decimated these early civilizations. But something that people were seeing in the sky were configurations. I'll use that term for a second. If you think of the northern lights or the southern lights, those are seen only at very high latitudes in the modern time. But during a major solar outburst, you would have seen these around the world. Furthermore, they would have taken on very definitive shapes. And some of those shapes would have looked like stick figure men with bird heads. They would have looked at like, it's hard to describe, as we're just talking here. They would have looked like stick figure men with their hands sort of up in the air, but very diagnostic, very definitive. This actually ties in, if some people know it, with electric universe theory. And they talk about this also. And a researcher who's done a lot of work on this is Dr. Anthony Perrott of Los Alamos Laboratory, and he has shown how what was seen in the sky at that ancient time at the end of the last ice age, my dating being the end of the last ice age, was seen around the world, and people recorded this by drawing it. and he studied primarily petroglyphs, drawings on rocks that are found around the world from the end of the last ice age. Something that my wife, Katie, first noticed, and we have had this confirmed by Dr. Pratt's team, is that the Rongo script from Easter Island is also recording this. This was the inspiration for the Rongo script, and that the Rongo, at least initially, was not a language per se. It was not writing in the sense that we think of it per se, but it was recording what was happening in the sky at that remote period as a series. Plasma, electrically charged particles hitting the atmosphere and causing these configurations, causing these shapes. People saw this in 1859 during the Carrington event, the closest that we have, which was a very minor event astrophysically in terms of a solar outburst. But this is being recorded on Easter Island in the Rongo. It's being recorded in petroglyphs around the world. And if there's similarities between the Rongo, for instance, and the Indus Valley script, it's not necessarily because they were two scripts that were being passed back and forth, but because they have a common origin of being seen in the sky.
Now, I know with glyphs being seen throughout the world, I can unequivocally say, from my own training and from my own experience, and I do tend to use very large words that I cannot pronounce 100%, and I do apologize to our listeners at home. It's a $5 word for a $2.50 man, as they say. When it comes to the design, whether it's script, if there are same themes that are used, and if it's not only just the same themes that can be represented in terms of branding, in terms of design concepts, and I've looked at the different design or architectural design styles throughout the ages, and they can last decades or to hundreds of years. If you are dealing between, let's say, something like Göbekli Tepe, where there is a certain singular theme that is used, and one in a different part of the world that is used, and it's the exact same thing in the exact same way for the exact same reason, there is only a 0.1% chance that could actually be, that could actually be anything else but from the same people. And if not from the same people, then from the same philosophy or religion, just like as the cross is used throughout Christianity.
Hello?
Oh,
hello?
Hello, Dr. Robert Schoch.
Yeah, we got disconnected for a second.
Well,
so anyway, can we pick where we were?
Oh, of course we can. And again, to our listeners at home, we'll go through it one more time.
It was on. You were talking about, I don't know, words, $5 words and 50-cent words.
Oh, I mispronounced a word, and I said it's a $5 word for a $2.50 man, which means I was probably using a word that I could not pronounce.
What did you mispronounce? I do that all the time, so don't worry about it.
Alex, help me out here.
What was the word?
I honestly forget off the top of my head.
We'll roll back on that later.
We'll roll back on it later, but
okay. So I want to make two comments, then we'll get back to Rongo and what we were talking about. But two comments here. When I was a graduate school student, I learned a lot as a graduate student. I have to say, I loved. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying. I went to Yale. I was in geology and geophysics, and I thought it was really a good time in my life. Not that I haven't had good times since, but I enjoyed graduate school. But my advisor once, who's now deceased, unfortunately, I asked him, "Oh, how do you pronounce this or that?" And he says, "Well, no one's pronounced that for 100 years. So however you pronounce it is going to be the correct way." Nice. Excuse the word in geology. And then I was going to say, sometimes people talk about, you should use simple words versus, the 50-cent word versus the $5 word. But actually, in the sciences at least, and I think for other fields too, sometimes these, what seem like more expensive words, to use that analogy, they're used because they have very specific meanings. And precision and clarity is actually important. So sometimes it's not so much to impress, it's just to try to convey a very specific meaning.
Now,
so getting back to the Rongo, script we were talking about from Easter Island, I think that those glyphs, they were trying to say something very specific about what was happening in the sky. And when they were collected in the 19th century, the tablets, they're carved on wooden tablets. So those wooden tablets do not go back thousands of years. But likewise, we know that Plato was writing about Atlantis, and I want to mention Atlantis in a second because John Anthony West and I have talked a lot about Atlantis.
I love that subject so
writing
much.
with John Anthony West. Plato was writing about Atlantis in 360 BC or whatever. We don't have manuscripts from Plato from 360 BC. A lot of the manuscripts we have, they're only 1000 AD or so. But no one doubts that they actually go back to Plato's time because they are copies of copies of copies. The same with the Rongo from Easter Island. We have copies of copies of copies of copies. When they were first discovered by Europeans in the 19th century and they were asked what they were about, the islanders couldn't, quote, translate them, but they looked up and pointed to the sky, that they had something to do with the sky.
Now, Dr. Schoch, I know that Soraya wanted to ask a question, and before we get into the next segment, because again we're going into our open forum where we can discuss pretty well everything, and I know that Edward Nightingale is there, and everything you're saying is very fascinating, and we want to continue it. But I do want to give an update to the listeners at home about what's been going on in the donation level. So, Soraya, if you wanted to ask the question, and then we'll invite.
Well, yeah, Robert, and this is going to be a near impossible question for you to answer, but how different do you think your life would be today if you had not met John Anthony West?
Oh, I can tell. That's the easy question to answer. If I had, well, I don't know. It's hard to know if I would have still gone down a similar path. But one scenario is that if I had not met John Anthony West, I certainly wouldn't be talking on this radio show at the moment. But no, one answer is that I could have gotten my degree. I got my degree from Yale in geology and geophysics. My specialty at the time was Eocene fossil mammals, early mammals, which I did a lot of work on. I could have gotten myself a nice university position. I could have continued to publish respectable papers, which I have published and continue to publish, but as a sideline, but respectable papers that would have had no criticism from anyone other than maybe one of the 6 people that would read each paper. It's a classic academic thing that you specialize in something to the point where if you're a real specialist, there's only half a dozen people or fewer in the world that even understand exactly what you're doing. So you become the ultimate specialist in your field. You're world renowned, which means that 5 other people know who you are, but they're all in different countries. and you get your promotions and you get promoted to being chair of the department or whatever, and life is wonderful and beautiful, and then you die. And, 100 years later, another specialist in the field cites your papers, and that's what that's academia. The classic academic scenario. And I know this because when I was doing my dissertation, for instance, I was citing papers by other specialists who had written 100 years ago, and in some cases I could not find any evidence that anyone had ever read that paper published in 1875 or whatever before, since it was published, until I was now publishing, writing about the topic and citing it and republishing the concept. So that's probably what would have happened to me. The other possibility is that I could have gone and worked for an oil company, because oil companies were trying to recruit me at one point with, fresh out of college with my degrees, and I could have worked for an oil company, and as one friend of mine did at the time, could be out on a oil rig in the Gulf or something like that for 3 months at a time, be paid, so much money I wouldn't know what to do with it. But would I be satisfied? Would that satisfy me? So I think what I ended up doing because of John Anthony West is something that ultimately, as I reflect back, I feel good about in my own self. I feel I've actually followed evidence. I've tried to have an impact. Have I gotten a lot of abuse for it? Has it hurt me financially? Yes. But would I want to do it any other way? Probably not. And, ultimately, you have to do, I think, what seems right.
And you met your wife because of this research as well.
Yes, actually, I met my wife at a conference because she came to the conference because she heard, and she's right here, so she'll correct me if I'm wrong. She heard that John Anthony West and myself and Hancock, Graham Hancock. So the
All
four
my
of us,
heroes.
West, Schoch, Laval, and Hancock were all there. It was a CPAC conference. It was a CPAC conference in 2007, correct?
All my heroes were speaking there.
This is Katie speaking. And she wanted to hear us speak.
And I shared my paper, Do We Become the Sun?
Yeah, she shared a paper with me about becoming the sun, which I talk about in Forgotten Civilization.
Is it our hydrogen that leaves us? I turned his attention.
So it was very interesting. And West was there, and I think I can say this on the air. I don't think
you
John
can say whatever
West,
you want on the air.
John West. I don't think John West quite understood what Katie saw in me. I mean,
Well, the same thing we all see in you, Dr. Schoch. Pure awesome.
Well, thank you.
He's not looking at the chat room, so I'm trying to convey some of the chat messages.
Do we have? I wanted to mention one thing. Can I mention one thing about Atlantis? Because West and I have talked about Atlantis a lot, and West talks about Atlantis in his book, for instance, Serpent in the Sky, and that Egypt harkens back to Atlantis. But West uses it not in the typical sense, but in the sense, and he always put quotation marks around it, single quotes around it. He would use Atlantis in the sense of referring back to an earlier cycle of civilization. And I want to point out just really briefly that according to Plato, Atlantis collapsed in natural catastrophes about the end of the last ice age.
And that is a very good lead.
Exactly at the end of the last ice age.
And that's a very good lead-in, and I need to be able to keep everyone else on the hook while I give the update. And so please do stay on the line, because this is an absolutely wonderful... It's one of my favorite subjects, and I know it's a subject that you, John Anthony West, and Randall Carlson have talked to. Again, my absolute amazement at this night is fantastic. Give me just 5 minutes, Dr. Schoch, and let me give the update. Sure. If okay, thank you very much. One moment. Let me play the telephone music.
Everyone needs to donate.
All right, one moment. Let's see here. Okay, and Zoe and Clay, are you there?
We are here.
All right, and again, thank you very much for patiently listening to the intro music. I know you've been enjoying yourselves and the warm stories that have been shared of Mr. John Anthony West. And please do provide an update to the funding.
Yeah, so we have just gotten over, we're at $4,700 since the show has begun, and there has been some really amazing contributions. I wish I can go through the entire list, but Robert Lighton just donated $250. Sarah just donated $100. Sarah Wesson. Adam McLendon sent us $200 just a few minutes ago. So these type of contributions are coming in, and like I said, if it wasn't for these donations, John would not be getting treatment right now. So we can't say enough.
Now, just a few more shout-outs I wanted to be able to give. Jesse from Detroit, Jesse Mason, donated $25. Amazing. Chase Boucher donated $25. Lance Cornell donated $25. Pete Moon donated $25. And Maggie Maya donated $33. That is a Cycles of Catastrophe download right there. Parrot Girl Tattoo, you donated $50. That is a shout out to Jimmy Church. Bethany Green, $25. Cedric Cornez, $75. And again, for Jan Brodsky, that's a $111 donation. Wade Fournier, $129.60. And again, there's also Doug Keenan, donated $100. Ellen McCurdy donated $100. Christina Karloff donated $35. Like, these are people who are listening to the show right now who are donating right now. And D. Lynn Ring donated $75 and will receive, again, a signed copy of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe. Again, I'm going to go through all of these different giving levels in just a moment. I'm going to go through it faster than the last time. So if you want to get your giving perk, it's in the show description in one of the top 3 links. If I'm going to double check and see if all of the love that we've been receiving has crashed the website. Nope, we're still up. Fantastic. All of the updates I've done have worked. So the links to donate, either by credit card directly to the Fundly campaign, is in the show notes, or just search John Anthony West Fundly. You'll find it. For PayPal, go to denoflore.com/W as in whiskey, PP. And it'll get you right to the PayPal page, which I'm reading from at the moment. For $50, Jimmy Church is donating a call-out on Fade to Black. So, again, send all of your donation receipts to sacredgeometryinternational@gmail.com. That's sacredgeometryinternational@gmail.com to make sure you receive your perk. And we've got Cameron who's monitoring the box all night for that. Again, $50. Jimmy Church will be on the show later. Get a live shout out tomorrow. From the Den of Lore show, if you donate $333, I Chris George Zuger, award-winning creative director and brander, and logo designer, will design you and your organization one logo with one revision. Again, I've been winning awards since I was in college. My services are sought out across the entire continent. For $333, you'll have one of the best branding people helping you out in your organization so that we can help out John Anthony West. $777 next week on Thursday, 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific. We've got Duncan Trussell on the show with Cameron from Sacred Geometry International, as well as the guys from Grimerica, in addition to Randall Carlson. This has just been announced. Randall Carlson will be on the Magical Egypt Flight Companion next week. For $770, you get to come hang out and talk about Magical Egypt with Randall Carlson. How awesome is that? $1,444, you get to do that, in addition to come on 2 shows of the Den of Lore with guests of your choice. I will go out, I will find them for you, and it's based on their approval, but I will bring those guests on, and we will interview them together. For the Illuminati Confirmed package at $1,999, you get to come on for next week and 3 Den of Lore shows with guests of your choice. So you'll be helping with my programming, but you'll be living out a dream of yours, and you'll be helping out John Anthony West to fight cancer. Now, from the Grimerica show, $432 donation will get you onto their show with a guest of your choice as a guest host. It's an amazing show. Grimerica is one of the inspirations for this show, and Darren and Graham are very good friends. An amazing program. I listen to every episode. Great guys. And at $432, you get on there. From Sacred Geometry International. And for anybody who's donated between $25 and $74, you get a download of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe. I have the HD download. You get the HD download. You'll get the same knowledge I have, and you'll be able to blow your mind right out the back of your head, just like I did the first time I watched it. It is absolutely fantastic, and Randall Carlson's knowledge and delivery is absolutely amazing. For anyone donating $75 to $99, and this is the first 25 people who have donated this, and again, I'm going to check with Cameron that it's still available, you get a signed copy from Randall Carlson of Sacred, of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe. And for anyone donating 100 plus, well, you know what? You get level 1, all the classes from level 1 of Sacred Geometry International. That's been taught by Randall Carlson. Like, this anything from Sacred Geometry International, you get no matter what you give. So if you give to, $1,444, you get either the signed copy of the DVD or the lessons. You want to give $50 for the Jimmy Church shout-out, you'll get the download for the Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe. It's that easy. Now, Edward Nightingale, who is a co-host on the show, for $144, you'll get a signed copy of his groundbreaking book, The Giza Template, Temple Graal Earth Measure, which goes into the sacred geometry used in the template that was used to design the Giza Plateau, which John Anthony West is such a proponent of and has talked so much about. Now, from the Fundly campaign that is run by Clay Roupe, and from the John Anthony West Project, these are the original, the big ones as they were. $250 donation will get you a signed copy of Symbolist Egypt, which is widely acknowledged as the best guide to Symbolist Egypt ever published. Ever published. Think about that. Signed and personalized to you by John Anthony West, and it is the best book of its kind. If you're a fan of Magical Egypt, if you're a fan of Mystery of the Sphinx, if you love John Anthony West, Robert Schoch, Laird, Scranton, Randall Carlson, and you understand the importance of their work, you want this book. For $500, you can get one of 50 prints available of an 8x10 format, black and white and silver, gelatin portrait that's been taken 2016 in John's studio by professional portrait photographer Mitch Weiss. Mitch has donated a series of 50 portraits to John Anthony West for him to autograph and personalize. Now the two big ones, Alex. Alex, look at me. Look at me.
I'm looking.
These are amazing. These are amazing. Okay, for $5,000, and I want somebody to get this because if I had Alex, let's get the funds together and let's get this ourselves because this is amazing. For $5,000, starting after March 2017, you can have a weekend with John Anthony West. And a new 2017 Airstream will be tucked alongside his legendary studio library at the base of the Catskills Mountain at the beginning of spring. Imagine that. You, John Anthony West, for a weekend, meeting minds, talking about your passion of Egypt and ancient history. Oh my goodness, it is absolutely mind-blowing to me. And now, again, this also sleeps up to 4 people. So you can grab your friends, pitch in $1,250 each. Get yourselves out there for a weekend. It's amazing. Like, why wouldn't you do this? It's fantastic. And the big one, this is a $10,000 placeholder. If you want this, email me at info@denoflore.com. I will get your bid into Clay. But 10,000 is the suggested number, but we will work with you on this according to what has been placed here because the $10,000 number is a placeholder. The information will be coming out in the next 10 days of who will be attending this. You're going to want to listen to this very carefully. An exclusive dinner with John Anthony West and notable guests. So you, eating the best food imaginable with the best minds imaginable, talking about the best subject and the reason why you are here right now and supporting John Anthony West in his fight for cancer. If you want that, send it into info@denoflore.com or make your donation of $10,000 and we will get that to you.
Make a big difference.
Now, I'm going to mention right now that the dinner itself was actually an idea from Graham Hancock himself. Yes, the master. The one. The only Graham Hancock suggested this idea, so there's a very good chance he's going to be there. Now imagine who else could be there with him, considering who he knows. That is an evening to remember. Now, those are all the perk levels. Remember to get those out to Sacred Geometry International at gmail.com. We will be shouting your names out on the radio every single one of these updates. The fact that we've raised so much money in a short amount of time is so amazingly awesome. I cannot contain my excitement, and I know that there's a few people who are going to be debating coming, and I'm not sure if I can mention their names or not, but like, man, like, that dinner would be absolutely fantastic. Now, I know that Randall Carlson has been standing by, and I'm going to put the tweet out to the peeps that Randall is coming on with Dr. Schoch, and I know that we're going to segue into a few different subjects, and we're going to have a very friendly atmosphere, a very good exchange of ideas, and the ability for us to be able to expand our understanding. And whether there's a certain perspective or not, it's not about whether who's right or who's wrong in my eyes. I could be wrong on this, but I just want to be able to learn from these amazing individuals. So, Randall and Cameron, are you on with us at the moment?
We're here. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you fine. You might can you turn your master level up a little bit, or your level up to us?
Yes. Give me just a minute.
Not a problem.
Go ahead, Randall. Take it off.
And Dr. Shaw, Randall Carlson, thank you very much. I know you've been waiting very patiently for the considering you're also in the Eastern time zone, as many of us are. And Dr. Robert Schoch, again, thank you very much for staying on the line. The ability to see two of the people I hold, and I know John Anthony West holds in very, very, very high regard, and the hundreds of thousands of people that are out there listening to this and have listened to your many interviews, that they hold you both in very high regard. So I would like to welcome Randall to the program, and again, Dr. Schoch, thank you very much for being a part of this and staying on with us.
Thanks for having me. I'm going to have to apologize a little bit. I'm a little bit under the weather with a cold, so I'm a little bit hoarse tonight. But I've certainly enjoyed listening to all the comments from Laird and Robert, and it's really a privilege for me to be here. And I'm glad I could participate in this. Ordinarily, now this is a Friday night, ordinarily I would be out partying and dancing, but I decided to take a break from that to...
I could show you all the good spots if you come up here to Ottawa. All the good dance studios. It's fantastic up here.
All right. So I'm ready to go. Whatever you want to talk about.
Now I know
I have some ideas.
Well, I know that we have some slides that we want to be able to get to, and especially as a Freemason myself, and you having such a deep understanding of Masonic symbolism. One thing you have discussed in especially one of the reasons I've watched Joe Rogan Experience's podcast the first time you were on, and the thing that stuck with me was the possibility of Atlantis existing based on the amount of ice that was on the North American ice sheet at the time of the last ice age, and through isostasy.
Isostasy.
Yes. Again, $5 word for $2.50 man. So
just say $2 man.
$2 man. We'll go for that. But the isostasy, that word we'll go. That word stuck with me, even if I can't pronounce it. And the strength of the possibility of Atlantis being real and having been rooted in truth stuck with me. And I know that Dr. Schoch had wanted to talk about this, and your experience and your knowledge and his research and his knowledge, it's something I could not pass up.
Well, in a nutshell, it was just that, isostasy is the vertical adjustment of the tectonic plates, usually due to removal of the ice sheets or what is called eustatic rise of sea level. And, we know that from the deglaciation of the North American ice sheet that the center of the ice sheet around Hudson Bay has rebounded vertically, in some cases in excess of 1,000 feet. And we also know that the melting ice, rose the ocean water by up to 400 feet. And this would have to have some kind of an effect on the ocean floor. There's a lot of interesting work going back to the 60s, 70s, and 80s on vertical tectonism, particularly as it would apply to the area of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, which suggests both theoretically and empirically that there was some pretty significant vertical adjustments due to the rising of the ocean level, which means that islands that might be in the Mid-Atlantic, like the Azores, for example, were undoubtedly much, much larger during the Ice Age, not only because of 400 feet of lowered sea level, but possibly up to hundreds of feet or maybe even 1,000 feet or more of vertical adjustment of the seafloor along the mid-Atlantic ridge. The work of Enrico Bonatti is very interesting along those lines, where he talks about strong vertical tectonism would be a characteristic of large fracture zones, such as the mid-Atlantic ridge. So I see nothing implausible about the idea that there could have been a relatively sophisticated maritime culture. I don't talk about, crystal technologies or flying machines or anything like that. If I was going to invoke a model for a possible Ice Age civilization, it would be more along the lines of the maybe a larger scale Phoenician or Minoan culture that could have inhabited islands along the mid-Atlantic. And what is interesting is that during the lowered sea level, the Gulf Stream did not go into the Gulf of Mexico. It actually did a 180-degree turn right there just north of what is now the Azores Plateau. So if you were going to find a place on planet Earth during the Ice Age that might have been a benign environment for the emergence of any kind of civilization, that very likely could have been a plausible candidate. So I don't rule out the possibility. I, of course, don't say we have no proof because, for one thing, now most of the Azores Plateau is, thousands of feet below the surface of the ocean. And the mountain ranges that were on that plateau are the Azores Islands. But it's very interesting. I mean, I've got a considerable amount of information on that I've collected and collated over the years. And it certainly does support the idea that there could have been major vertical movements along the mid-Atlantic ridge that would be consistent with what Plato describes. So that, in a nutshell, is my take on Atlantis.
And is there any more information on the supposed pyramid they found around the Azores?
I haven't looked into that to the extent that I could say affirmatively one way or the other. I would not be surprised. Certainly, we know that there are stepped pyramids on the Canaries that look very similar to some of the stepped pyramids found in other places around the world. I don't know the age dating on those.
But wouldn't that imply a bigger landmass if they're building stepped pyramids there?
Oh, yeah. And that's what I'm saying, is that there would have been a bigger landmass. It's very possible, too, that some of those islands were not individual islands. If you raise the Azores Plateau by a half a mile, you're going to end up with a pretty large landmass. And that could have been a plausible place for civilization to take root during the Ice Age, because during the Ice Age, we certainly know that times would have been extremely tough and very brutal, and that could have been one of the reasons why it would have been difficult for civilization to take hold, is because of the fact that during the Ice Age, conditions were so extreme. We know from ice cores that the carbon dioxide concentrations were as low as 180 parts per million. Well, when you get down to 180 parts per million, it becomes very difficult to have an agricultural society, because crops just don't want to grow in that low of ambient CO2 concentrations. We know that post-Ice Age, as we come into the climatic optimum or hypsothermal, which would have been 8 to 10,000 years ago, we see carbon dioxide concentrations going up to about 250 to 280 parts per million, and that's the point at which what are called the C3 plants can begin to prosper. And the C3 plants are most crops that we grow, all trees, most of the agricultural crops and food plants are the C3 plants, and they are adapted to higher carbon dioxide concentrations. And we see those carbon dioxide concentrations going up post-glacial. So it became possible, say, between that period 8 to 10,000 years ago, to actually engage in agriculture on a level that it might have not been possible during the Ice Age. So not only the lowered temperatures, but the lowered carbon dioxide concentrations may have mitigated against any kind of an agricultural civilization emerging, except for very limited places around the planet. So,
and excuse me, Dr. Schoch, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, well, actually, I take a different approach to it in the sense I'm frankly not too worried about where it last may have physically been. I'm not even convinced that uh, we need to. Well, I mean, you can interpret Plato different ways. Some people, and this has been the popular approach, have been trying to find at last exactly where is it last, where is it located? Was it in the Atlantic Ocean? Was it, you know, simply uh, political, philosophical argument, an example, or was it some real place? I actually don't much care one way or another whether it physically existed or not in the sense of a geographic location. What I'm much more interested is the time frame and description of what was happening in terms of natural events. And when you look at the time frame that Plato is discussing, essentially 9,000 years before the lawgiver Solon, that puts us back at 9600, 9700 BC in our chronology, which is precisely the end of the last ice age based on the best data of Greenland ice cores. The ice age ended suddenly at just about 9700 BC. It's actually one reference refers to it as 9703 BC plus or minus 99 years. So, within that time period, but essentially 9700 BC. And that is virtually precisely what Plato's been talking about all along. So many of my fellow academics have tried to press it into a different time frame. They've talked about maybe Plato was talking about the eruption of Thera or Santorini, or some of the early proto-Grecian cultures thousands of years later, rather than end of the last ice age. But we're now finding, and I was discussing this with Göbekli Tepe in my work on the Sphinx, that yes, there was evidence of sophisticated culture, civilization, what I think is absolutely civilization at the very end of the last ice age. And that ties right in with Atlantis and Plato's chronology for Atlantis.
I might jump in and say also that date is pretty much, I think, within a century to the date of Meltwater Pulse 1b, which was a massive melting of the ice sheets that would have caused a commensurate rapid rise in sea level. And it's what Robert is referring to at the end of the Younger Dryas pre-boreal transition, is pretty much dated right, totally consistent with Plato's date.
Exactly, and that's my point.
Yeah, and I find that hard to dismiss as mere coincidence. I tend to go, what I've done is I've gone through Plato line by line, like 4 or 5 different translations over the years to see how his geography actually holds up. And my reading of it is that the geography is relatively consistent, internally consistent, and I find nothing really implausible about his geography. But yeah, I mean, clearly that date is very very interesting that he would come up with the precise date that now has been confirmed by multiple lines of evidence showing not only massive climate change at that time, but also rapid sea level rise, which of course would have to be associated with rapid melting of the ice sheets. Which kind of brings us to the interesting thing, which I have a feeling that John and I aren't that far apart on this, because I have felt for a long time that the sun was undoubtedly involved in this. In 1989, you might put this slide up, the Ande column, Angry Sun.
Give me just one moment and I can bring that right up.
Yeah, there's a number of interesting lines of ancient traditions and so on that would seem to suggest this idea of an inconstant sun. And in 1989, I was visiting a small village in the south of France, right actually in the Basque region. And one of the things I was there to see was this called the Ande Stone or Ande Monument, which is a very interesting sort of hermetic kind of a structure loaded with symbolism. But the most prominent thing you see as you approach it is this carving on the pedestal of this structure, and it is of a very angry looking sun with two distinct sizes of rays emanating. And I remember at the time looking at that and thinking, what this seems to be suggesting here is that that the sun is an inconstant, and that somebody has this tradition about the sun being at times getting very angry. And once you get the image up there, you'll see what I'm talking about. And there's another interesting traditions I've run into that would seem to suggest the same thing. So I'm totally accepting the idea that the sun played a role. I have not disclosed I have not rejected the possibility of there being impacts, not necessarily at the end of the Younger Dryas, but at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. We see that there is actually meltwater pulse 1A, which has been dated to about 14,600 years ago. Then there is the beginning of the Younger Dryas, which has been dated at 12.8 to 12,900 years ago. And then there's the end of the Younger Dryas. So it seems like we've got three events that actually brought the Ice Age to an end. I don't think it was quite like one simple thing that happened. I mean, it seems to be a very complex type of catastrophe that unfolded over a period of several thousand years. In that mix, I can see that you might have had the sun involved, but you might have also had impacts, in the sense that, Robert earlier mentioned the electric universe theory. They have some things to say possibly about the possibility of comet impacts into the sun being associated with solar flares, which I think most scientists and astronomers are going to dismiss that because there's no known physical mechanism. But there are several pretty spectacular examples of major solar flares being associated with cometary impacts into the sun. Comet Neat, I think it was in 2002. There was another one. I've forgotten the exact years, but there have been several cases. Now, I think in the electric universe theory, which I'm going to have to confess I haven't looked into to the extent that I could speak knowledgeably on it, but I know they've got some interesting perspective on the idea that that solar outbursts might be connected with cometary impacts. But I think Robert's definitely on to something, the idea that, because if you're talking about the sun, we're talking about something that goes beyond just the Earth itself, something that involves the whole solar system. And I tend to think in that framework that we're talking about something that may have left traces on the moon, may have left traces on other planets as well as the Earth. We do know that the melting of the great Lake Wisconsin and Lake Wischelian, as it's called in Europe, ice sheets was extremely fast. It happened apparently in several pulses of melting, and the energies required to affect that level of melting have no known terrestrial source. They're just extreme amounts of energy, because we're talking about ice complex that was at least as large as what now covers the South Pole. And we're talking about this ice complex over North America, the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice sheets, and over northwestern Europe, it was the Fennoscandian ice sheets. All three of those ice complexes underwent catastrophic melting. So we're faced with the problem of how do we explain that level of melting. I think Robert's onto something with the solar flares, and I definitely think that that's a player in this whole phenomena. There is in some of the alchemical traditions I've looked at, and some of the other Masonic traditions and so forth, they've made reference to the double catastrophe or the double cataclysm, which, without being specific, would suggest something, that there might have been several agencies involved in affecting this termination of the Ice Age between 11 and 13,000 years ago, because you have to realize that once you get into an ice age like that, the tendency is to be self-perpetuating. How we get from an ice age or glacial age into the interglacial age that we are in now is not an easy matter. But somehow, and if you look at it, what you'll see is like it's almost as if the first few attempts to shake the world out of the ice age didn't succeed. We know at the Younger Dryas that there was apparently a melting event, because we do know that there's been considerable documentation of enormous amounts of meltwater at 13,000 years ago. I just recently read a study on the Mackenzie River showing that there was a massive influx of meltwater into the Arctic Ocean that dates right at 13,000 years ago. But in any case, what we see is that after this event, the planet went back into the full grip of the Ice Age, full glacial cold that it had been ameliorating for a couple of thousand years previous to that. So something happened. There was a major climatic flux, environmental catastrophe. The planet went back after 2,000 years or so of gradual warming, which is probably related to the Milankovitch cycles, which at that time were conducive to global warming, would have ameliorated the effects of the Ice Age. But then at 13,000 years ago, give or take a century or two, we find that process suddenly interrupted, and then the climate of the planet jerks back into full glacial cold for the next 1,300 years. And then at 11,600, give or take a century, we find another event. It's associated with rapid melting, rapid climate warming, and at this point now the climate of the planet climbs up out of the depths of glacial cold into the warmth of the post-glacial Holocene. So it's almost like it took a couple of kickstarts to shake the world out of the Ice Age. Maybe one at 14.6, another one at 13, and another one at 11.6, and then finally the grip of the ice was released, and the planet came into the warmth of the Holocene. And that's kind of where we've been now for 10,000 years. So,
and with the electric universe, they also postulate that, like Velikovsky, that maybe Venus was part of the what ended the last ice age. I know Robert's fairly familiar with that idea.
I want to mention something here, and that has to do with the electric universe. That there is no single, and I want to make it clear. I've spoken at electric universe in the past. But I do not consider myself, quote, an electric universe proponent. And part of the problem, I shouldn't say problem, but part of the issue with the electric universe is there is no unified electric universe theory or view. So you're starting again to Venus, that type of thing. Not everyone that's involved with electric universe would agree with that.
Sure.
A lot of different things going on with electric universe. And I have great respect for Wal Thornhill and David Talbot, but that doesn't mean I agree with them on everything, including their chronologies. I did want to point out, for instance, that, and some of your listeners will know who he is, and I have a lot of respect for a lot of the work he does. Paul Violetta has made a very strong case that there was a solar event, that there was an outburst, a solar particle event in particular at the beginning of the Younger Dryas that may have set some of this off too. That it may have actually caused induced cloud cover, that type of thing, which caused some of the cooling. So it is a very complex situation, and as Randall was just saying, there's a number of different events toward the end of the last ice age ending with the end of the Younger Dryas at, again, I use the date 9700 BC. But I think the really important thing is, at least the thing I wanted to mention was, I find it amazing the chronology and the correlation between Plato and the end of the Younger Dryas, the end of the last ice age, and Plato talking about these advanced civilizations, this advanced civilization Atlantis. And if we could, I'd like to bring it back to the focus tonight, which should be John Anthony West. And I just wanted to recount one little sort of fun detail. When John Anthony West and I were first working on the Sphinx, he brought me in. We went to Egypt for the first time. I went to Egypt for the first time in 1990 with John Anthony West. That was my first trip to Egypt. I don't know how many times I've been since, both with him and in other contexts and on my own, and et cetera, et cetera. But when I first went there, he was talking about, Atlantis. And again, he wasn't talking in terms of geography. He was talking in terms of a sophisticated culture going back thousands of years earlier than civilization was supposed to have existed. And for me, as a fresh academic, having just got to a university position, when I say I just been tenured at that point, but I was still relatively fresh. I refused to say the word Atlantis out loud. And if I had to even refer to it, I would refer to it as the A word, because good academics, at least in the sciences, they did not talk about Atlantis. They did not want to be associated with people who were, quote, looking for Atlantis or taking Atlantis seriously. And there is this pervasive feeling throughout academia, I would say to this day, at least good chunks of academia, that you don't consider Atlantis anything more than as a myth and a sort of a political statement on the part of Plato, that you don't even consider that it could have any basis in reality, either geographically or temporally.
What would be the geologist's stance on the movement of megalithic blocks?
Say that again?
What would be a geologist's stance on the movement of the megalithic blocks for pre-culture?
I think you changed subjects on me. That's why I had to say it again.
Why do we question that? Why would
are you saying, how do you move these huge blocks? Because something that we see among this earlier cycle, what I call the earlier cycle of civilization, is this megalithic construction. That's what you're referring to?
I'm just saying geology doesn't comment on that, and that's where a lot of people veer into the other path, I think.
Okay, let me ask you a question, or let me rephrase it. You're asking me as a geologist, I think you're asking me as a geologist, how did they move these huge blocks? So, for instance, in the Sphinx Temple, I'm just using Egypt as an example, since that's really John Anthony West's field, Egypt, and that's what he knows best. The Sphinx Temple has blocks in it that weigh tens of tons. Arguably, some of them are maybe approaching 100 tons. You've got granite blocks above the king's chamber that again weigh tens of tons, maybe up to 90 tons or so. How were they moved? You're asking me as a geologist? That's not my field.
That's sort of my point. Is that
engineer? I have no clue. I don't believe personally that we have a good answer to that question, because when you're moving these huge blocks, and there's other places, Baalbek, etc., where you have blocks that are 1,000 tons or whatever. I was just in South America, and you look at some of the megaliths there, and walls that were constructed with, again, blocks that are tens of tons. Some of them are 100 tons. How were they being moved? How were they being fit into place? I'm a geologist. I will tell you that that's incredibly difficult, and I really don't know how. And I don't buy the standard Egyptological, archaeological argument that they did it with pouring oil on the ground, or with, little...
We could joke that they dragged them across the ice.
Drag them across the
especially up here in Canada, right now.
I don't mention it to put you on the spot, Schoch, mostly just to say that I think that's the dividing line in the culture of the people that start to look for the Atlantis thing is...
Yeah, well, but no, I mean, I think some of these ancient civilizations, they were potentially using technologies we don't have a good grasp on to this day. I think of the Valley Temple and the Sphinx Temple, right at the vicinity of the Sphinx, at the foot of the Sphinx. You've got not only blocks that weigh tens of tons or more, but they were maneuvered into position in very tight spaces with very close tolerances. You can't there's no room for hundreds of people, much less thousands of people standing there, dragging these things around and moving them. There's no place to put the people that when archaeologists say, they used, gangs of men, 100 men at a time or whatever. So no, there are things we don't know in my assessment. And one of them is we don't know how they were moving these blocks.
And with regards to things like Gunung Padang or Easter Island. A lot of the geological work that you've done out there has been with regards to aging, and just like it was in Egypt, in terms of aging things that are out there. And I know that there are certain sites which you may correlate with, which others may not. Which I know the Bosnian pyramids may be one that would come to mind.
Well, the Bosnian pyramids are a fraud.
Oh, okay.
I'll say that bluntly. And I know people will attack me for that who are into the Bosnian pyramids, but they're not real. Well, but go ahead.
You're on a show where I've gone on complete rants against stuff like that, so along the same lines. So we're an open forum. That's the beautiful part about it. So go right ahead.
And this was mentioned before. There is in this field, unfortunately, a lot of nonsense and a lot of fraud and a lot of people faking stuff. I hate to put it so crudely. And one thing, again, I want to get back to the subject of our discussion, which is really John Anthony West. Something I've always admired him for is that he will call things out like that. If he doesn't think something's real, even if it suits his purposes. Like people have said to me with the Bosnian pyramids, well, it fits right in with what you've been talking about. It supports you, blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't need support if it isn't genuine. I'm not going to jump onto something just because it, quote, fits what I would like it to be if the evidence isn't really there. And
I agree with you. We don't get to connect all the dots.
Yeah.
It kind of falls under what John would call unicorns.
Yeah, unicorns. And there are real unicorns out there, and I don't mean any disrespect to people who have certain beliefs, but not everyone is very discerning. I mean, there are a lot of non-discerning people there on both sides. I mean, that's why a lot of standard beliefs are perpetuated despite the evidence against them, because people don't look at the evidence and they just want to believe what they believe, and they don't want to be bothered having to change their worldview. That works on both sides.
With John having inspired so many alternative researchers, I mean, what time frame do you think it's gonna before it hits like critical mass where people really start kind of dismissing some of the beliefs that aren't holding up?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember when did Copernicus publish? That was 1546 or something, and then Galileo dies under house arrest in 1642. Is that right? Don't quote me on these dates, but
I'm
something like
researching them now.
And then so find when did Copernicus published on his deathbed? I mean, he published things before that, but his great
1543 publication of Copernicus's book.
1543, I was a couple of years off. 1543, and Galileo, did he die in 1642?
For Copernicus or Galileo?
Galileo. Now, when did Galileo die?
Let's see. Galileo. I
want to say 1642.
Galileo Galilei. He died 1642 at the age of 77.
Yeah, and he was under house arrest for his beliefs at the time, I believe. It took hundreds of years before the Catholic Church forgave him and said that they were basically wrong. And people were still thinking in terms of a geocentric solar system as late as the early 1700s in some cases. So these things take time. Now we have the internet, so that speeds up things, perhaps, but also speeds up nonsense.
And that was exactly what I was going to ask you. What impact does the internet have on this stuff?
It's hard to say. I mean, I'm not as necessarily positive as some people are about the internet for things like this, because ideas, concepts, theories can be disseminated very quickly. It's old, and I hate to bring him up, but he was a great artist and very perceptive. I mean, one could argue. At least he was influential. Andy Warhol. I think it was Andy Warhol who said there'd be a time when something to the effect that there would be a time when everyone would be famous for 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the internet has brought that to us. Everyone can be famous for 15 minutes. we don't take that 15 minutes literally, but everyone can post their thing on YouTube. Everyone can have their viral moment potentially, et cetera, et cetera. But this means that all the nonsense and craziness can get out there as well as the good stuff. So it becomes much more difficult in some cases, I believe, to really figure out what is valid, what's legitimate, what isn't. Yes, we have now incredible resources available to us, but I teach at a university to this day. And what I find with the young students, the freshmen, the sophomores, is that they're overwhelmed with factoids. They're overwhelmed with all this little stuff, and they don't know how to sort it out. They don't know how to distinguish in many cases what's real, what is not. They don't know how to synthesize it, put it into a bigger picture. And I think it's not just the young college students. I think this is a problem for many people in our society. And then they end up living on, I sound like I'm ranting here, but they end up living on social media and trivia. Now, I'm not saying that people who are listening to this are like that, because they're probably the exception, not the rule. But, you know, it's a mixed blessing. It's a mixed curse, the modern technology. It also makes us very, very vulnerable to the next solar outburst. If the sun does what it did in 1859 with the Carrington event, we're all gone.
And sooner or later, that is going to happen.
Yeah, and if it does, it's going to happen sooner probably than later, in my assessment. And if what happened at the end of the last ice age happens again, or when it happens again, I mean, there's no words to describe what's going to happen to our society.
Well, I think you could say that we would probably be thrust right back into a new Stone Age.
Yeah, if we're lucky, we'll be thrust into
if we're lucky.
Stone Age. It could be worse, because we have a lot of vulnerability now that the last cycle of civilization may not have had. We have a number of nuclear power plants around the world, for instance. Just think of Fukushima times 400 plus, spreading radiation. I mean, you know, we have major problems to face and major vulnerabilities. But I don't want to, get off on that necessarily right now, except that I believe, and I've had long discussions with him about this, John Anthony West agrees that our society is not so great. It was mentioned, maybe Laird mentioned it, he very much preaches that the Church of Progress is a religion, but it's not really progress. Yes, there's, quote, technological progress, but we've lost a lot in the process in terms of the soul, the consciousness, the philosophical development. There's a very strong, I think, and I'm convinced that, what we as a society collectively may have gained technologically, we've lost other things.
Yeah, we probably like to romanticize Egypt a fair bit as well, but think of how brutal it would have been.
Yeah, and we have to be careful about romanticizing, because there was brutality and there was nastiness. But there was also, I think, something else there that was in more abundance then than there is now, something positive.
I think this is part of the reason this type of research is so important, that one, if it happened before, it can happen again, and that's something we need to understand and be prepared for. But also, it does kind of show us how disconnected from that spiritual level of things we are. And I don't think everyone always realizes that. Like when they get into looking at Atlantis or saying like that, they're not thinking of it in terms of consciousness and spirituality. And
so I think we are very, very disconnected from the spiritual, something that Schwaller talks about. And of course, we really haven't focused on this, but John Anthony West is probably in my assessment, the foremost living scholar of Schwaller de Lubitsch. He's really the foremost proponent, and he knows more about Schwaller, I would say, than anyone else alive. And Schwaller, I guess it's translated into English, one of his concepts was sacred science, the unification of the sacred and the spiritual with the scientific, what we would call the scientific. And this is a very important theme, that science and the sacred, science and the spiritual, science and religion, however you want to say it, should not be disconnected as they are in modern society. I mean, I'm an academic. I deal with scientists, other scientists, fellow scientists, and so many of them are so proud that they have no spirituality whatsoever. At least they claim they don't have any spirituality. And some of them, they certainly don't believe in souls or anything like that. Some of them think that consciousness doesn't even exist when it comes right down to it. Consciousness is just an epiphenomenon of a bunch of, chemical reactions and electrical reactions in the brain, but it doesn't really exist.
McKenna had an interesting comment on that the notion of the Big Bang is essentially science asking for one free miracle, that the entire universe sprang from nothing in a single instance is a litmus test for incredulity, that it makes no sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of issues here, and it's much more, in my opinion, and I believe in John Anthony West's opinion, it's much more than just sort of this, sometimes I use the term voyeuristic, looking back at ancient civilizations. Well, aren't they sort of interesting and neat, but they don't have anything to say to us? No, it has a lot to say to us. Looking at ancient civilization has a lot to say to us. There's a lot we can learn from it. I've always been amazed that Egyptologists can spend their lives, and I've met many Egyptologists now who seem to exemplify this. They spend their lives studying an ancient civilization. They admit that the ancient Egyptians could build some pretty fancy temples and make some nice carvings here and there. And, you go see some of the statues carved out of diorite in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, and you are just absolutely amazed. Despite all this, they put Egypt down consistently as a bunch of stupid, primitive people who believed in gods with human bodies and animal heads, and aren't they stupid? And I mean, it's essentially what they're saying, and we're so much better than them. And they spend their lives being condescending and downright scornful of the very subject matter that they study, rather than raising themselves up and learning something from this great civilization that lasted for thousands of years. They must have been doing something right, as John Anthony West would say. To even just the very fact that the Egyptian civilization had that continuity, had that duration. They knew something that we apparently have lost.
I wanted to ask Randall how he's finding the unfolding of the ice data in terms of public perception and as a parallel data stream for ancient history. Is that being well received?
Could you repeat the question?
I wanted to ask you how you're finding the unfolding of the ice core data, which you're obviously very familiar with. Are you getting troubles from the that's very academic?
No. I mean, to the extent that I've interacted with academia, that because that's basically where this research is coming from. I mean, the ice core results are pretty unequivocal that there was something major that happens when you look at the sudden shifts in oxygen isotope ratios, deposition of things, the dust and other proxies that are in the ice cores. It shows unequivocally that something happened. I mean, where the controversy would come in is what happened, which gets us back to, the discussion that we were having earlier, about whether would it be the sun, and I'm totally supportive of that idea, because it makes sense to me. I've often thought, going on several decades now, that there's evidence that the sun sometimes misbehaves, if you want to say that. But then, on the other hand, we have a lot of evidence that impacts of asteroids and comets and cometary debris has been a far more frequent player in the geological record of this planet than anybody had appreciated a couple of decades ago. And, we're constantly now seeing, like already this year, we've had 4 near-Earth objects that were discovered literally within a matter of days. None of these were on a scale that would, provoke a global catastrophe or anything, but certainly could provoke a regional or local catastrophe, such as what we saw in February of 2014 with Chelyabinsk in Siberia. At the same time, and certainly Robert's going to know about this, which is that there are many, many impact craters or astroblems now, approaching 200 of them that have been identified in the geological record, and they pretty much span, the entire Phanerozoic, which is the basically the era, going back to the beginning of the Cambrian times. So I think that, we're realizing that this planet is part of a much bigger ecosystem that involves cosmic phenomena. It's not limited to just terrestrial phenomena. And I think we're also beginning to appreciate that our ancestors and ancient peoples also looked at the world this way, that there were constant interactions between the earth and the celestial realm. And this is, to me, a big part of the explanation of why ancient peoples were so obsessed with looking at the sky, watching the sky, is because things happened in the sky. Another possibility I don't think has been brought up is, possibly nearby supernovas. Robert might have an opinion on that. But certainly I think that, a lot of the information that I've looked at from many different sources suggests that, ancient peoples were very, concerned with comets and meteorites in the sky and the possible effects that they could have on Earth. And today would possibly be the place, I think maybe it would be a lot of fun if Robert and I could come back to really discuss in detail or in depth some of the evidence now that's emerged about this terminal Pleistocene transition and the transition of the Earth out of the Ice Age and what was involved there. Because the thing I've been looking at primarily is the patterns of meltwater distribution. And I've been, looking at in detail, spent many, many hundreds of hours studying digital elevation models, digital elevation maps, and then as much as possible, field confirmation. The most interesting thing that I found when you look at the patterns of melting is that you would expect it in a normal glacial melting, such as we've seen in the last couple of centuries with the termination of the Little Ice Age, is that you have marginal recession of the glaciers. And of course, we can see that by looking at what are called the terminal moraines and the recessional moraines, which is the material left behind as the glacier recedes. But what we see when we look at the patterns of melting of the late Wisconsin ice complex in North America is there are epicenters of melting that actually occur sometimes 500 to 1,000 miles up or within the ice sheet from the ice margin. And I have a difficult time explaining how that could be. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, which is, of course, very controversial now, I think has gained in strength. I've gone through the literature on that pretty much with a fine-tooth comb, pro and con. I think that there might be a political agenda involved with some of the opposition to that. And I don't know if this is the time or place to get into why I think that would be. But in any case, I think that the idea of an impact or a multiple impact type event is a lot more robust now than it was, when the idea was first proposed back, 2007, 2008, and so on. And the opposition has forced the proponents of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis to go back and really examine their work. And like I said, I've gone through particularly the criticisms of it with a fine-tooth comb, trying to understand what is the basis for the criticism. And what I've seen really is, in my mind, is suspect on several levels. And I think that would be beyond the scope of this discussion. And that's why it'd be, I think, a lot of fun for me and Robert to come back sometime and discuss this in depth.
Oh, we would welcome it. Open arms.
Because I totally think Robert's onto something with this solar, with coronal mass ejections and possibly solar proton outbursts that needs to be looked at. We need to understand it. I am not ready, though, to dismiss the possibility of impact events in the mix as well. for a number of reasons. I mean, I look at the nanodiamond evidence and the microspheral evidence and the magnetic grain evidence and the attempts to dismiss it, and I see weaknesses in the attempts to dismiss it. I don't know if, Robert, if you have read the evaluation of Malcolm Lecomte and his team that did an independent.
I have, and actually, this is, to be honest, this is, I think, well beyond what we want to be talking about now for a telethon for John Anthony West, and I think there is a lot of political agenda, but I see a lot of political agenda on the other side too. It's on both sides of it, and I'll just say that a lot of that nanodiamond stuff, there's been a lot of misidentifications of Lonsdale light, etc., in the literature. I mean, this stuff is really difficult and technical, and I don't think this is really the time to discuss it. I will say that I don't disagree with you that there have been, we can't dismiss, I mean, not only can we not dismiss, there's been plenty of evidence of impacts. We've got plenty of astroblems. We've got plenty of, for people that don't know what we're talking about, it's a general term for essentially impact craters, etc. I mean, I've studied some of them up close and personal. Some of my earliest field work was looking at astroblems in the Canadian high Arctic. So they're there and they're real. I remember when the Alvarez et al. First suggested that some kind of bolide, some kind of impactor caused the extinction of the dinosaurs approximately 65 million years ago, and people laughed at it, and that was a huge brouhaha and arguments back and forth. I mean, the evidence is quite definitive now that, yes, something happened at the end of the Cretaceous that caused the Cretaceous, mass extinctions, and the only dinosaurs that survived are what we call birds. But on the other hand, that doesn't mean that every claimed impact and every claimed bolide event, every claimed comet event is real either. I mean, you have to look at each one of them very carefully. And I do think there are major questions at the in terms of the Younger Dryas, the beginning Younger Dryas event. But that's something that could be discussed at another time.
We will be happy to have you guys both back on in the future, and we may throw a heliophysicist in the mix.
Yeah, so I would make it, but I do want to make it very clear, just so everyone knows where I stand. I don't buy the impact event at the Younger Dryas. So again, we can discuss that at a future date.
And I'm sure that if the space-time continuum can actually handle that amount of awesomeness in one room yet again, then we will definitely make accommodations.
But I do think we have to look at all these things. Mm-hmm. And as Randall has said, and I appreciate that very much, I think that we really have to be looking at the sun and seeing what the impact of the sun, which I think the sun has been grossly underestimated in recent decades as to what the impact of the sun itself can be, and that the sun is much more volatile, much more variable, goes through, as was described, and I sort of like it anthropomorphically, angry periods. The sun is a star, and it's not a perfect Aristotelian ball of fire in the sky that's unchanging. It goes through major mood swings, if you would. And one of those was at the end of the last ice age, I believe, based on the data. I wanted to say one other thing, because I wanted to get back to John Anthony West, and this is something he and I have certainly talked about, which is that the ancients, and it's tying with what was just discussed, the ancients, I believe, in general, had a much better concept of how we fit into the cosmos, to use the modern terminology, how we fit into the universe, how we are influenced by natural events, not just on Earth, but in the skies, in the stars. This ties in with the whole concept of as above, so below, in a very literal sense. I also believe that they had a much better grasp on long periods of time. So they were talking about cycles of time in terms of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. And you see this in the most remote ancient cultures and civilizations that we have been aware of awareness of nowadays. So you have things like the precessional cycle, which was very important to the ancients, which is about 26,000 year cycle, which had been mentioned before. And I don't know how much people know about that, but something that John Anthony West and I have often discussed is whether some of these phenomena, some of these markers of civilization, the Sphinx in particular, could it even go back to an earlier precessional cycle? I'm not advocating that, but I'm mentioning that in the context of talking about our subject, John Anthony West. So a concept of deep time, cycles of civilization, tying in with cycles in nature, but not just annual cycles, not just century-length cycles of duration, but over thousands of years. This is something that the ancients were quite aware of, I believe, and paid attention to.
Nobody builds a pyramid without measuring.
Yeah. And so, there were things, and we're so short term. I mean, we elect someone for president in the United States for 4 years. What is 4 years? It's nothing. We elect people to Congress, I guess, House of Representatives, for 2 years at a time. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy the short attention span that we in modern society have.
And that's kind of the idea in geological terms. 4 years is nothing, absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, in geological terms, it's. I just laugh. I mean, 4 years. Gosh.
Speaking of measuring, how are we doing on our telethon, Chris?
You know what? Clay has their connection to us has been terminated, so I'm just going to call Clay on his. So let me see if I can bring him on here. Let's see. Via cell phone, we'll try that. At people.
Yep.
It's a possibility, considering the amount of snow that they've gotten out in upstate New York over the last couple of days, and knowing from being Canadian, snow can affect you and your internet hardcore. It's why we had a backup line installed for this night to make sure we would be up 100%. And, when you're out in upstate New York and you're on a 30-some, goodness knows how many acre lot right next to the mountains, that could be an issue. So I'm actually in contact with Zeke right now to see if they're okay, but I know for certain that I've actually been receiving some of the donations directly to our PayPal account at info at Den of Lore, which if you're sending it to support to the show, fantastic. I'm still sending it to the fund to support the fund, and if it was sent mistakenly, make sure that you do use the form on the left-hand side of the post at denoflore.com/WPP. Let me just see if I can. I'm going to try one more thing. Show dial pad. Let's do this a different way. And Alex, how are you finding the stimulating conversation so far?
I'm looking forward to having these guys back on the show. And
I know, right?
Like I said, I'd love to throw a heliophysicist in the mix if we start talking about the sun. Obviously, if it's coronal, then we're not going to have the evidence laying around because it's old solar weather. And that makes it much harder, more difficult to go back in time on that. We don't have solar core samples, but that would be pretty cool.
Okay, well, let's see.
Randall wanted to make a quick comment, guys.
Of course.
All right.
No, Randall, go right ahead.
I was going to say that solar flares actually do leave fingerprints in the form of beryllium-10 and carbon-14. And Robert might want to address that because that's certainly one way that we would be able to verify an inconstant sun.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of evidence along those lines. In fact, based on the isotope evidence, we know that the sun has gone through incredible fluctuations and levels of variability, and papers have been published in top-rated journals, including Nature, for instance, talking about how the sun has had these very very different periods. And in fact, it's going into active volatile period now after having been relatively stable for the last 8,000 or more years, actually, since shortly after the end of the last ice age. And when we look at the isotope data, we see incredible changes in volatility at the end of the last ice age.
And speaking of political implications, what's interesting here, of course, is that a lot of the politically correct models of climate change now do not include the sun.
Well, I was going to say virtually none of the politically correct models include the sun. In fact, to be talking about what we're talking about and advocating that the sun can actually affect climate versus anthropogenic causes, increasing carbon dioxide because of modern industrial pollution, can cause people to lose their jobs, lose their grants. There's a lot of money tied up in the Al Gore concept, and I hate to use Al Gore, but he popularized it. The concept that climate change in modern times is simply due to carbon dioxide being pumped out by humans. That's the politically correct view, and people are persecuted and denied their positions and denied their grants, denied their funding for saying anything else, even if the evidence indicates it. And as far as I'm concerned as a geologist, the evidence is very strong that there's a lot more going on.
Absolutely.
Now, I did just want to be able to give a quick update. Again, we've got Zeke in the chat room, and he said, yes, it is a very good possibility that we have lost Clay and Zoe to a power outage. I know that I've just called Clay's cell phone, and apparently he is on another line. So what I'm going to do is give a quick update to the Fundly campaign the best I can. It may not have the PayPal information on there, and I do apologize if I'm missing a few people as a result. But right now, the John Anthony West Project Fundly campaign, which you can reach at just by Googling Fundly John Anthony West Project. And then you can find it. It's one of the top 2 or 3, or go to John Anthony West's website. The link is on there. Or go to denoflore.com. You can find the link on there as well, and especially in the show's description.
Or if people go to my website, www.robertschoch.com, it's SCHOCH, Robert Schoch. I've got a link to the Fundly also.
And it's, again, thank you very much for posting that as well. Now, as of right now, so this is about 12:40 Eastern Time, the Fundly campaign is up to $72,953. That is $72,953. I know that when I started following this hardcore about 2 weeks ago, it was around $30,000, and it's jumped in the last several hours alone about $5,000 to $6,000, which is absolutely insane. We're trying to reach $10,000 by the end of this broadcast because, John Anthony West is a great man and he needs the support. Now, for that support and giving that support, you do get a few perks with it, as I'd mentioned before, throughout the program. One of the big perks for this campaign and for everyone pulling together is that Dr. Robert Schoch is going to be taking the torch with the upcoming Egypt tour that John Anthony West was supposed to be leading. Now, this is again to be able to support the family and the work that they've put in, support the people who have put in the time and effort to register, and to ensure that the funds that would have been raised from that do go towards the family as well as the treatment for John Anthony West. Now, the perks, as I mentioned beforehand, we're going to try and run through this. I'll do it a little bit dramatically, but I do love this part of the show. If you're coming from Jimmy Church's Fade to Black, and you're a Fade or not, like I am, if you want to be able to get your shout out on Jimmy Church's show tomorrow, donate $50. He's going to be reading them all out all night as soon as we can get them to it. Now, when you do want to apply for a perk, sacredgeometryinternational.com. Send that receipt to sacredgeometryinternational.com, or excuse me, sacredgeometry@gmail.com. That email is in the show notes, and Cameron's been watching the box all night, and we'll make sure that the perks get to where they need to get to. Now, from we at the Den of Lore, I'm an award-winning creative director and graphic designer and brander. And if you've got a small organization, for a donation of $333, I will design your company a logo with one revision. We've done the branding. I did the branding for our show. I've done the branding for many organizations across North America. It's my passion to be able to help John continue his passion is the least I can do. Now, you do know that we're going to have Duncan Trussell on the show next week with Grimerica, Cameron and Randall Carlson, especially Randall Carlson from Sacred Geometry International, and Michael Parker from Antidote. We're going to be deconstructing Magical Egypt, watching the show, and you guys can watch along with us, and we're going to give you our commentary and our analysis as we go. For $1,444, you can do that. In addition to come on to 2 Den of Lore shows, you tell us the guest you want us to bring in, and we'll bring them in, and you can come on with us, and we can discuss the work that your guest is doing, and make sure that other people can share in that passion as well. Now, for our Illuminati Confirmed package, at $1,999, you can come on next week's show as a guest host, as well as you come on for 3 Den of Lore shows with guests of your choice. And this can be spaced out over the space of a year, space of 6 months. If I can get the people on for you as soon as possible, I'll get them on, and we'll have a fantastic time discussing their work. From Grimerica, Darren and Graham, love you to death. You guys are awesome. The Igloo is a fantastic place. I know Randall's done shows directly from there before. They're a good show and a good inspiration. For $432 donation, you can be a guest host with a guest of your choice on the Grimerica show. Now, from Sacred Geometry International, anything you give and you want to collect a perk, if you're donating between $25 to $74, I should say, until February 17th, you get a free HD download of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe, a high-definition version. Again, watch it on your phone, watch it on your iPad. It's a wonderful film. I have my own copy. I watch it at least once every 2-3 weeks. It'll blow your mind. If you're donating between $75 to $99, there's only 25 available. First come, first serve. You get a signed copy of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe with Randall Carlson's lovely signature on the front, and it's commemorated for you. And that's something you can, keep for yourself, show to your friends, brag about, pass it on to your kids. Why not? For anyone donating $100, you get all of the classes for Level 1, which are taught by independent scholar Randall Carlson, who is on the line with us still, and whom everyone is enjoying out there. And again, I know that I'm enjoying his company, and I know Alex is. Now, from Edward Nightingale, who we'll be talking to and discussing his work, and he's got some very groundbreaking work that he's not discussed anywhere else, and he's going to be breaking it on this show later on, so you have to stick around for that. We talked to him for an hour and a half. We could have done a full episode based on just that conversation alone, and that was just shooting the shit. $144. You get his groundbreaking book, The Giza Template, Temple Graal Earth Measure. And again, that would be personalized to you. Edward's a very good man, and this is a fantastic book. You want a copy of this. From the John Anthony West Project Fundly campaign, $250 gets you an autographed copy of The Traveler's Key, which is considered to be the best guide for Symbolist Egypt ever published. For $500, you get a limited edition autographed silver gelatin portrait of John Anthony West. There's only 50 copies available. If you want one, make sure you can get it because there's only 50. For $5,000, again, you can bring 4 of your friends, chip in $1,250 each. You get a weekend with John Anthony West and an Airstream that's tucked right next to the legendary John Anthony West studio at the base of the Catskill Mountains in Saugerties, New York. It's leased up to 4, and again, you can exchange ideas, get to know the man, learn about his passions and where he started from, and understand why he has put so much work and love into what he's been doing. Now, for $10,000, this is a placeholder, and if you want to get in on this, you send me an email at info@denoflore.com, and I will forward it to Clay. and I'll make sure you get the information because it will be released in the next 10 days of who's there. And this is something that was suggested by Graham Hancock himself. It is an exclusive dinner with John Anthony West and notable guests. And as we mentioned, Graham Hancock had suggested it. So he could be there. Robert Bivall could be there. Randall Carlson could be there. All that information is going to be confirmed. But the idea is that these amazing individuals are coming together. And when it's confirmed, it's going to be an amazing night for you with amazing food and amazing company. Again, I would like to thank you very much, Dr. Robert Schoch, for coming on with us tonight. This has been one of the most stimulating conversations I've personally had in a very long time, and your time and effort is much appreciated and support.
You're very welcome. I appreciate that.
And again, John, if you are listening, we do. And everyone out there in this world does love you a lot, and we want to see you get better, and we know that you're going to get better. And we are behind you 125%, 133% even. And with friends like Dr. Robert Schoch and Graham Hancock, you know you can never go wrong, because people around the world will be able to pick up on that and be able to feel that positive energy, and they're going to want to be able to do the same and support you as well. So, Dr. Schoch, I know it's late for you, and you need to be able to get to bed. I do appreciate...
Thank you for being with us.
I need to get to bed. Well, it's been a pleasure, and
Mr. West obviously keeps good company.
I'm sorry?
So Mr. West obviously keeps great company.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. But I want to say I very much appreciate what you're doing here for him and for the family. And I wanted to say thank you to both of you, to all of you, and to all the technical support that goes behind this, because I know there's a lot there. I'm not a techie type, and I know that takes a lot of work and a lot of finagling and to make sure everything happens properly. So I just want to express my appreciation for all that you've done to make this happen.
Well, again, we're just conduits for good works. And at the end of the day, when there is a need, we come and fill in the need, and we do the good we can because it's the right thing to do. And it's just an honor to be a part of this and be able to contribute just like everyone else has towards a good cause.
Well, Robert, before you go, can I jump in with a quick question?
Sure.
Is Serpent in the Sky currently in print?
That's a good question. I believe it's currently in print through Quest Books.
Okay.
I think it's been re-released, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, re-released. I think so. We should be able to look up quickly. Let's.
Actually, Cameron's doing that right now. Look
it up on Amazon and whatnot.
I would recommend this book to anybody who is interested in.
Serpent in the Sky is a great book. Everyone should take a look at that. That's interested in these topics. It really, I would say, to this day, the best introduction to Schwaller de Lubitsch and to John Anthony West and his thinking about ancient Egypt. Mm-hmm. And it includes a lot more than just ancient Egypt, in the sense that it really expands on John Anthony's work on ancient Egypt, but he applies it to the present day and why we should care about it. It's not your typical book on ancient Egypt. Aren't these lovely temples, and isn't this sort of vaguely interesting, but has no real lessons for today? No, that's not the case at all. He really impresses upon the reader why this is important.
Yeah, I see that the original hardcover is now going for $127.36. And up to $499.99.
It's a collector's item.
But it's been reissued apparently, so you can get it for.
It's available then by reissue.
Right. And yeah, I would like to second what Robert is saying. It's anybody listening to this who wants to delve into this stuff, that would be an excellent place to start. And like Robert said, his discussion of Schwaller de Lubitsch is excellent. It's a great way to get introduced to the work of Schwaller, and his discussion of the Sphinx. I think my copy, I believe I bought it when it just came out in 1979. It's quite worn now. The pages are dirty. The paper cover is all shredded, but at least I have it signed by John.
Nice.
So I don't know how much that makes it worth, but anyways, yeah, excellent read. That's his discussion of the Luxor Temple is also extremely interesting, I found, and his analysis of Schwaller's work on the Luxor Temple. So yeah, get that book, read it.
Yeah, read it, and if you get, there is something good about the later editions. He has added appendices to it, talking about some of our work on the Sphinx and that type of thing. So the later editions do have some added material to it. It's always nice to have a first edition also, so congratulations on that.
Thank you. Yes, it has an honored place on my bookshelf. So, Robert, at some point, I think it would be just wonderful if you would join me on a geological tour of North America.
I agree. That would be great.
Yeah. We could cross the floodlands and look at some of this stuff, and I would love to have your feedback and thoughts on some of this stuff. Yeah. And we could just argue till our heart's content.
Oh, discuss. Let's turn.
Yeah, I know. I'm joking.
Yes.
I love discussion and looking at different points of view, and I think we could have some great discussions.
One of the things that drew me into geology, I have to say this now, and I think John Anthony West would appreciate this very much. One of the things that really attracted me to geology, and I did not start out deciding to major in geology or become a geologist. I took a geology course for fun and entertainment, which means that as a freshman, I had to take a science course. So I took a geology course, had to take so many science courses. I was going to start as an art history major, but I took these science courses and I found them absolutely fascinating. So I went on with that. I also got a degree in anthropology and all this stuff. But to make a long story short, to get to where I wanted to, the point I want to make is I remember distinctly to this day as a freshman geology student going out to look at outcrops. I was at George Washington University, and we would take field trips, and we would go and we would look at the rocks. And I remember distinctly where you'd have two different faculty members and then a curator from the Smithsonian, and each would take their turn explaining their interpretation of the outcrop in the rocks and what we were looking at. And in many cases, their interpretations were diametrically opposed to each other. And then they would be hashing it out in front of a bunch of students. And I love that geology has that flexibility. It has that openness, should we say, that there is more than one interpretation in many cases.
Okay, and that's a beautiful part about what we do, is to be able to find those interpretations and be able to get different perspectives.
But it's always grounded in evidence and looking at evidence. And I think ties back to one of the themes we've had during the course of the evening, that you look at the evidence. Not all interpretations are necessarily correct or valid or worthwhile, but there can be more than one worthwhile interpretation of a certain set of evidence.
Precisely. And again, Dr. Schoch, thank you very much for coming on. We would love to have you on with Randall at some point. Hopefully, if the stars align, we can. But at the end of the day, let's all pull for John's recovery, and we'll wish him.
That's what this is all about, is John Anthony West.
And again, have yourself a wonderful night. Thank you for being in the den.
My pleasure, and I will say goodbye to everyone. And once again, thank you for all you've been doing along these lines.
And to you as well, Dr. Schoch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, Robert.
Good night, Robert.
Good night.
Okay, and Randall, are you still there?
Still here.
All right, I'm going to switch over the graphic to you shortly. And again, Randall, thank you very much for coming onto the program again and for helping out with filling in for Scotty Roberts earlier on in the evening. Now, I know that you had sent us several slides, and I'd shown one beforehand, and I'm going to bring that to the audience, and it'll be on YouTube now. And I'm going to share screen with you here in Skype so you can see what I'm seeing. Let's see, share screen. Let's see if this works. There we go. Technology, isn't it grand? There we go. You've got it on that side?
Looks good.
Wonderful.
There it is.
the pedestal of the Ande stone, the angry sun.
Okay.
This is the thing that I was talking to Robert about how, and this is just one example of a number of different lines of evidence suggesting that somebody, you know, in throughout historical times has had this concept of an inconstant sun. Now, I mean, you look at this, you could interpret it a number of different ways, but clearly, when you look at this, the first impression, and my first impression of this back in 1989, when I visited this place, was that it seemed to be trying to tell us that, hey, that, you know, there's something going on here with the sun that might be beyond what we've assumed to be the case. And there are other interesting examples of that. I've just included that one simply because, you know, in the context of Robert's work on coronal mass ejections and so forth. I really would like to get into a real more in-depth discussion on the impact hypothesis. I think Robert might be a little premature in his dismissal of it. And that's why I would love to get into a more in-depth discussion about that, because there's two lines of evidence that seem to converge on that. Both the modern scientific data, which again has been controversial, but you know, some of the same people that have been dismissive of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, I think would also be dismissive of the coronal mass ejection or solar proton outflare hypothesis as well, because many of them seem to be defenders of the Anthropocene, which is the idea that humans are now the dominant geological force on planet Earth, and that one of the cornerstones of the Anthropocene model is that humans are now inducing the sixth great mass extinction in the history of the planet, which, you know, goes back to, you know, what we were talking about earlier, or at least what Robert mentioned, the Cretaceous Tertiary impact that eliminated the dinosaurs. You had the Permian Triassic that might have wiped out 90 to 95% of all species on Earth. You know, you had the late Ordovician, the late Devonian. You had a Jurassic Triassic extinction event. So, you know, what the Anthropocene is basically the idea that humans are now the dominant geological force on Earth, and that we are engaged now in provoking a mass extinction event that would be equivalent to some of the great extinctions in Earth history. And I don't accept that at all, having studied those mass extinctions and the phenomena that they are associated with. Clearly, if an extinction like that was underway right now, we wouldn't be having this discussion tonight at all. We don't need to get into that, but that would be something we could certainly talk about if I come back with Robert, because I think we would, you know, I'm sure he's quite knowledgeable about that as well.
Well, that's the beautiful part about this show is that technically, like on a day like today, we understand with a lot of guests, there is a certain amount of time limit that we have and making sure everyone can get to bed. Normally, when it comes to the den of lore, we don't have any time limit. If you want to go for 4 or 5 hours, be my guest. At the end of the day, it's your floor.
Well, once I get wound up, I've been known to go 4 or 5 hours. I'm probably going to have to conclude here in the next 5 minutes or so, because like I said, I am
understand.
Getting over a cold. I'm a bit hoarse. But the final point I was going to make is that a number of these authors or scientists that have attempted to refute the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis are proponents of the Anthropocene. And Exhibit A in this model that humans are causing the sixth great mass extinction is that, well, there is a precedent for that. That precedent being the extinction of the great megafauna at the end of the last ice age that we didn't really talk about tonight. But that's another one of the phenomena that's associated with those events of the terminal Pleistocene and the end of the ice age, is that about 50% of all species of megafauna, which is all animals, a megafauna is basically defined as greater than 44 kilograms, which is about 100 pounds in body weight. And literally half of the species of megafauna went extinct in a very short period of time, around 12 to 13,000 years ago. Now, one of the dominant theories as to what happened is that they were somehow victims of human predation. human overkill, that somehow roving bands of Paleo-Indian hunters were able to wipe out 50% of the global megafaunal species within 1,000 years or so, which personally I find to be a ludicrous idea. But that idea has been gaining a lot of momentum recently in the context of the Anthropocene, because the idea is that, well, there is a precedent for humans causing a major mass extinction. Just look at what we did to the megafauna at the end of the Ice Age. Well, what's interesting is if you come in and you start talking about cometary impacts or coronal mass ejections or things like that, in terms of the explanation for what caused the mass extinction, well, that goes against the model of human predation. And so I have noticed in reading a lot of the literature, the authors of much of this, the papers that are attempting to refute the impact hypothesis, are basically proponents of the Anthropocene and the overkill hypothesis, which blames the extinction of the megafauna on humans. So I would suspect that that same group would also take issue with Roberts' idea of coronal mass ejections, because once again, what that does is it shifts the blame away from humans and puts it on something else entirely. And I did notice in reading some of Robert's stuff that he does quote some of those authors like Mark Boslow and Pintar and a few of these others that have been involved in attempting to refute the impact hypothesis. But again, that would be something, that would go way beyond tonight's discussion, which, like, Robert was saying, is about John Anthony West. But I got the impression, though, that John was very interested in a discussion that Robert and I might have regarding those events. So that's why I was perfectly willing to go ahead and address those issues in more detail.
Hopefully he's enjoying it all.
Yeah. If you pull up The Fall of Phaeton, Gustave Moreau. Can you pull that up? This is an interesting painting because one of the themes that I've played with is that there may be traditions that have been handed down through the centuries that actually address some of these ideas that we're talking about. Having been involved with Freemasonry and the symbolism there, and having looked in at Hermetic traditions and a lot of the mystery religions and symbolisms of alchemy and many of these things, has pretty much convinced me that there has been traditions all along where some of this knowledge has been preserved and encoded. Now, this is a painting by Gustave Moreau, and Robert mentioned earlier the Age of Leo, which is this great cycle based on precession of the equinoxes. Now, at least 25 years ago, by studying archaic traditions, I had come to the conclusion that many of them seem to be pointing, including the symbolism of the Sphinx itself, was pointing to this Age of Leo events. Now, the vernal equinox is like a cosmic hand of a clock that goes through the 12 constellations of the zodiac. Like Robert said, it's a roughly 26,000 year cycle. But there's a body of sacred numbers that are associated with that, 25,920 being the full cycle, and half that cycle being 12,960, which coincidentally is whatever the explanation for the onset, that pre-boreal, Baling-Alarod, Younger Dryas transition, it's placed within a century of that timing of the onset of the Age of Leo, which of course is the symbolism that's been encoded into the Sphinx. But if you look at this painting by Gustave Moreau, see something very interesting. This is The Fall of Phaeton. Now, we were talking about Plato earlier and Atlantis, and Plato prefaces in the Timaeus, he prefaces his account of Atlantis by recounting the myth of the fall of Phaeton. Now, I read that, and I'm reading an almost verbatim account of a great meteorite fall or asteroid or comet coming very, very close to the Earth. I mean, Plato describes it in such unambiguous terms that I think it's hard to escape any other possible interpretation. That Phaeton represents a metaphor for the fall to Earth of a bolide, which could be a piece of a comet, it could be an asteroid, it could be a giant meteor, and how this swept down to the Earth and set the Earth on fire. Okay, so he prefaces, and I think that there's a reason he prefaces his account of Atlantis by including a retelling of the myth of Phaeton. And he says that Plato says, while this has the form of a myth, it in reality represents a declination of the bodies moving in space around the Earth and the descent or declining of that body to the Earth and the triggering of a great conflagration of things on the Earth. So to me, that's highly auspicious that Plato does preface his account of Atlantis by this retelling of this myth of Phaeton. Now, in this painting by Gustave Moreau, what you see there is the great dragon rising up from the earth, and one of the symbols that was universally employed to represent bolides, fireballs, meteors, comets, etc., was a celestial dragon. And that's, again, something we could talk about in depth at another time. But you see there the steeds, the horses, you see the fall of fate there. And then if you just look up, you see the belt of the zodiac
with Leo
wrapping around, and there is the lion, Leo. And then if you look down just below, off to the left of the horses, what do you see there?
Comet.
A comet, yes. It's like almost like he's saying, yeah, here it is. You know, here's the comet that triggered the fall of Phaeton and the conflagration of the Earth. If you go, go to the, which one of you guys is a Freemason?
That would be, well, I'm a 32nd degree and Alex is a Master Mason, so we're both
of you. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then you'll appreciate this. Go to the Masonic carpet.
Oh, yes.
Now, you look at that, once we get that up on screen, and as I'm sure you guys are now aware, that the Masonic fraternity is the custodians of a very rich body of symbolism that has come down to us from centuries agone. And what I like to tell people about symbolism is that it really is a language with its own syntax. And once you have come to be able to read the grammar of symbolism, you can take the individual symbols and put them together into a coherent statement, right? Now, we won't get into this at all other than superficially, but this is what's a Masonic carpet. And you guys are going to be familiar with a lot of this stuff here.
Everything.
But you'll notice prominently displayed up there on the right is what? Almost looking like it's coming right from the moon, right? Well, what do you see there?
That would be a comet.
Be a comet, yes. Now, in the Masonic tradition, there is a meaning that's universally attributed to the 7 stars. Do you know what that is?
It's the esoteric or the exoteric meaning?
Well, I don't know the difference, but tell me what you think.
Well, usually that refers to the 7 people who, make a lodge perfect, which,
Yes. But it has another meaning. You'll find this if you read your Albert Pike and a couple of other, particularly the 19th century Masonic scholars. The 7 stars refers to the Pleiades.
Which would be, that would be the other side of that.
Yes, that would be the other side, the astronomical allegory. And I'm sure you're aware, all of Masonry is an astronomical allegory. Okay, so what you see there is the 7 stars, the 7 sisters, which symbolizes the Pleiades in all sorts of arcane traditions, and overtly so in Freemasonry. Okay, now that is the shoulder of the bull, which is Taurus. Taurus gives its name to one of the great meteor showers in Earth history called the Taurids. There is evidence that the Taurids were, in fact, very active at the end of the last ice age. And I'm referring here to the work of Victor Klube and William Napier and the British neo-catastrophists. So it may be just coincidental, but what we have here is frequent associations in many of these arcane traditions between comets and the 7 sisters, which has now actually been confirmed astronomically because when you look at all meteor streams, which are the byproducts of cometary disintegration, what you see is they'll have a radiant point in space. In other words, when you look at the meteor stream, there will be some unique point in space at which all of these meteors appear to be emanating, right? And the constellation that is associated with that radiant point or that point of emanation gives its name to the meteor shower. So in other words, the Leonids would have their radiant or parent point of emanation on the constellation of Leo, right? The Geminids on Gemini, and so on. Well, the Taurids then obviously have their radiant point on the constellation of Taurus. And what's very interesting here is that the bullseye, the target that you would that almost very, very accurately pinpoints that radiant point in space is the Pleiades, right? So if you were going out on around late October, early November, when the fall Taurid stream is prominent, you would go out and you would find a constellation of Taurus, and usually it'll be right up at about midnight. At about midnight, it'll be at the culminating point, directly overhead, right? You will look to the Pleiades, which forms the shoulder of the bull, and if you keep your eyes focused on that, you will then begin to see the individual Taurid meteors emanating from that point in space. And I think that there's a very rich tradition going back, symbolically associating the Taurid meteors with the end of the world and the destruction of the world. We find that in Mayan traditions. We find it in Sumerian traditions. A lot of stuff. I'm writing up things on this right now that I will be getting into in great detail. So, in other words, I'm suggesting that the cosmos has been very much more active in the past than it is now. That activity in the cosmos made a very great impression on our ancestors, and it was encoded into a variety of symbolical forms. If you look at that same imagery, you'll see all kinds of things. You guys are going to recognize many things in there, and obviously we can't get into all of that tonight. And but you're going to see if you look catty corner from the comet down on the other side, you see the Ark of Noah, which is there to remind people of the flood, and which brings us to the idea of the universal flood myths that have been found in several hundred unique accounts from all around the world. Now, if we could go past the idea of a simple, universal, supernatural flood raising up and covering all the mountains, which is easily dismissed by geology and other science, to this idea that you could have, in fact, have had floods that for all practical purposes destroy the world, from the standpoint that when you look at some of these flooding events, if there were survivors in the regions of these floods that occurred at the end of the last ice age, from their perspective, it could certainly be believed that the world had been destroyed. And this is one of the things why I'd like to get Robert out in the field so he could see some of this stuff that I've been looking at for the last 20 years himself, and also to show him why I think that there are epicenters of melting, which I find very difficult to explain without actual impacts into the ice sheet. But in any case, this idea of the flood now has been geologically confirmed. And we're not talking about, again, a universal flood that completely swamps the entire world supernaturally and then disappears. We're basically talking about the rapid melting over a couple of thousand years of roughly 6 million cubic miles of glacial ice that covered the northern hemisphere and its transference back into the ocean basins. And what occurred and as a consequence of that, which was that basically a lot of stuff that was there got erased from the face of the earth. And what I've been looking at in great detail, I've covered about somewhere between 50 and 60,000 miles in the field documenting this stuff. I have over 10,000 images documenting the flood effects in the landscapes. And again, I'm having a difficult time finding a way to explain that. Perhaps coronal mass ejections could explain that. But the thing that I have not been able to explain is how you have epicenters of melting up in the middle of the ice sheet. Why would you have right there, say in the middle of the ice sheet, a large zone where there was a sudden melting of the ice and the water emanating out radially from that zone, unless there was an impact onto the ice sheet in that area?
Well, we had a researcher on one of our more popular episodes from Charles P. O'Dale. He's kind of considered the Canadian version of you, actually. And we talked for about 3 hours just on meteor impacts and going through how to recognize them. And for somebody who's been doing it doing that type of research about as long as you have up here, and he's been doing it. He did it mostly by plane, and he's under the same impressions. So, I can understand where that perception can come from.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to be documenting this more on the websites and in the book that I'm writing. I will go into great detail on this because I believe in rigor. It's like Robert does. You've got to look at all possibilities, and in the end, it's where the evidence takes you. I have gone through the literature pro and con on Younger Dryas impact hypothesis in great detail. I've read pretty much every single article pro and con that has been published since 2007. And I'm convinced now that as the months and years go by, the evidence for an impact becomes much more robust. But again, I think that would be a very interesting discussion, very spirited discussion that Robert and I could have. Because I got to bring a lot of stuff to the table that I don't know, may or may not be aware of. I don't know if I mentioned the Malcolm Lecomte study. I don't know if he's read that or not. But you basically had 8 independent teams confirm that there are impact proxies at the Younger Dryas, the Bolling-Alrod Younger Dryas horizon, and only 2 teams that have attempted to refute it. But the 2 teams that have refuted it have gotten probably more airplay than the ones supporting it. So it still remains to be seen. It's an open question. But what I'm trying to show you here with some of these, like this Masonic carpet and stuff, is that there is a tradition that has been handed down. If you go, there's another slide you could pull up. It's called Masonic symbolism. It's another, it probably appeared in one of the Masonic books. I've forgotten where. I have the reference for it at home. You see that Masonic symbolism? It shows the ladder connecting earth and heaven.
Jacob's ladder. It's very similar in terms of the last slide, in terms of the 3 pillars and the three virtues, and you have the different Masonic symbolism, and it's in a garden, which would bring to mind Garden of Eden, and the man sleeping at the bottom left-hand corner, which is pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah, that would be Jacob.
Yes.
Notice up there at the top of the middle pillar here, you've got the 7 stars again.
And that would be back to the Pleiades as well?
Yep.
Okay.
But here's the thing. Even though it's not obvious at first glance, it's still stuck in there, right? Look at the middle angel on the ladder. Got an upraised right arm. Look immediately to the left of the upraised right arm, and you'll see it.
That's the comet.
There it is, the comet. Now, I could go on and on into like Mithraism, the mysteries of the Cabaret, a lot of other sources that seem to, again, suggest that comets were very important to the ancient world and have found their way into multiple bodies of symbolism that have been handed down through the ages. And so that's like one whole line of evidence. It doesn't prove anything. It just supports, to me, some of the ideas that are now coming out of the hard sciences of astronomy and geology. And, the idea that something did occur that may have involved an impact 12 or 13,000 years ago. But like I was saying to Robert, I don't think accepting one excludes the other. Because I can't explain the Younger Dryas pre-boreal transition 11.6, because to my knowledge, there are no impact proxies that anybody has claimed at that horizon. So something else was involved, unless, it shows up, but I haven't seen anything like that. So therefore, I'm of the mind that, we need to consider all possibilities here. So if anybody is interested, Robert's book, Forgotten Civilizations, go into this in much greater detail, and it's worth a read. I would plug the book, along with John Anthony West's book, Serpent in the Sky.
Hypothetically, if our solar system was planing through, laterally through, the Milky Way or something like that, in terms of its motion pattern, you would have mass solar, activity and comets simultaneously.
Yes, and the thing there that I referenced earlier about the the electric universe theory, which is not something I'm, excuse me, I'm not knowledgeable about that to the point where I can actually discuss it intelligently.
I haven't seen anybody discuss that notion since like way back in 2012 scares and the Mayan stuff. But
right, but it is interesting that there have been a couple of spectacular events of coronal mass ejections that were exactly timed with comet impacts into the sun. Now, this is generally dismissed by astronomers as being coincidental and nothing more, simply because nobody can come up with any kind of physical explanation for how a small comet falling into the sun could trigger a coronal mass ejection, or a CME. But on the other hand, if we were looking at a major incursion of an astronomical object, like the British neo-catastrophists talk about the precursor to the Taurid meteor stream, which may have been a giant comet that entered the solar system between 20 and 30,000 years ago and began to undergo a hierarchy of disintegrations. If there were repeated impacts of this debris into the sun, I think it's a fair question to ask if there could be a solar response. Again, I don't know the answer to that, but that would be, to me, a question worth asking. And could we see evidence of recent impacts on other bodies in the solar system, such as the moon or Mars? Again, I don't know of anything specifically dating from 12,900 years ago, but that would be certainly an area to look at. So, I'm of the mind that we could be talking about a perfect storm of catastrophic events that really shook the Earth out of the Ice Age between 11 and 14,000 years ago. So
now, moving on, I know you've got two more slides that are here. One I haven't taken too much of a look at. The other one I know is a graph of pulse water D1b, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the two great meltwater pulses to the global oceans.
Did you want me to go to the pulse water first, or go to the?
Sure, why not?
Okay,
sure, go to that.
I had the same cold. I feel your pain, Randall. Thank you very much, and thank you for your strength.
Well, I missed last year, so I think I got a double dose this year.
Guys, let's. I know Randall can go all night, but I'd rather eat.
Yeah,
I'm good for another minute.
Okay.
Let's look at the meltwater pulses.
Okay, so I've got the meltwater pulse slide up.
There we go. Well, you can see there that one of those. Well, you see that there's a light kind of green and then a lavender version, which basically shows the spread in time based on the margin of error in the dating. And I think you'll see that over to the right, at the bottom there, you have ages in 1,000. KYR means thousands of years. And I think you'll see that one of them peaks at around 13,000 and the other peaks at around between 10 and 11,000. So what this is, it shows a very nonlinear entry of the glacial meltwater into the world's ocean basins. If you see the dashed line, that would represent the insulation, which could be correlated with a smooth melting of the ice sheets. What we're seeing here is anything but a smooth melting. What we're actually seeing here is massive pulses of meltwater being introduced catastrophically into the ocean basins. So from this, you could almost infer that there were two events. And I think that these two events probably bracket the Younger Dryas. From roughly 13,000 to 11,600 roughly years ago. And, what's the explanation for this? Well, I can't say for certain. I mean, we can certainly discuss and debate whether it was the sun, whether it was impacts, but clearly I think Robert and I would be in total agreement that, something really profound did happen. And it was very catastrophic, and we need to figure out what it was. Because whatever it was, it's a part of our own history. Because unlike the Cretaceous-Tertiary event of 65 million years ago, this event happened well within the purview of modern human beings on Earth. And our ancestors survived this event. That's why we're here today having this discussion. So I think it's important to understand what did happen. And, it could turn out to be one of the most pivotal events that have happened, not only in human history, but in global history for millions of years. If we use the mass extinction, the loss of species, as a barometer for the severity of the cataclysm, because species loss is going to be directly a function of habitat loss. And the habitat loss is going to be a function of the severity of the catastrophe. If we look at Earth history and we look for a comparable mass extinction event to that occurred 12 or 13,000 years ago, we have to go back 5 million years. So it's very possible that what happened 12 and 13,000 years ago was the most severe event to affect this planet in 5 million years. And of course, what's interesting is it would have happened when we humans were occupying the Earth. And to me, it is not far-fetched at all that the nature of this event would have found its way into multiple traditions about world destruction, floods, fires, and so on. The Greeks gave us two terms, kataklysmos, from which we get the word cataclysm, which means the destruction of the world by fire, and they give us the term ekparousis, which means the destruction of the world by fire. Now, you could interpret that, in Roberts' context of CREs, or possibly in the context of an event like the fall of Phaeton, where, the myth describes very unambiguously how the descent of this cosmic object set the Earth on fire. So floods and fires are the two ways, just like the ancient Egyptians were telling Solon in their accounts. Well, the Earth is alternately destroyed by flood and by fire. And sometimes the myths actually put the two of them together. That a lot of the South American myths are quite explicit on the fact that there was a great fire, conflagration, followed by a watery cataclysm. Interestingly, if you look into some of the accounts of the myth of Phaeton, his Phaeton sisters were the Heliades, which is now one of the little star clusters. Well, in the myth, after Phaeton, because he's setting the world on fire, Poseidon entreats Zeus to quickly do something to end this reign of destruction before the oceans evaporate. So Zeus, mounts Mount Olympus and hurls a thunderbolt at Phaeton and strikes him from the sky. He falls to the river Eridanus, which interestingly, in a lot of traditions, is a metaphor for the Milky Way. But in the wake of that, Phaeton's sisters, the Heliades, weep for his death, and the fall of their tears to earth then causes the great flood. So there's a lot of these traditions like this that I think we can tease a lot of really valid information out of looking at these traditions. And I think that's what John was doing and trying to get us to be aware of, is that a lot of these traditions are basically very scientifically sound if we can look at them in that context. And of course, that's how I interpret it. And his work on the Sphinx, I think, is very interesting because it inspired me to really, when I majored in geology in college, but I wasn't interested in going to work for the industry or the government. I was mostly interested in it because I was obsessed by understanding the nonlinear events, or the discontinuities in geological history. And so I had no interest. I already had a successful business. I had no interest in going to work for academia or for industry or for government. I was doing it purely for my information and edification and my own appreciation for the history of this planet. But, I became convinced that John was definitely right about the Sphinx. So I started looking into the erosion of limestones. And what that led me into was that, clearly the age of the Sphinx has to be very, very old, because in some cases we have as much as 2 feet of limestone removed from the original quarry face. Not so much in the Sphinx itself, but in the surrounding ditch. Because, like Robert was mentioning, these large blocks of limestone that were quarried to expose the body of the Sphinx, they were then incorporated into the construction of the Sphinx temple. But if you look at the quarries in Egypt, the limestone quarries, they have a very distinct profile. A step profile, which is formed by the separation trenches between the bedrock and the blocks that are being removed. And you can actually look at walls of limestone quarries that range in age from New Kingdom all the way back to Old Kingdom, within a century or two of the supposed age of the Sphinx, and you can still discern the marks of the chisels and picks that were used to extricate the blocks from the quarry. That's how little erosion has gone on. Yet, in terms of the Sphinx ditch, you have places where 24 inches of limestone has been removed. That's a lot of erosion. And the parabolic profile of the ditch walls is classic textbook, fluvial erosion by sheet floods and rainfall. So I think that both Robert and John are definitely right about that. And the Egyptologists, like Robert was saying, they just didn't understand the geology. And so they pretty much just put up a wall and just did not incorporate that into their thinking. But if you look at the extent of the erosion, it's extreme. Mm-hmm. And you do have to go back to the end of the last ice age to find when there would have been major rainfall in Egypt. In fact, there's studies going back even into the 19th century showing, deposits of floods that came down the Nile River that were 120 to 150 feet above the modern floodplain, which would cause the submergence of the Sphinx. There are sapropylitic layers in the Eastern Mediterranean that show a massive flushing of fresh water into the Eastern Mediterranean that carried a lot of organic debris into the Eastern Mediterranean. That debris settled on the floor of the Eastern Mediterranean, and it turned into saprolytic muds, which are basically rotten muds that are deposited so quickly that they don't oxidize. So you've got layers of that date to about 12 to 13,000 years ago. And this is showing that there was intense rainfall falling over Egypt and flushing this stuff down the Nile River. So to me, that puts a limiting date on the Sphinx, that it had to have been there when the rains fell over Egypt 10 or 12,000 years ago. And we have to be open to the possibility, I think like John says, that the Sphinx might go back a whole precessional cycle. But yeah, so to me, the Sphinx is hard evidence that there was definitely another version of ancient history. Just like Göbekli Tepe and Gunung Padang, we're beginning to find out now that, yeah, there is a deep history of the human species on this planet that we're just now beginning to understand. And a lot of the critics, they're saying, well, where are the potsherds and where's the evidence and so forth, don't really grasp the extent to which these events have been so catastrophic that they have literally completely remodeled the landscape. When you see the effects of 2 or 3 or 400 billion cubic feet per second of water sweeping over the land, you can begin to understand why there wouldn't be much left in the aftermath of an event like that to go and say, oh, okay, well, here are the potsherds, right? Here's the evidence. Because even massive stone structures would be completely swept away in a flood current that scale. I mean, a lot of the deposits I've looked at are stones, are erratic boulders. They're strewn, thousands of them strewn over the landscape, particularly up in the Pacific Northwest, Montana, Idaho, Washington, that weigh 10,000, 15,000, 18,000 tons, right? These are massive, massive boulders, and they're far removed from their place of origin and strewn over the landscape. Well, any current flow that can transport a 15,000-ton boulder is not going to have any trouble washing away a temple. In fact, the only thing that might be left in the aftermath of a flood like that might be a pyramidal structure. In fact, somebody, I don't know if you've seen some of the what is called, like the Earth After Man, talking about how I think Robert mentioned this.
The plants recover the Earth, and it shows like 5 months, 5 years, 50 years. Yeah, that one. I've seen that one.
10,000 years from now, what's left to indicate that we were here?
Nothing.
If humans just, two things: the Great Pyramids and Mount Rushmore.
Well, because it's made of stone. Stone lasts for eons, whereas the concrete we use doesn't last more than 20, 30 years before it starts crumbling.
And I think we didn't get into this discussion about Göbekli Tepe, but the idea that it's buried, that has always intrigued me from the standpoint of again, like an incursion of meteoritic debris into the Earth's atmosphere, particularly along the lines of what happened in 1908 with the Tunguska event, where you actually had an aerial burst, right? That released energy roughly equivalent to a 15 megaton hydrogen bomb, which would be enough to destroy pretty much any major city on Earth if it fell over the center of the city, right? Well, think about this. Here's Göbekli Tepe has been buried, right? Well, and we're talking about a multi-megaton atmospheric or aerial burst, which suggests to me possibly that, and I think it came up, and I forgot in reference to who, but I think you mentioned somebody who was speculating that it might have been to preserve it from a catastrophe. Perhaps much in the same way that during the height of the Cold War, in order to protect our hardened command and control centers and missile silos from aerial bursts of multi-megaton weapons, they were buried underground, right? So now the ground absorbs the energy and they are protected. If you were having aerial bursts of meteoritic debris, that might be a big motive why you might want to bury something.
Well, it's also the point where if you know that something's going to have that kind of devastating effect, how do you get in your mind to be able to bury something so that you can protect it, knowing that doing so would protect it from that shock?
Well, how you would do that is if we're not talking about a singular event, but multiple events repeated perhaps over a couple thousand years. And this gets us to this school of British neo-catastrophists led by Victor Klube, who, are basically saying that somewhere, there were periods where you would have heightened impact probabilities, or periods where, the streams themselves precess. So there may be times when Earth is immersed in a stream, and other times when the Earth is more or less outside of a meteor stream. And the astronomers in the neo-catastrophist school have surmised that there could be hundreds of objects still within the torrid meteor stream that are up to 1 kilometer in diameter. If the Earth encountered any one of those, we're in some deep trouble here, But also, it's the smaller stuff. The Tunguska object of 1908 was estimated to be about 150 feet in diameter, which exploded 5 miles above the surface of the ground, like I said, with the force of a 15 megaton explosion. The object that exploded over Chelyabinsk back in February of 2014 was much smaller. It was about 50 to 60 feet in diameter, and it exploded like with a large atomic bomb. Maybe 20 to 30, I forget exactly, but much, much smaller. But still, even though it exploded 18 miles or so up in the air, it caused tremendous damage to the city of Chelyabinsk. Nobody was killed, but if that thing had been a little bit bigger, it'd come in at a little steeper angle or a little higher velocity, you might have had thousands of people killed. If you had a repeat of the 1908 Tunguska event, over a major populated area, you could have a couple of million people killed. And I guarantee you that would be a serious change in human consciousness if that happened. And in my more pessimistic moods, I sometimes think that that's what it's going to take.
Now,
I hope not. But
we hope not, but you got to plan for the best or hope for the best and plan for the worst.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Well, brother, and I'm going to say, brother, you're now the third Freemason we've had on this show. So it's always good to have a brother on the show. And I know, brother, that you are getting over a cold, and I do much appreciate the amount of time that you've put into tonight and knowing what it's like to be able to recover from one. And when colds hit me, they suck. So, thank you very much, Randall, for all of your time tonight. I want to make sure you get a good night's rest so that you can get better and that we can continue this conversation in full length at a later date when you are in much better condition. Because, man colds, they suck, especially this time of year. Oh, man, any of the listeners out there, you know what I'm talking about. So, is there any final words you want to be able to give to the listeners at home and John Anthony West before we move on to the update for the funding?
No, other than John, I'm looking forward to getting with you again. We almost hooked up in Egypt in 2010. The timing wasn't quite right. I think we were both in Luxor on the same day, but somehow we weren't able to cross paths, even though we tried. So I want you to get better so that I can do a tour of Egypt with you. I want to go back. There was a lot of more things I'd like to study. I'd love to get into some rock quarries and so forth. So yeah, we're pulling for you, John, if you're listening. And the last time I saw John was at the Paradigm Conference in Minneapolis a couple of years ago, and had dinner with him. We sat next to each other during dinner, and really enjoyed that, enjoyed the conversation, and really look forward to hanging out with you again, John. So beat this thing, man. You can do it. You're going to do it.
That's
And
awesome.
I'll say one last thing is that for those who are listening, don't believe all the crap about Freemasonry that you read online. All the conspiracy crap and all that, because it's completely bogus. And if you look into it, you'll see that there's no substance to it. It's just people spouting off a bunch of unsubstantiated conspiracy theories. It really is a very rich tradition of symbolism. It comes down to us from the guilds of master builders in the Middle Ages and the Templar Knights. And these guys were the custodians of an amazing body of rich symbolism. And Freemasonry has been the custodians and transmitters of that symbolism. And if you erect these nonsense ideas, it's going to deprive you of the possibility of accessing that incredible, rich, inspiring body of symbolism that has been preserved over many, many centuries, at great cost, I might add. So that's all I'll have to say on that matter.
Well, if you want to be one, you ask one. That's what it comes down to, and we make good men
That's
better. That's why we joke about it on the show, and that's why one of our catchphrases is Illuminati confirmed, because we make fun of that at any way, shape, or form.
Yep.
So, again, thank you very much, Randall. We're going to move into our second last funding update, and I'm not sure if Cameron's going to stay on with us as well. I know it's getting late for him as well. But for you, I know you've been around since 8:30 today. Please do get some rest, and thank you very much. And anytime you want to come on, brother, you're a friend at the Den of Lore. You've got family here. Anytime you let us know, we'll make it happen, and we'll give you the best.
Yeah, man, I'm up for it. I'll get over this cold this weekend, and then I'll be back in full form. So yeah, anytime.
Well, we'll see you Thursday.
We can talk about this, my next upcoming expedition, which should happen this spring, and it's going to be an interesting one.
Awesome.
Sounds good, Randall. I hope you're feling better too there, buddy. Ed,
was that Ed Nightingale?
Ed's been listening the entire time. Yeah.
I've had to put up with Ed on 2 trips now, on 2 expeditions. I've had Ed with, and no, seriously, Ed he's a great traveling companion. And I hope Ed that you can figure out a way to make it work this spring.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Definitely keep me in the loop.
Yeah, man, we've had some good times, good laughs, and some pretty inspiring events on these trips.
Yeah, it's just awesome to go on one of those trips and see what from your point of view. Absolutely, highly recommended.
Excellent. All right, Ed, I look forward to seeing you soon, my friend.
Okay, I'll interrupt you one night when you're shopping or something with a phone call. How's that?
Oh God,
sounds good, man. Do it. Do it.
Take care.
All right, fantastic.
All right, I'm signing off.
Good
night, guys.
That was Randall Carlson, brother. Good night. And I'm just gonna play the music. Give me just. There we go. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you very much for all listening. We still have a few hundred people who are watching right now, which is fantastic. What a show! Randall Carlson, Robert Schoch on at the same time. and exchanging ideas. That, like, I blew my mind. Anyway, the latest update from the Fundly campaign, and again, I do not have the PayPal numbers. Clay and Zoe are unfortunately unreachable at the moment. I know upstate New York has received a lot of snow, and even Zeke had confirmed that power outages up there do happen. So at the same time, I hope that they are safe and sound and warm and not facing the ravages of winter. But all the same, we'll get to the Fundly campaign. So as of 1:47 Eastern time, and I'm not even going to try and convert that into the other time zones. AM to PM always messed me up. $73,173. $73,173. Alex, how amazing is that?
Pretty fucking amazing.
Pretty fucking amazing. Now, again, just to remind everyone, if you have signed up for the John Anthony West Egypt tour that's happening in a week, Robert Schoch is going to be leading the tour in John Anthony West's absence. He's taking picking up the torch while John is seeking treatment, and we know that John would want to be there. And being a strong-willed and strong-minded individual, we all wish him the best, that he will get to beat this thing and get back out there, because, man, there's nothing like going to Egypt with John Anthony West. At least
the show must go on.
The show must go on. So now, donations. Again, we're going to go through the perk levels again for everybody, just because there are some awesome prizes. If you want to be able to claim your perk, you need to send it to sacredgeometryinternational@gmail.com. The link is in the show notes as well as the description. But again, that's sacredgeometryinternational.com. I'm going to do this a little bit different. No matter what you donate, if you're donating between $25 and $74, until February 17th, get an HD copy download of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Geometry, Cycles of Catastrophe, which is a fantastic multi-hour lecture given by the great Randall Carlson, who was just on, and touches on many of the subjects that we had discussed. For anyone donating $75 to $99, and again, this is first come, first served, you get a signed physical copy of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe, again by Randall Carlson. There are only 25 copies available. Again, if Cameron can update me if they are still available at some point, that would be fantastic. But at the same time, I know he's probably gotten absolutely slammed with notification emails. Okay, there are still some available. So again, put in your $75, get your signed copy. $100 or more, get all level 1 classes of the Sacred Geometry International level 1. Not just 1 to 4, all the classes for level 1. Amazing deal. Just make sure when you send your email to Cameron that you specify whether you want the physical copy of Cycles of Catastrophe or you want the lessons. Now, again, you get those no matter what you donate. So if you donate anything, you want to double up perks. Oh, and again, by the way, this is just coming from Cameron now. The lesson info is step-by-step geometric exercises. Equals 6 hours. It's 20 minutes, or 6 hours and 20 minutes. It's podcast and philosophical lectures, and audio is about 8 hours. The Cosmic Patterns and Introduction to Sacred Geometry webinar, 4 hours. Step-by-step instructions and supplemental articles, page count, 339 pages, which is basically 18 hours of multimedia material, audio and video, and 339 pages of instructions and articles. So pretty much like a full semester course right there. You get for $100 donation. Amazing. Now, also, I want to be able to say one thing, is that Gnosis is a podcast that Randall Carlson and Cameron from Sacred Geometry are going to be launching soon. It's something that's been in the works for quite some time. I've seen the evolution. Considering the amount of work they've put into the Cycles of Catastrophe and the Sacred Geometry classes, you know this is going to be a podcast not to miss. Now, going forward, $50. You put in $50, and I know Jimmy's going to be on the show in a bit. He's still finishing things up at the Cosmic Life Life Expo out in LA. For $50, Jimmy Church will give you a shout out on Fade to Black tomorrow. From here at the Den of Lore, you donate $333. We're going to I'm going to personally design a logo for you or your business. I'm an award-winning brander and advertiser and creative director, and I want you to look your best. For $777, you can guest host on our Magical Egypt Fight Companion with Duncan Trussell, the hosts from Grimerica. Cameron and Randall Carlson from Sacred Geometry International are going to be on there. Michael Parker from Antidote. And maybe there'll be some more guests. Who knows? Maybe Joe Rogan will be free and he'll come on. And we know that he's watched it almost as many times as I have. So wouldn't that be amazing? For $1,444, you get to come on as a guest host for next week, which is Thursday, 8:30 Eastern. 2 additional guests you can choose, and I'll invite you as the guest host for those shows. Now, our Illuminati confirmed package at $1,999. Guest host next week, in addition to 3 other shows that you get to choose the guest for. Any guest. We'll choose. You choose the guest. We'll try and get them on here, and we'll make it happen. And we'll have you as a guest host. Now, from $432, you can guest host on a Grimerica show with a guest of your choice. One show. One shot. Fantastic people. Fantastic show. Finally, from Edward Nightingale, our next guest. And I've got to say, for any individual who's still listening out there, you have, yes, it will actually, to Phil 2288, yes, it will be a live podcast just like we're doing tonight with Duncan Trussell. Yes, Duncan Trussell and the crew from Grimerica, we're going to be doing a Magical Egypt Fight Companion. 100%. That is minimum $777 just for donation for that show. So yeah, amazing. We can't believe it, and it's going to happen. Now, finally, Edward Nightingale, our next guest, who is going to be releasing some groundbreaking, never seen before information and revelations towards his work of sacred geometry and how that's correlated to a template at the Giza Plateau. Again, we're talking one of the great Egyptian researchers out today is releasing information that has never been seen before on this show, coming up after this. Now, just the final 5 perks. Speaking of Edward Nightingale, for $444, you can get a signed copy of his book, the Giza Template, Temple Graal Earth Measure. And we're going to be discussing that work after this update. Now, from the John Anthony West Project Fundly campaign, again, to be able to give you full information on that, $250 gets you an autographed, personalized copy of The Traveler's Key. 200 copies available, personalized by John Anthony West himself. $500 gets you a limited edition autographed silver gelatin portrait of John Anthony West. Only 50 copies available. This was also, the original portrait was taken by famed professional portrait photographer Mitch Weiss. And for $5,000, you get 1 weekend. Maybe yourself if you want to pitch in $5,000. Maybe you and 3 friends want to pitch in $1,250 each. 1 weekend with John Anthony West. We're going to put a 2017 All-Stream tucked right next to the legendary studio library at the base of the Catskills Mountains in Saugerties, New York. Upstate New York is so beautiful, especially in the springtime. And it sleeps up to 4 people. So grab your friends, make it happen, exchange some ideas, and get to know the man himself. And finally, this was suggested by Graham Hancock himself. Placeholder of about 10,000. Now, again, this is possibly an auction format. Information is going to be released in 10 days. You email info@denoflore.com. For your interest, I'll get it into Clay himself, and we'll make it happen. This is going to be an exclusive dinner with John Anthony West and notable guests. Again, keep in mind, Graham Hancock suggested this, which means Graham Hancock most probably will be there. Who else will be at this dinner? You get to have delicious, fantastic, wonderful, nutritious food with some of the greatest researching and scholarly minds of our age. That's amazing. Alex, what do you think?
Sign me up.
Well, I put more money in as we were talking. I'm not even after the perks.
Just take my money.
Just take my money. Exactly. Support John Anthony West in his fight for cancer. Now, our next guest, I've mentioned him several times over.
Will work for mysteries.
That is awesome. Let's see here. Mr. Edward Nightingale. As I say, second last, but definitely not least in any regard, one of the amazing researchers that is in the world today. Edward, how are you doing? You've been very patient so far tonight, and I have to say it's an absolute honor and a pleasure to have you on the show and be a part of this telecast.
Oh, it's an honor to be here and to do this for John and let him know just how responsible he is for my 20 years of research. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to just really thank him and let everyone else know what a difference this man has made in my life, and I'm sure a lot of other folks out there as well. And help him get through this and be able to participate here is my honor, my pleasure.
And it's an honor to just be just a part of this. And I know we're kind of making history here tonight. That's the thing. Most people, they're listening in, and for the hundreds that are at home, these guests have never been together on one show at one time. Like Laird Scranton has been on shows before with his colleagues. Randall Carlson's been on on Joe Rogan Experience with Graham Hancock. Robert Schoch's been on shows with John Anthony West. But if you're talking, Edward Nightingale and all these individuals for one show, it has never happened before on talk radio. The first time. You were witnessing history. And Edward, you're part of that history. And all of that history is to help somebody who's been making our perceptions of history change based on looking at facts differently. Now, you have obviously a much different field of study than compared to some other individuals. And I'm just going to bring up the first slide that we have for you here on the on the PowerPoint you had sent me today. And I know that there are quite a few stories that may be behind this and a lot of information. So I'd like to be able to turn the floor over to you and let you share.
Yeah, great. Well, I appreciate that. Again, I met John in 1997. I arranged to go to Egypt on one of his tours, and I had an initial idea of what I thought how the Giza complex was designed from an architectural standpoint. Myself being a woodworker, a wood carver, doing architectural millwork, a lot of that stuff, measuring and layout was really my strength. And I went over there with John, and it was just a life-changing trip. I got to tell you, to go to see Egypt through John's eyes and his knowledge and wisdom, it really changed my life. And he showed me some things and opened my eyes to, and was very supportive of my original hypothesis, basically that it was Giza was designed as a repository, and these structures were telling a story in mathematics and geometry. And I was pretty well convinced of that early on, and his support, I can't tell you how much that meant. So if you want to go down, there's I think the next two slides or so. One is a picture of John I took right there, and that was my first day really meeting John. Actually, it was the second day, early in the morning. We got to go out, and he did it in a special way where we got off the tour bus, and the tour bus pulled away, and there was the Sphinx in front of us, and it was just an amazing experience.
That's a great photo.
It's a great man in that photo, and he was so encouraging of my ideas. That I just can't say enough how much of a difference he's made in my whole world here. Go to the next slide there. I'll show you. I took a picture of him. He was drawing a Fibonacci spiral there on the ground, and he was explaining to us how much the Fibonacci played in the design and makeup of the different temples and at Giza, and that just really was another point there. I actually captured it where he really intrigued me with that geometry of that spiral. And after the trip, I mean, we came back and we live fairly near each other, a couple hours away, and I was able to keep in touch with him, and he would accept calls from me, and I would shoot these new ideas at him, and sometimes I'd get scolded, and which as Laird and everyone else said, John will tell you, but he made me go back and work harder and really dig. And I tried to come out with this book really around 2008 was when I first came out with some public information here, but I really didn't have it all put together. I had a good start on it, but through his wisdom of telling me to get back and sharpen my pencil a little bit, which I did, and I'm just anxious really to show John some of the new information that I gleaned. He did get a copy of my book, the Giza template. I gave him early. I was hoping he would be able to catch some of that, but there was some new information that Laird and I were hoping to get to meet with John sometime this spring or so, and I wanted to share some of this information. And this is really what's on this these bunch of slides here. It's just really some new material that I wanted to show John and let him know that his support of my work is he stuck his neck out for me to support my work, and he coined it the architectural Rosetta Stone, which was actually the more I think about it and learn and understand, I think he coined it right. And it affects every researcher that was on the show tonight, this work. But again, really John was at the core of this. And I just want to let him know how much I appreciate it.
Sounds like he lit a lot of other torches.
Yeah.
Metaphorically here. But... Okay, so tell me about this photo. Obviously, aerial.
Well, this is just a satellite image that was essentially my hypothesis when I went over there to Giza with John was that they designed it as a repository, and there would be a telling mark that would be, if they were designing it as a complex, they would have had one point in the complex that would have been like the beginning point of the measure or layout of the complex, which I went and looked at, and it's at the where the causeway from the Sphinx meets up to the temple in front of the pyramid of Khafre, the center pyramid there. I found a hole there that I think is actually the mark of the center point of the design. But there was a problem as I worked out the layout that I was using survey data with a lot of Petrie, William Flinders Petrie, the surveyor. A lot of his data, I was using his data and some from another surveyor, Cole.
He was the British archaeologist from the turn of the 19th century, I think.
Correct. And so as I was laying this out and coming to some logical designs, I kept finding that the surveying information, the data, was slightly off by differences of in a couple of places. 27 feet was one place and 9 feet in another, and it was just in the location of two of the pyramids, the Great Pyramid and the smallest of the three main ones, Menkaure. And it wasn't until 2006, and I obtained this satellite image of Giza, which is very accurate. And I had the satellite people testify as to the accuracy, plus or minus dimensionally, how accurate that was. And when I was able to use that, all of a sudden this mathematical plan that I kind of thought might be going on there, it just came into view, just like you would click a Rubik's Cube into the correct position and have all the correct colors. In this case, it was all the correct numbers all of a sudden make up this beautiful just working of numbers that is really mind-boggling when you see the beauty of how it all works together. And there's not too many folks really that have an appreciation for this. A number guy like I am.
No, they're out there.
But so there's just some different things here. Here's the image you have up there now is the satellite image showing that in order to locate the Sphinx, and we associate the Sphinx with precession, and the guys were discussing that earlier, and it's a big part of what is believed to be associated with the Sphinx. Viewing the sky, and that is the duty of the Sphinx, is to watch the sky and to mark it. And in order to locate that on the template there, standing at that center point, which I explained, if you were to turn counterclockwise and turn 259.2 degrees, you would be looking right over the head of the Sphinx. So right off the bat here, there's evidence of the geometry showing the location of the Sphinx. As well, in that same geometry, the 51.84 degrees is the angle of the Great Pyramid. And that's all part of this layout here. We can kind of move forward. I don't know if I want to really have to get into all this, because a lot of this is I do have in the book, but there's a few new things that I wanted to show, especially John, and getting into the calendar, where there was a lot of discussion about the calendar. And I go to, if you can, go to slide, I believe it's going to be slide 26. If we can go there.
Okay, 1 second.
We could even get to this one if you want first. Well, okay, well.
It's going to take me just 1 second here to jump.
Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, all right, actually, just hold it right, back up that one more there. We'll go and back up one more yet. All right, what I've done here, looking at from the view of the Sphinx, I've determined that when they were putting this clock together, and this clock is essentially mapping the trajectory of the sun over a long period of time, the sun and the solar system as a unit moving through space. And they were monitoring Sirius on the horizon, as well as Orion, of course, we know that, and also of the Pleiades here. If we look at and can see the Pleiades, this is a shot taken on December 21st, 2012, the winter solstice, at 12 hours and 21 minutes after sunrise. Now, notice that number is all twos and ones, that time. The 2012, 12:21 at 12 hours, 12 minutes, and actually it goes right down to 12 seconds. But that is where they aligned this clock to, and they were tracking the movement of Orion, the Pleiades, and Sirius. And then if we can go to that other slide, this is from the year 2012. This aligns everything. So now that we're in alignment, if we move back, okay, there you just moved back to the year 0 in the Gregorian calendar. So we essentially moved back to 2012 year 0. And we can see within that period of time where Orion has moved and the Pleiades has moved. And in that 2,000 year period, the Pleiades has moved 11 degrees, and Orion, the nebula in Orion and this is the focus of Orion, which will I'll be able to give more information on this, but that's really the point at which these ancients were talking about in Orion. But that moved 9 degrees. So we can see, if you go back and forth between those two, that in 2,000 years, Pleiades has moved its position relative to Sirius 11 degrees, and the M42 nebula moved 9 degrees. And if we go back again to go forward to the next slide, please, if you will. Okay, and here, encoded in that third pyramid, the smallest of the three, Menkaura, are a couple of dates. If we look there, the 5,127 degrees is actually they used to encode a year, as well as the 5,773. If you could proceed to the next slide, please. Okay, here's now we're looking at that same position of Orion in 3114 BC, which is 5,127 years ago. Now, this is where the Mayan calendar comes into this. This date right here, 3114, is essentially the same day as the Mayan calendar. And when we look, we can see now the Pleiades has moved 17 degrees and M42 33 degrees. So we have 17 degrees and 33 degrees that it's moved. And you guys might be familiar with those two numbers and the importance of those. But we'll move on to this next one, and that's the real one that I really want to get to. Okay, yeah, this would be 5,773 years ago, which is would have been the year 5,773 in the Hebrew year. Okay, and if we look real close here, we can see now the Pleiades has moved. Now we're reading it backwards, going. It's 64 degrees in that would be 26 degrees from 90. But anyhow, we see the number 432, 43.2 degrees. Now, also looking at 33 degrees in M42, and it's at 17 degrees in the air. But what they're doing here is they're pointing out the geometry. If you look here, this 90-degree line, this is the galactic um, the galactic plane of the galaxy. And at the same time, all this is going on. It's beautiful geometry here. We have Regulus, or Leo, the constellation Leo on the horizon, at the same time as Sirius. So this was an important point here too. But we'll take it one more slide now, if we will. I'll try to go through this. I really didn't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, except just to show some things, how they relate here. Okay, this is the one I wanted to point out to John and the other guys here too. Now, this is this rising, the helical rising of the star Regulus in Leo. Now, helical rising means that a body is rising at the same time the sun is rising. In this case, the star Regulus is on the ecliptic, actually rises directly behind the sun. And we have Leo on the horizon, and at the same time that we have the helical rising of Regulus, Sirius is on the horizon. And also at that same point, the constellation of Orion and the star Saiph in particular is right on the horizon. And if you can see that geometry there, they were pointing this out. This alignment with Regulus and the helical rising, they were marking that as a cycle of Regulus. For Regulus to come around one more time and come back to that same position where it's on the horizon, it would take about near 50,000 years for that to happen. There's actually a formula that they left to show how to determine the length of that cycle. But if you were to go in stellarium and you were to go from 34,447 BC and move forward in time until you saw that alignment again, it would be around the year 10,000 in change, I believe. But you would also see that Sirius would be in a different place, in a different height off the horizon. So they were measuring this, and the point I really want to try to drive home on all this is that in this motion, in this trajectory that they recorded at Giza, and it's very clear, and believe me, I am not the one to be having all this knowledge to myself here. I'm kind of reaching out for other researchers and people to work with me on this, but the cycles of catastrophic change or whatever you want to call it, they are lining up with the geometric alignments in what I found in the calendar part of Giza. So to answer Graham, and they were talking about the, I believe it's the 11,500 BC point in time where the second part of that double dose, 12,000 or so, and then 11,500 or so BC they were talking about. If you take this cycle and where it aligns at this date at 34,447 BC, and if you take half of that cycle, which is about 22,460 years or so, that puts you right at the 11,600 BC mark. So half of this cycle that has Leo involved in the cycle, in the marking of this cycle, there was catastrophes at both this 34,000 BC time frame There was also another event that Schoch was talking about in the 11,500 year range. So that's puts that right, it marks that at that halfway point. But within the template, they're really talking about two different cycles and two different angles that we need to be looking at. And, I think John talks about this time around 34,000 BC and talking about an earlier time. Well, this is one of the things I wanted to share with John and show him that I think that there's very good evidence that if the Sphinx was not created at that point, it certainly was the knowledge of this cycle was known when the Sphinx was carved. But if he sees this date going, deep into time, there is evidence, I think, by that alignment right there alone, that's showing that someone, had this design at 34,447 BC and understood completely these cycles. So I'm just kind of going on there, but if you guys want to.
Well, I'm just trying to be able to take this in because
these are a lot.
Well, it's a lot, and these are theories that we haven't necessarily, a lot of people haven't heard before or haven't heard in this detail. And I've heard you on Grimerica before, and you were with Randall for one of their shows when they were doing it right from the igloo. So, but this type of stuff is just mind blowing to me.
Yeah, well, there's a record at Giza of this motion and this the processional movement of these cycles, and it's all very clearly put down there. And I have so much of this material, I'm really kind of overwhelmed. I'll be quite honest with you. I knew that, if I was right when I was opening up this Pandora's box, if I was right in my hypothesis here, there was going to be a lot of information forthcoming, and that's really where I'm at. I wrote the book. There's a lot of information in there. There's only 80 pages, but there's a lot of information, and there's so much more that I'm trying to put it together and get some of this out there, because there's not one person that was on this show tonight that will not be affected by the information in my book and some of the information I haven't really released yet. And it just clarifies so many things and puts a whole new understanding on procession and what is causing our view of procession. The wobbling Earth theory for a long time, still I think generally accepted.
Edward, we're starting to lose you. It's a little bit it's like you're talking through a tunnel.
Bad connection here?
Yeah, he's coming back.
You're kind of coming
Sounds
back.
Like the mic.
You might be too far away from the microphone.
Might have done that. I could have done that. Yeah, sorry about that.
Not a problem.
Okay.
And for some of the listeners out there, and I know that Scotty, he's mentioning that even though it's a 125 in Minneapolis, and I'm like, well, it's 225 here, but at the same time, we can't stop listening because this is riveting information that we know very few people have been able to be privy to or have presented to them in a live format. So. When you have your microphone set up and ready to go again, we're all ears, Edward.
Yeah, we're good now. I hope. Is that better?
Yeah, that is better. Yep.
Okay, good. All right. Well, again, this work is just really, it was like discovering a treasure. I don't want to take credit for I didn't draw this plan. Someone else did, and they left clues there exactly how to unlock the information there. And I had this in the book, and it walks you right through it. And there's no one has been able to really put together a complete overview of the pyramids there and be able to lay them out and explain each and all the parts. And this does. And it's just so important. I think that the other researchers here really need to see this. It affects all of them. They're asking the questions about the cycles, and it's all there, the trajectory. I'd like to get this in front of some, astrophysicists or astronomers. I've done as much plotting as I can do with stellarium and understanding the cycle, and it's pretty clear to me, and I think self-evident in the graphics that I've put up, and
the beautiful
stories there. We just need to.
We jumped through some of those
out.
graphics. Did we want to go back to slide 7 thereabouts, or?
You can go where you've been looking at it. You can go wherever you like and take it wherever you'd like. I just like to.
Now I will
really want to get that point.
I will mention that we've had several guests on from the Ottawa the Canadian Astronomical Society here in Ottawa, and I know that they do a lot of talks on these types of phenomena or correlations. So I know that some of them are probably listening tonight, and if that's the case, I'll see if I can get you in touch with them, because in terms of astronomical alignments, like, this is stuff that has nobody's done before. And I know they do monthly talks
this
as
is
well.
really this really needs to be looked at really closely, because there's nothing it's not a theory. It's like a blueprint, and it's readable and understandable, and it just needs to have more people
now
look at it.
This is slide 7. Well, what are we looking at here in slide 7?
Okay, slide 7. That's a good one. There's a lot of information there. What we're looking at is the template in its. Well, actually, here, let me see. 1 second here, guys. Okay. What this is a combination of images, and the background image is the satellite image, which shows the ground. And on top of that, in the darker rectangle that is on an angle there, that is a snapshot of the sky of the zodiac constellations. Right out of Stellarium. Anybody can go there. I have it so you can step by step walk this through to in Stellarium. You overlay Stellarium on this template, and you align the constellation of Leo down here with Regulus and the Sphinx, and that indexes how the constellations of this map, of this trajectory, are laid out on the Giza Plateau, and how they relate to the Sphinx and the star Regulus and the ecliptic. So the major part of one of the major stellar parts of Giza, if you will, is the Sphinx and its association with Leo. And that is representing the ecliptic, as the star Regulus lies on the ecliptic. So they were watching that. And there's so much here to really just come off the cuff and give it out there, but there's the template contains several layers, and one of the other layers that are on there right now that we're looking at is the actual interior of the Great Pyramid. If you recognize that at all, with the yellow slanted, the Grand Gallery. Well, if you notice, actually Robert Schoch back years ago had made a point and made me wonder. He said that they might have even used the Grand Gallery as to view or point toward the sky. And actually, that's exactly what this is doing right here. That Grand Gallery is pointing directly at this sun. And this picture, by the way, was of the ecliptic and the constellations are from sunrise on December 21st, 2012. This is the position of all the stars and the sun over here. And this interior of the Great Pyramid, the Grand Gallery literally points to the alignment of the sun, and back here and in the constellation of Taurus by the Great Pyramid there, in the yellow and orange star there, that's Jupiter. So that alignment actually is 153 degrees of an angle. And so the interior of the Great Pyramid all points to this alignment. I can't even begin to tell you how many alignments there are in what we're looking at here. There are probably with all the constellation markers and everything there, I think there's a couple hundred alignments that we're looking at here with the asterisms in the constellation. And
the message board is coming in describing it as it's known as the Lion's Gate.
The Lion's Gate. Yes, and that would be aligning this alignment at literally the galactic alignment at 2012. The Lion's Gate, yes, that would actually would be logical because the viewing point of all measurement for these calendars and for the mapping of this trajectory comes from the Sphinx view, and it comes from the winter solstice on December 21st. And the reason that is just from a beginning and an end to a cycle. That's when the 3 days after, in religion, where
the Southern Cross, right?
Where the sun actually dies for 3 days and then returns and moves again. So that's the time of the year that one is to view the sky at Giza to measure all of this. That's the index point that if you do that once a year, like if we're constantly spinning around and moving, but if you take one day of the year and take a snapshot of that position, then what you're doing there is you're eliminating the rotation, and you're taking that same picture at the same point every year. So it allows you to better watch the movement of things, because these movements happen every night in a 24-hour cycle as well, and the slower movements, over long periods. So it's important that it's on a winter solstice, and to align this clock, they use two different alignments: the alignment with the galactic center, that moment, and the alignment, the heliacal rising of Leo in 34,000 BC. They were the two. You can compare the galactic alignment. the same way you could compare the alignment with Regulus. Essentially, they were indexing this motion from those two very clear alignments. And these cycles, there's two different cycles as I can determine it here. And this is what I really would love to have a forum with these guys, or get some more input here. This is a very complex thing we're looking at here, but it can be understood, and I'm very close to really having my head around it. But they're talking about two different angles or two different cycles that these events seem to happen on. And I think that's what's confusing a little bit of the muddying the waters, let's say, of like a back-to-back event. They talked about two different events that were that Randall showed the spikes there, and they've talked about the onset of the ice age, or the beginning of the end, and then the final part. They seem to relate to those two different cycles, and I'm quite certain of that. And there's more going on with the Orion Nebula as well. We'll get into that a little bit in a second here. But on this one here, one of the reasons I wanted to show this slide in particular, if you look, can you decipher there where the Great Pyramid is there? And it's got the blue, the shades of blue and the yellow and orange,
right near the Pleiades, and
right.
Aligned with Taurus. Yes,
right. So that is the footprint of the Great Pyramid, and that image right there is an image of the scan that was done by a team. I'm not real sure the team that did it. But I think Mark Lehner and some other folks are involved in that scan, where they used a type of imaging scanning software, and they determined that there is a chamber in the Great Pyramid. Now, this is just recently, as I was hoping I would get more results. They were supposed to release some data from October of this last year. They were going to rescan that for a more detailed scan. And I was hoping to get that. But the position of that chamber is very, very, very precisely positioned and placed in this template. Regarding a calendar and the Pleiades and the motion here. I think in this image isn't the most detailed I could show you, but there are an intersection right there in that red chamber area where they're showing a chamber of the year 3114 BC. This great alignment between the galactic alignment here in 2012, and it also I don't have the spirals put in this yet. There's really quite a bit more to really have some foundation for what we're looking at here, but this point right there is extremely significant from the template's point of view. Without knowing anything about this scan, there was already a very important point there.
Now,
so yeah, this template predicts this new secret chamber that I'm talking about, and I'll go on record to say that there will be information in that if they actually reveal it here, which I wonder about that, but that will back up my assertion that this has got to do with the calendar and these cyclical events.
Now, Ed, I would like to be able to mention to the listeners that you are going to be on our show fairly soon. That we had talked.
Yeah, well, let's pick it up there. Yeah, there's I don't know how much more you guys can stand here tonight. I know you've all been working really hard a long time.
We're going into our 6th amazing hour. 6 hours. This is what they call a telethon. It's supposed to be.
Yes, it is.
It's television and it's a marathon. Now, again, March 3rd. That's a Friday night, 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific. We're going to have Ed on the show live to be able to discuss this in depth for as long as we and Ed wants to go. That's the beautiful part about this show. We have no time limit, technically. And we can discuss things at length. I know that we need to be able to go through the funding levels for one last time. And I've got Jimmy Church, who is waiting to come on the show and give us our last segment before we finish up for the night. And I want to make sure that I can... Well, if I get to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning, and my wife's like, "What were you doing?" Doing some good, honey. Doing some good. So.
Yeah, I understand. It's getting late.
YouTube will cut us off after about 10 hours, I think.
Really? Okay. Well, so Ed, I'd like to thank you very, 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 very much. Are there any final words you'd like to be able to give to John Anthony West?
Yeah, I really would. John, brother, I hope you're getting well out there. I hope this helps. And my friend, I cannot tell you, express how much of a difference you've made in this man's life on many levels. I just want to thank you for everything, your support. You backed me when others walked away. I think you saw the truth and where I was going with this, and I think you know the reasons why I've been on this search for truth, and just want to thank you, for all you've contributed. You've made a huge difference in everyone's lives, and we're hoping we can give back a little here to you. I hope this treatment helps for you, and we can talk soon. And get well, brother.
Fantastic. And Soraya, are you still there with us?
I am.
Okay, wonderful. You've been. Also, Soraya lives in upstate, lives in New York as well. So he's under the same.
Upstate.
Oh, upstate. Right. So it's it's getting to be about 2:44 out here on the East Coast, and I'm like, wow, like this is like we've done long shows before. We've never done a 6-hour show before. This is a monster.
Although I will say that despite being in the center of the state, there's no snow here at all.
Oh, you lucky son of a gun! So...
yeah, we got about 8 inches out of this last one here.
Oh man. Well, it's kind of one of those things. It's either you're on the coast and you get hit, or you're near the Great Lakes and you get hit in the middle. Nope, fine. So,
yeah.
Now, Soraya, I know you need to kind of tap out as well because it's getting late for you as well. But are there any words you wanted to give to John Anthony West? And again, thank you very much for all of your help and all of your contributions to the John Anthony West Project Telethon here at the Den of Lore. We couldn't have done this without you.
It's pretty obvious how much his work has influenced everyone you had on tonight. I think that was best shown by Robert Schoch, whose life would probably be completely different had he not been brought into this by John Anthony West. But I think the entire alternative history community owes John Anthony West something, because without him, who knows where we would be today. And I don't know that everyone really realizes that, because there were plenty of alternative researchers over the years, but he's the one that kept it so down to earth, and then also at the same time introduced the whole spirituality aspect into it without making it sound crazy. And like I said earlier, one of the best moments of doing Where Did the Road Go was getting an invite down to John's house for a barbecue a couple of years ago, and that was just an awesome time. That's easily one of the best things that have happened because I was doing this show.
Yeah,
Well, he's from what everyone said, he can be a very straightforward man, but he's still a very good man. And
Yes.
that
Yep.
positivity, we're trying. He's touched so many people with such positivity and such hope for a better future and a better understanding of where we come from. That it's a good thing that we're able to do the same and repay in kind for all that hard work and all that selfless energy that he's put into teaching us. So I'm again very, very proud to have had you on, both of you, and it's been an absolute pleasure. And Ed, we're going to be having you on here. We're going to have you on here on the 3rd, and it's going to be a nuts show. Now, for all the listeners out there, we got about 120 some listeners that have hung on for the last 6 hours.
All right.
Until we've had about 3,000 views throughout the entire night, which is amazing.
Awesome.
We are going to be doing all Egypt shows until the end of March. All Egypt. So we've got Ed coming back in. We've got Spencer Cross that's coming in. We're still organizing some of the shows, but it's all going to be Egypt focused, and it's all going to be to benefit the John Anthony West Project Fundly campaign and John's fight with cancer. So we're going to keep the fire burning with one of my favorite subjects and get the most interesting individuals on here we possibly can. Now, let's I'm going to play the telethon music very quickly here. So if anybody wants to sing along, go for it.
No.
And cut. Now, unfortunately, we lost Clay and Zoe about 2 hours back, and unfortunately, they have not been able to. We've not been able to recover them. We hope they're okay. I know that they got a lot of snow over the last couple of days, and it's been quite the snowstorms up in upstate New York. And if you're out in the woods and out in remote locations, sometimes the power does not do very well. And again, if they haven't charged their cell phones, then, well, unfortunately, they may have been, they may have been snowed in, or, who knows, they're still in the thick of it, as it were. Now, I'm going to say for any of the listeners, if you have not donated yet, you can donate by PayPal. You can donate at denoflore.com/WPP. Or you can log into PayPal and send money as a gift, or as a just send it to friends and family, and you can send that to zocwest@gmail.com. That's Z or Z for you Americans. O as in Oscar, E as in Elephant, C as in Charlie, W as in Whiskey, E as in Echo, S as in Sierra, T as in Thomas @gmail.com. Or you can donate with credit card directly to the Fundly campaign. Both links are in the show descriptions. Now, what do you get for donating? That is a very good question. And at the start of every single one of these, I always give out the perks. Now, the perks are far and wide, as it were. They're pretty well. We have a plethora of support options for you. You can donate any amount you want. And whatever you can give, if you can give it, go for it. If you're donating between $25 and $74 for a limited time until February 17th, 2017, you will get an HD download copy of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe. If you donate between $75 and $99, and there's only 25 available, and Cameron has mentioned he has a few of these left, you get a signed, hard, physical copy of Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe by Randall Carlson. Again, if you donate over 100, you get all the classes from level 1, as taught by Randall Carlson. And again, there's something insane like 18 hours worth of video content, plus like 340 pages worth of instructional content. It's basically a full semester of school to start learning sacred geometry. in terms of being very interesting and very riveting. Those three things from Sacred Geometry International, you don't have to just get those. You can get any other perk, and then you get those. So you get a double hit of perks. It's like a double dose of coffee. Fantastic. For $50, Jimmy Church will give you a shout out on Fade to Black tomorrow, or later today, I guess. You send your email into sacredgeometry@gmail.com, and we will get those to Jimmy, and he will read them all out on air. Now, we at the Den of Lore show, for $333, if you send a donation in, I'm a award-winning creative director, advertiser, and brander. I've designed logos across North America. I've designed the branding for the Den of Lore show. And I will design a logo for your small business or organization with one revision. For $777, you get to come on as a guest host with Randall Carlson, Duncan Trussell, Cameron Wiltshire from Sacred Geometry International, the guys from Grimerica, and Michael Parker from Antidote, and probably a few more. We're trying to get Joe Rogan in here. We'll see if he comes. Joe, if you're listening, man, it's Magical Egypt. You've watched it about as many times as I have. We're going to do a Magical Egypt fight companion. You'll love it. It'll be fun, and you can follow along with us because the Magical Egypt YouTube channel actually has the first season up for streaming for free. So why not? Join in. Have some fun. For $1,444, you get to come on next week. That's Thursday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 5:30 Central, or 5:30 Pacific, rather. And you also come in for 2 more shows later on down the line. If there's a guest you want, we'll contact them. We'll bring them in. And as long as they're available and still doing interviews, you can come on as a guest host for those shows. In our $1,999 Illuminati Confirmed package, you can come on next week with our Duncan Trussell Fight Companion for Magical Egypt, with Randall Carlson and Sacred Geometry International's Cameron Wiltshire, in addition to Grimerica and Michael Parker from Antidote, and you get 3 guest spots with 3 guests of your choice. Now, from Grimerica, that same you get that same invitation for a guest host spot with a guest of your choice for $432, and that's for a one-time shot. Grimerica's a great show, fantastic listeners, a lovely community, and Darren and Graham are absolutely beautiful people for helping us out and promote this show. Now, moving from the Grimerica and Sacred Geometry International perks, Edward Nightingale, who we had just had on the show, for $144, you get a signed and personalized copy of the Giza template for the work that he has been presenting to us. And again, that's the subtitle is the Temple Graal Earth Measure. Fantastic book. Check out his episode at Grimerica for some of the earlier work, and obviously with our show coming up on the 3rd, we're going to be expanding on the research that was talked about today in depth, and it will be amazing. Now, finally, the Big 4 from the Fundly campaign themselves. For $250, you get one of 200 copies of personalized and signed copy of the Simplest the Traveler's Key, which is John Anthony West's book. It's widely acknowledged as the greatest guide to Simplest Egypt ever published, and can maybe ever be published. That's for $250. At $500, you can get one of 50 prints available in 8x10 format. It's from a photograph that has been taken by a studio or by famed photographer Mitch Weiss. He's donated a series of 50 prints, and you can get one for $5,000. This is one I would love to be able to do. Starting after March 2017, you can have a weekend with John Anthony West in a new 2017 Airstream, which will be tucked alongside John's legendary studio library at the base of the Catskill Mountains in Saugerties, New York. It can sleeps up to 4, so again, if you got a couple friends, kick in $1,250 each. Come up and spend a weekend with the man himself, and just have yourself an absolute blast being with somebody with such vast amounts of knowledge and the ability to keep a conversation going and have you on the edge of your seat every time. Finally, Graham Hancock had suggested this as the final big perk, which is an exclusive dinner with John Anthony West and notable guests. Now, as I mentioned before, if Graham Hancock suggested it, he'll probably be there. You have to question yourself, who else is he going to bring? You know, if it's for John Anthony West, it's going to be a crazy amount of awesome at that dinner. $10,000 is a placeholder. If you would like to place a bid, then all you need to do is email info@denoflore.com. I will get that information off to Clay, and we will get that started, that process started, and see if we can get you having a wonderful dinner with a wonderful man and his wonderful and extremely knowledgeable friends on our species' history. Now, I'm just going to check the banana phone one more time.
The banana.
Well, the banana. I've been looking at the screen, so...
join them for dinner. The secrets and the principles of the universe and the Neteru can be yours.
Are you sure you're not the one who's been...
I'm going to throw a little Schwaller de Lubitz in here.
Yeah, I know. You've been reading that. Man, it's a good book. So, Soraya, if you're still with us, again, thank you very much for coming on. Get some sleep.
Oh, absolutely.
And Ed...
It's been a great time.
Fantastic. 6 hours of awesome. It's been history in the making. We're still going. We still have one more segment. Ed, we'll talk to you. I'll probably talk to you over the next couple of days, and we'll get things going, and we'll see you on the 3rd.
Yeah, great. I appreciate it, and thanks again for. It's been a real pleasure and an honor being associated with John and helping him. And again, John, Godspeed, and get well, brother.
Fantastic. All right, gentlemen, have yourselves a good evening.
Take care, guys.
Take care.
You too.
All right, Alex, how are things going? I'm just waiting for Jimmy to give me the high sign to bring him on. So, yeah, you've been reading Schwaller. How's that going?
It's going good.
Going good. You'd recommend the book?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of it's some of the stuff that hit me from both the Magical Egypt and the bit of Schwaller that I've read so far. I like the idea of the cosmic principles and the Neteru, and a lot. He was saying a lot of the anthropomorphized, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, anthropomorphized symbols that we see in Egypt are get at this notion of the Neteru, and what they're meant to, how they get into the psyche of the people that are going through the temples. It's not all about how the temples were built, but the kind of consciousness that the temples evoke out of people. And I think that was a big part of his work, and looking forward to reading some more of the Schwaller books here.
That's, yeah, no, I gotta, when I can find some time, I will get to those as well. Now, I'm getting word that Jimmy Church will be joining us momentarily, so I'm just going to... Give me just 2 seconds here. Let me get him on the phone, and yeah, I'm just gonna. I just have to take a quick second here and kind of compose myself at the amazing night we've had. Just one moment here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all very much for tuning in over the last several hours. This has been an absolutely amazing show. Magic in action, and I think it's the New Year comet that happened today, as well as the rabbit moon, and I think this was like a solar or lunar eclipse going on tonight. Like this has been absolutely amazing. And, as the cosmological events have been aligning, so has the kindness and generosity of those out there who are either fans of John Anthony West, know John Anthony West, or would like, would just like to be able to see him continue giving that goodness and energy and knowledge out into the world. And, for a final guest tonight, I have a very special treat for all of you. And that is one of my personal heroes in broadcasting, the one and only Jimmy Church from Fade to Black. And Jimmy, how are you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm fantastic, Chris George Zuger. Thank you so much for. I just have to. I like saying it like it should be said, and but I just want to thank you and Den of Lore for putting this amazing event together. We just got off a live broadcast here at the Conscious Life Expo here in Los Angeles, and very excited to squeeze this in tonight because it is just so important. And this kind of thing, a telethon like this, being put together with Graham Hancock and Laird and Carlson and the Nightingale, the crew, and what you have put together is just absolutely amazing. That's a lot of work, but it is for a great cause. And John Anthony West means not only so much to me, but to our community. And I'm not even sure if he realizes the impact that he has had. But all of the friends and the family coming together, this will show him, how much we not only love him and appreciate his work, but we're here. We're here to circle the wagons and prop up and support one of our own. And that's how we do it. So I want to thank you, Chris, right now for all of the hard work.
Coming from you, that is an absolute honor, and again, it's very humbling to have somebody of your stature and work ethic who's been able to build so much on your own and who's worked so hard to get the word out for all of those knowledge seekers out there and for all the Fadernauts over all the years. That means a lot, and thank you very much for that. You have no idea how much that means to me.
Well, it's John Anthony West that we have to thank for that, and the inspiration that he has given to all of us, myself, yourself, all of us, and I'll never forget, the first time that I saw Magical Egypt. You and I were talking about this a couple of nights ago on Fade to Black, and I'll just never forget how I was moved. And he freaked me out. It seemed like this is the guy with the secret knowledge. And the hair stood up on my neck. And I knew that I was about to see something that it seemed almost, Chris, like it was illegal, right? Like I was going to view these videos and somehow the NSA was going to come and shut down my video system and I would have the Men in Black knocking at my door. It was that cool. And for him to have entered into my life and in addition to that, my audience's life and the Fadernauts out there was such an honor because I just looked up to him. The first time that I spoke to Jaws on the phone, the first time, and his voice is coming through, I'm like, man, I'm just a little kid here. He wants to talk about Egypt and being professional and being a guest on the show. And I'm sitting there thinking like I'm talking to Jimi Hendrix, right? It was like that, and that's the impact that he has had on all of us. He walks into a room, he walks down the sidewalk, he commands attention, and I'm not sure if he realizes that. He's that humble of a guy. He is so cool, but he has impacted all of us. So now I do want to make an announcement really quick.
Please go right ahead.
For everybody that does a very simple and easy $50 donation to the John Anthony West Project right now. If you go to Fundly and click on the links right there at Den of Lore, very simple. And you can also do this over at John Anthony West website too as well, which is jawest.net. Go and click on those links. I encourage you to do that. And for everybody that donates $50, and you'll see it right there in the donation list on the right on Fundly, donate $50, I want a shout out from Jimmy Church in the comments. That's all you got to do. And I will personally give you a shout out on Fade to Black for your support for John Anthony West. And it's a very little thing for us to do. It's so easy, but it means so much. So that's what we'll do. It's just $50. We'll get you a shout out around the world on Fade to Black for John Anthony West. And I assure you that John is going to go back and listen. And you want him to know that you donated that money, and you did it because you're a believer of John Anthony West, and you want to see him get better. But that's what we're here for. So $50 gets you a shout out, right? How cool is that?
Hell, I'm putting in my $50 right now.
Please do it. You'll get two. Okay, but it's our little contribution. I was looking a little bit ago before I joined the broadcast tonight, and I'm looking, and we have a $5,000 donation. You know, we've got a $2,500. Graham Hancock has kicked in $2,000, and I'm looking at this: 2,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, right down the list. That's great, and if you can do that, fantastic. But if you can't, $50. $50. And if I have to push you over the edge with a shout out and buy your $50 with a shout out on Fade to Black, it's the least I could do. And it goes to the greatest of causes. And that's what we're here for tonight, is John Anthony West.
And just for the listeners at home, having been a Fadernaut myself for many, many years, or at least, 3 years, I guess, would be considered many, many years for some people. I've been a part of the community, and even with this past Wednesday, when I came on the show, I was going through the chat room, and just the sheer amount of community that is in the the Fadernaut community is absolutely intense. Like when you put the shout out at the beginning of the show, it crashed my web server, and that's never happened before. It goes to show the love that people have for seeking knowledge, and just for the wide reach and the amount of people who appreciate what you put out there. So if you want that shout out, and you want that shout out to be heard the world over, please do put your $50 in, because damn, that's power right there.
Yeah, and almost, our Twitter community and our chat rooms and the things that Fade to Black has grown into, and it is a monster now. It's this huge thing, this family, but it is completely done by the audience. We, Rita and I, and everybody over here at Fade to Black, we did this organically. And, without any massive advertising and a big marketing budget and money. No, it was a true bootstrap, whip out a credit card and try to get this thing to go. Well, it did take off. But you know how it took off? It took off because guys like John Anthony West and Graham Hancock and Laird Scranton and Robert Schoch. Robert Schoch is one of the coolest guys. Well, they're all cool, right, Randall? I mean, they're great guys, right? And they are the ones that helped build this show. Back when we were first starting out, Jaws took a gamble. Graham Hancock. They heard my voice and they heard my attitude, and there was a comfort zone there. But who was I? Right? I was just a guy that was out there trying to ask the questions, but they believed in the show. And that in turn grew the audience, because the audience saw that those types of guys like Jaws and Hancock wanted to come onto this show. Right? And that's how it grows. So now they all want to come on the show. Why? Because they know about Twitter. They know about the audience. They know about the chat rooms. They know about the interaction, and they know that they are speaking to so many people that are here for one reason. And it's exciting when they come on the show, because they can see their Twitter feed, take off, and emails and traffic to the website. That's all part of it, but it's spreading the word, spreading the message. And that's exactly what we do here. And what's funny, Chris, and I really mean this. I have sat back and watch this community, this thing that was once called fringe, right? The conspiracy, the tinfoil hat crowd. I've watched it grow, and it gives the recognition out there to an audience that may or may not have ever heard of Graham Hancock or John Anthony West or the Sphinx being over 10,000 years old, or the work of Robert Schoch and Robert Bauval. You know, they don't know about these things, and we've pushed this now into the mainstream, and I've watched this grow organically. And it's the message of John Anthony West that needs to be heard. You know, when we have, and this is the deal, when you look at, and I keep saying Hancock and Schoch and Scranton and Nightingale and Carlson, you know, these names over and over again. But these guys have been really working hard to get their message out there. But the orthodox academia out there, the Egyptologists, the historians of the world, the archaeologists, the geologists, the cosmologists, they listen to this and they immediately ignore it. And they don't want to give their support. But it's slowly starting to break. And it's starting to break, and they're starting to listen now, because some of these things, which were completely fringe before, according to them, are starting to work themselves out. And they have to at least acknowledge the possibility of some of these things being true. You know, and when we look at Giza, the reason why the world focuses so much at Giza is because academia has pointed at Giza, right? And Mesopotamia and Sumer, the beginning of everything, and at 3000 BC, the wheel and writing and archaeology and everything points to the start of everything, and you know, from mathematics, and it's all there, agriculture. And then we find out that it's all wrong, right? And that tidbit of information that is in every textbook that everybody studies is wrong. Göbekli Tepe was not supposed to exist. The age of the pyramids was supposed to be at 2650 BC, and the Sphinx. And John Anthony West and Robert Schoch clearly showed with evidence and facts that that was not the case. And when we start to back up these years to that magical number of 10,500 BC, and in comes Bauval, and in comes Hancock, you know, Schoch looking at the erosion and the water tables and how that was all coming together, then suddenly other events happen at 10,500 BC. The alignment of the Sphinx and what was not only going on with the stars, but you have the precession, you know, a lot of things all lined up at the same time. So guys like Hancock and Bauval could back up and go, Schoch was right. John Anthony West was right. And they were right for other reasons. And now we have this, and all of the evidence props the other stuff out there up, right? And it gets harder and harder to ignore. And the Egyptologists of the world, and what's going on right now with the Great Pyramid and you know, the Great Pyramid hoax, and that being Khufu and not being Khufu, which it clearly is not Khufu and never has been. All of this now goes back to support what Schoch and John Anthony West have been yelling about for years. You know, they won an Emmy. You know, and you look at that video, and right now I'm on a soapbox because this just makes me angry, right? It just gets under my skin. But they have been on that soapbox and yelling about it. And all of the professional organizations around the world and all of the schools around the world have been ignoring them. But they never gave up. Jaws never gave up. Schoch put everything on the line. And now it turns out that they're right. They are 100% correct. You know, the world needs the John Anthony West. You know, we need the Robert Schochs, and we need Hancock and Scranton. We need these guys. And John Anthony West is so important to all of us. I mean, we have, again, everybody, just go and click on the Funly links right there, okay, at Den of Lore, at jawest.net, whatever website you're on right now with the links, Facebook or Twitter. Click on it and go and donate. That's how important John Anthony West is, and we need to show him what he means to us and the rest of the world. If he hadn't have stepped out and done what he had done with Robert Schoch, right? All of this knowledge and all of this theory that is pretty much, the book is closed on this now, it would have never happened. And that means the man has won. That means the dogma of all of the higher educations and people that want to become Egyptologists and go to school in Cairo, that their dogma is right. And it's incorrect. It's incorrect information. So just imagine that if we didn't have John Anthony West, what a different world this would be. You know, it's like we're listening to the man and listening to the machine and watching the videos and reading the books and believing it. And it's incorrect. That's what John Anthony West has given us. And his impact is going to be so important, 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now. Our children and our children's children are going to go, you know what, that John Anthony West guy, he changed the world because he did, and that that circle of researchers that has been looking into Egypt for so long, just saying, you know what, something's not quite right here. It just doesn't feel right. We don't know what the answers are. We don't know what they are, but it's not what they are telling us. And we're here trying to figure this stuff out. And that's what John Anthony West has given us.
I think I was just witness to another legendary Jimmy Church rant, and it was absolutely wonderful. And you're 100% right. When it comes to knowledge seeking, it's always the Mavericks who break through the barriers, even if it's only recognized later on down the line. But the fact is, they open the doors that lead to the massive, the massive breakthroughs. In their own time, they're considered Mavericks, or they're looked down upon by the mainstream, as it were. Heck, I'd mentioned earlier on in the show that I was actually banned from the archaeology subreddit while I was promoting the show.
Congratulations.
I'm like, yes! I actually took that as a badge of honor. I'm like, finally. Absolutely. Good, man, good.
And again, if we really stop and think about what is going on, the stuff that is in not only in Giza, but Mesopotamia, and certainly in South America and Central America, and then we have stuff all over the world. We have stuff in Ireland and the UK and in Northern Europe, and of course Göbekli Tepe. There's stuff all over Asia that is clearly not done at 3000 BC. And it's much, much, much older than that. We just don't know how and when, right? We don't know. But if we sit on our hands and just listen to those that have come before us and accept that, that's not how change happens. And that's not how you learn. Whether it's Galileo or, pick somebody, Da Vinci, just pick Copernicus or Magellan. You pick somebody. If Magellan listened to everybody, he would have been too afraid to take his ship 10 miles off of shore because he was going to fall off the edge of the world. Think about that. To have the courage to go, you know what? No, things are different. Galileo said that to us. Copernicus and they said no. Right? They absolutely said no. Well, today, that's what we are doing. We're saying no. And that's how science progresses. For some reason, science has changed. It's changed. In the last 100 years, suddenly, we know everything. But no, we don't. Right? It is impossible to look at things like that. We have to go and step outside of the box and go and explore and ask questions just like Galileo did. Because if he didn't, we would still be listening to the Vatican today. And the earth was at the center of the universe, right? And everything rotated around us and orbited around. How crazy of a thought is that? But it takes those kinds of thinkers. And that's where we are today. If we simply look around us and use our eyeballs, we can ask these questions for ourselves. You can look at Egypt and look at the Sphinx and look at the Giza Plateau and look at the pyramids and say to yourself, it's very simply, those are old, really old. And they're not 5,000 years old. They're not 4,000 years old. The way that they look now is the way that they looked 5,000 years ago. Rocks don't change that quickly. And that's what Schoch talked about. It was such an important thing. Schoch believed his eyes, right? He walked in to the pit surrounding the Sphinx with jaws, and he's looking at the erosion, and it's his eyes. And he knows. There's just no way that this was done at 2600 BC. It's impossible. And that's what we need to do. I mean, is believe in our eyes. Today, we're just so much smarter. And when I say that, we have access to the internet, to libraries, to history, to other researchers, to video and images and photographs and testimony. We are able to access all of the great libraries around the world. Everything is there. You can go to the British Museum website or go to the Met in New York and go to their website and look and see what they have. You can go and virtually tour anything that you want around the world in real time, whether it's with a video 360-degree camera cruising around the Sphinx. And I don't know if you've ever done that, but it's an amazing thing to do. So we're able to do that. And that's why we start asking these questions today. We look at the Great Pyramid, or we look at the Sphinx, or we look at other historical sites around Egypt, or again, go back to Tepe, and we know that it's much, much, much older than that. And then we start to, because we're so much smarter, we start asking the obvious questions. Why isn't Khufu's name on the Sphinx? Why isn't Khufu's name just carved, on the entrance of the Great Pyramid? Why isn't it in the king's chamber? Why? Because it wasn't his. But today we can ask those questions based on the knowledge that we have of the past. There isn't any references to the Sphinx there's copies of the Sphinx everywhere, right? Of course there are, because it was sitting there for so long. There's sphinxes, avenues of sphinxes were built all over Egypt. And I get that. That's because that one was sitting there for 10, 15, 20,000 years, and people replicated it. But what's sitting there now is really, really old. And the Giza Plateau is really, really old. We have to stop and take a look at all of this today. And we are asking these questions. And with everybody, and I'll say this again, back to John Anthony West directly. I've done 1,000 interviews. 1,000. Think about that for a second. That's a big number. And my fascination with Egypt is paramount, and lost history is paramount. It's something that I study a lot. Therefore, I've interviewed all of the great Egypt researchers many times, and every single one references John Anthony West's work. Every single one. Everyone wants to say that they're friends with John Anthony West. Everybody wants to say that they got information out of John Anthony West. I was in Egypt with John Anthony West. Hey, let me send you a picture of me and John Anthony West at the Sphinx. And I hear this over and over again. And singularly, everything points back to John Anthony West and Robert Schoch and their very important work. And that's why we are here tonight. And I have to say it one more time. All of you, everybody that is listening to my voice, our friend, your friend, one of the true pillars of knowledge in the world, John Anthony West, has stage 4 cancer. I need you to go to Fundly right now. I need you to click on the links right now. And I need you to reach down, no matter what you've got, and kick in. Help support our friend John Anthony West. Our little contribution to this telethon, to Den of Lore and to John Anthony West, is for $50. $50. What is that? 20 cups of coffee for a month, that you have to sacrifice? That's all it is. For $50, donate it, put it in there that you want a shout out from Jimmy Church, and I will do that. I will give you the loudest shout out in the world on Fade to Black, and I'll say not only your name, but John Anthony West's name and your support for a member of our family. I will do that, and it is my honor to do that. It's my honor to be on this show today with you, Chris George Zuger of Den of Lore. Thank you so much. What a great event tonight. And again, this isn't about me. It's not about Chris. It's not about anybody else. There's no self-promotion here. Just go, click on the links, donate at Fundly for John Anthony West. And our little part, $50, will get you shout out on Fade to Black. And I want to thank you, Chris, for all of your efforts. And again, from Fade to Black and our family to yours, thank you for this amazing show tonight. Thank you so much.
Jimmy, I'd like to thank you, thank you again for coming on and participating. I'm at the end of the day, I'm just a tool to help a great man and somebody who's been a hero of me, or hero of mine, I should say, and since I was 10 years old, and hero to millions out there who want to know the truth of where we came from. And we all have the same thing, which is the best for people. And when somebody needs help, the most beautiful thing is that we as a community, we as people who share a common value of wanting to know the truth, come together to support somebody that we hold in high regard when they need it most. And, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whose show it's on or where we come from, we all want the exact same thing. And to be part of it and to be part of this entire process has been extremely humbling. And I wish John Anthony West nothing but the best, and wish you nothing but the best with your sleep for tonight after a very long expo. And for all those that have listened at home and listened on their cell phones, listened on their laptops, their tablets, this has been an extremely special night. And I would be remiss to say that I have not had goosebumps up and down my arms the entire time. And thank you. That's simply it. Thank you all for supporting John Anthony West in his fight.
Thank you again, Chris. And again, everybody, Fundly, John Anthony West Project. That's all you have to do. Click on the links. They're right in front of you. So go and do it. You had a great, amazing show tonight. You learned something tonight. All right. Now give back. That's what you need. John Anthony West needs your help, and we are here to help him. So for a little $50, my little thing from Fade to Black and everybody here, you're going to get a little shout out around the world for $50. Just right there. Just put, I want a shout out from Jimmy Church. Here's my $50. My 50 ducks, my 50 large. I worked hard for it, but I'm giving it to John Anthony West because I want to be part of this family that supports him. And it's that simple. All right. So that's it. I'm off to my room upstairs because in the morning at 9:00 on a Saturday, I have to host the Ancient Aliens panel here at the Conscious Life Expo. And so I'm going to do that in the morning, but I will give a shout out at the panel to John Anthony West because we are live streaming that around the world. And we've got all of John Anthony West's friends on the panel. We have David Hatcher Childress. We have Linda Moulton Howe. We have Mike Barra. We have David Wilcock. William Henry, a really good friend of John Anthony West. He's got a little family issue that he's dealing with back in Nashville. So William, you and Clara do what you got to do. We get that. So William Henry won't be on the panel tomorrow, but and Richard Dolan. So we will give a shout out tomorrow live on the live stream right back to Jaws. All right. With that, I'm going to go to bed, Chris. Thank you so much. Great show tonight. great telethon, and I'm going to run for now. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Jimmy. Have yourself a good sleep.
Good night. Go back, Lee Tappy.
Man. Oh, he actually said it on the show. I'm like, oh, I gotta geek out a little. I'm sorry, like having Jimmy Church on. That's just amazing. Folks, we're coming up at the end. I'm gonna play with the almost 7 hours. Wow, that's a telethon.
I'm gonna throw in a little Schwaller de Lubitz quote here.
All right, well, I'll play the theme music. You do the quote.
Page 85. Ancient Egypt Science and the Evolution of Consciousness.
Go for it. do it with music.
Instead of starting from an imaginary construction, instead of relying on intellectual speculation, ancient Egypt shows us the path of infallible recognition of the forces and laws that rule the universe, by beginning from its concrete results to seek in them the causal spirit, otherwise unknowable, since all philosophical speculation is in vain if it is not confirmed by facts. Pharaonic Egypt is essentially practical.
That is absolutely powerful. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is our last update of the evening. With Clay and Zoe not being on, unfortunately, I cannot give you all the numbers, but I can give you the ones that count for the public. First and foremost, if you could see on the screen, I've just changed it over to this lovely photo of John Anthony West, taken by Laird Scranton's very lovely wife, who it matches very well with the back wall, and again, with the stars in the background. You can donate by PayPal, or you can donate by credit card. PayPal, go to denoflore.com/W as in whiskey, P as in Peter, P as in Peter. denoflore.com/WPP. Or just log into paypal.com and send to zocwest@gmail.com. That goes directly to the West family, and as does the Fundly campaign. Now, the Fundly is if you want to be able to pay by credit card, and or if you've given by Fundly before, it's the other method of donating, and that's at fundly.com. And I'm just realizing the entire show, I'm actually missing a W out of this web address. Oh, jeez. So it's www.fundly.com/John Anthony West. There are dashes in between John Anthony West and Project, or just Google John Anthony West Project Fundly in Google, and you will come up with that, or go to denoflore.com, or follow the link in the show descriptions. Now, you're probably wondering what is going to be available if you do give. It's not just the joy of being able to support a great man. We also do have some perks that you get along with it. Now, to be able to get all of your perks, you do have to send your receipt email to sacredgeometryinternational@gmail.com. Now, Sacred Geometry International, for anything that you donate, if it's between $25 and $74, you'll be able to double up on your perks with this. So between $25 and $74, 7 hours will do this to you. Wow. For a limited time until February 17th, receive an HD copy download of Cosmic Patterns. Between 75 and 100, and we still have a few of these available. For first come, first serve, get yourself a physical copy of Cosmic Patterns signed by Randall Carlson. For anyone donating over $100, you will get yourself access to Level 1 classes. All of the classes at Sacred Geometry International in Level 1. That's 18 hours or so with the video and another 340 pages worth of content. An absolutely amazing amount of knowledge to get from that. Now, as we mentioned, Jimmy Church, $50 gets you shout-outs tomorrow. And we're going to be sending these all to him in the morning, or later on in the morning for us. From the Den of Lore show, from us, from me. Your creative director, your host, your soothing voice in the night. $333 will get you a logo designed by me for your company or small business, and you'll get one revision for that logo. For $777, guest host with Duncan Trussell, the hosts from Grimerica, Randall Carlson, Cameron Wiltshire, his protege, and Michael Parker from Antidote. And we're trying to get Joe Rogan on the show. Joe, if you're listening, it's Magical Egypt. You've seen it as many times as I have. Imagine doing a fight companion for Magical Egypt. How awesome would that be? Come on. All for John Anthony West and all for supporting him. And finally, or I should say not finally, but for $1,444, come in next week for the Duncan Trussell Magical Egypt Fight Companion, and come in for 2 guest spots with a guest of your choice in the future. Now, our Illuminati Confirmed package for $1,999, you come in next week, and we'll give you 3 guest spots from the guests of your choice. From Grimerica, at $432, you get to come on to the Grimerica show. They've been around a little bit longer than us. They deal more with Moai statues, and our example of a Moai statue would be a Scotch bottle. But single malt, not mixed. It has to be single malt, and usually I prefer Space Side, but that's just me. $432 will get you onto the Grimerica show, and Darren and Graham, love you to death. Thank you very much for offering this up. Now, Ed Nightingale, who was on the show, excuse me, who was on the show with us earlier, and will be joining us March 3rd. $144 gets you a signed copy of his new book, The Giza Template, Temple Graal Earth Measure. Chock full of information on how the Giza Plateau was laid out to the astronomical template of sacred geometry. Again, somebody who's been supported very largely by John Anthony West, and somebody who appreciates the love that John's shown him, and somebody who has just a wealth of knowledge and information in his head that is going to help us understand of where we came from as a species, as a culture. And finally, the big 4 from the John Anthony West Project Fundly campaign. For $250, you get an autographed, personalized copy of Traveler's Key. They're one of 200 copies personalized by John Anthony West. And for $500, this is also again the best guide to symbolist Egypt that has been ever published. For $500, get the limited edition autographed silver portrait of John Anthony West. 50 prints are available, and it was done by the famous photographer Mitch Weiss. And he's donated those 50 prints to John Anthony West to autograph and personalize. Now, for $5,000, and you can split this up between three of your friends, and go spend a weekend with John Anthony West up in the Saugerties by the Catskill Mountains, and you basically they're going to put you into a brand new 2017 Airstream that'll be tucked right beside John's legendary studio, and you get to hang out with John Anthony West all weekend. Pick his brain, talk to him, get to know the man, and just have an enjoyable time. And this is all starting after March 2017. So start counting your pennies, pooling your dollars, and make it happen, because that is a fantastic perk to get. And finally, the big one. The $10,000 is a placeholder. But if you want to make a bid, or you want to get in on the bidding for this, or want more information will be out in about 10 days. Send it to info@denoflore.com, and I'll get that to Clay, and we will get that process started. This prize is suggested by Graham Hancock, and it is an exclusive dinner with John Anthony West and notable guests. Now, if Graham Hancock had suggested it, you have a pretty good idea of who could be there. Heck, for all we know, Joe Rogan could show up. Now, imagine that as an awesome dinner. Think about that. Those are the perks, and as I mentioned before, to get your perk, you need to send your email receipt to sacredgeometryinternational@gmail.com, and we will get it to where it needs to be. And at the end of the day, to be able to give you a little bit and give you that extra bump so you can help John Anthony West, you get something out of it, and John gets the ability to fight this disease at its full extent. that is a gift in itself. And, the perks are just the icing on the cake. Now, let's go to the numbers. Did I give the numbers, Alex?
Well, I think it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and a lot of people have...
That's a good point. Well, okay, we'll give the final numbers that we're signing off from, and I'm just going to refresh. This is just from the Fundly campaign alone. Is now $73,208. $73,208. It was, before the start of the show, it was what, like, we were talking just around the 68 mark while we were starting to spool up. So, it's around, we raised a good 5,000 just on Fundly, and goodness knows how much on PayPal. Now remember, PayPal, go to denoflore.com/WPP, or to donate by credit card, just Google Fundly, John Anthony West Project, and we can get that to you. Now, that is the end of the telecast, so we're just going to go into the quick closing segment, which is to plug next week's show. As we mentioned before multiple times, we're having Duncan Trussell on the show with Grimerica, Randall Carlson, Cameron from Sacred Geometry International, and as well as Michael Parker, from a good friend of the show from the Electric Pyramid, and Antidote. We are going to be streaming in cooperation with the Magical Egypt Studios, live on the show. You can sync it up through their YouTube channel and stream it for free, Magical Egypt, and we're going to be getting you all the good commentary on that. It's like a riff track almost. Like, do you remember Mystery Science Theater 3000? Except, Alex, did you ever watch that show? No, not really. Okay.
I would date you if I said.
Well, hey, whoa. Okay. Well, either way, I guess thank you. Kind of like that, but more the movie's actually awesome. So that's going to be happening Thursday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7:30 Central Time, 6:30 Pacific, and 6:30 Mountain, 5:30 Pacific. I think we're...
Thank you for tuning in for the Sphinx Show.
This has been amazing. It's 7 hours. They call it a telethon for a reason, because it is a marathon. We ran a marathon today to come to the aid and run to the aid of Goodman and John. If you are listening, and you're probably sleeping right now, and you should be, because it's, even if you're like in the interior, you're still probably looking at 2 o'clock in the morning. And
we hope all our listeners join us next week for
you.
a glass of Glen in the Den.
Damn, we got to use that one. Okay, coin that. Thank you, everybody. We normally play the outro music for our guests, but we're going to play our outro music for you tonight, all you listeners. This is by a group called, or actually an artist, Broke for Free, and I'm actually going to be playing, because we're talking Magical Egypt, this is going to be Spellbound. So, again, join us next time, and we'll enjoy a glass of Glen in the Den. Good evening, everybody.